Chapter 98. Equipment of the Intermediate True God Level. The life of a divine lord fell abruptly like a shooting star, extinguished at the hands of the night elf queens. His figure appeared diminutive and utterly fragile under their relentless assault. The once fearsome divine power that had instilled dread in countless hearts was, at that moment, ensnared by invisible shackles, rendering it utterly impotent. He struggled in vain, attempting to grasp a flicker of hope amidst this desperate situation. Yet all efforts proved fruitless. The might of the night elf queens surged like an overwhelming tide, crashing upon him relentlessly, completely engulfing him. "Too weak," murmured Shen Yi, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. To him, this confrontation concluded with astonishing swiftness, almost effortlessly. Then, with a mere thought, a mysterious token materialized in his hand. The token shimmered with runes, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. It was indeed the Realm token. As he activated it, a powerful force of teleportation surged forth, enveloping Shen Yi and all the night elf queens in radiant light. Whoosh! In an instant, their forms vanished from sight. When the light dissipated, they found themselves in the central region of the godforsaken continent. Time slipped away quietly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, they traversed dense forests shrouded in mysterious mists, occasionally hearing the low growls of unknown creatures. They scaled treacherous mountains, where the cliffs were steep and the winds bitterly cold. Finally, they arrived at the very heart of the godforsaken continent. Before them loomed a grand, yet dilapidated city, radiating a mysterious and perilous aura. It was a new, godforsaken city, and notably one of the intermediate true God level. The runes on the city walls flickered with a faint glow, seemingly resisting the ravages of time. Attack the city. Shen Yi's voice was deep and resonant, echoing through the air like the tolling of a great bell. Upon receiving the command, the night elf queens sprang into action. They ascended into the air, their flowing black hair dancing wildly in the wind, resembling flames of darkness. Within them, a formidable energy of death erupted, burning fiercely like black flames, suffused with an aura of boundless destruction. Boom! Rumble! The cataclysmic energy of death surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing toward the nearby, godforsaken city. The air along their path seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen force, with a web of cracks appearing, emitting a hissing sound as if the world itself were on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the guards upon the city walls braced themselves for the impending onslaught. Their weapons glimmered with a cold light, and their armor radiated powerful waves of energy. Yet, faced with the overwhelming assault of the night elf queens, their resistance appeared feeble. The battle erupted with ferocity. The queens' attacks were as relentless as a tempest. They darted across the battlefield, each strike accompanied by the scent of death. Though the guards of the godforsaken city fought valiantly, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against such overwhelming forces. 10 minutes later, the battle came to a decisive end. The guards of the godforsaken city had been utterly annihilated by the night elf queens. The battlefield was thick with the stench of blood, dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Shen Yi surveyed the scene before him, his heart unruffled. Such sights had long ceased to evoke any stir of emotion within him. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Shen Yi's mind. "Congratulations, you have successfully captured an intermediate true God level godforsaken city. You have obtained an intermediate true God level divine kingdom treasure chest." A flicker of delight crossed Shen Yi's eyes as he summoned the treasure chest from his spatial storage and held it in his hands. Before him lay a chest shimmering with starlight, its runes glowing with powerful energy. The next moment he opened the chest. "You have opened an intermediate true God level divine kingdom treasure chest *1. You have acquired the following items. Intermediate true God level troop equipment *1. As the chest opened, a robe emanating a soft radiance appeared in Shen Yi's grasp. This marked his first acquisition of troop equipment at the divine level, and it was already of intermediate true God caliber. Shen Yi examined the attributes of the troop equipment with keen interest. Life source robe, intermediate true God level. Type, troop equipment. Restriction, can be enchanted onto any troop unit. Effect 1. Constitution 100 million, Spirit 100 million. Effect 2. Enhances the vitality to intermediate true God. High tier. Joy illuminated Shen Yi's countenance. This intermediate true God level troop equipment was a robe that not only provided a staggering boost of 100 million to both Constitution and Spirit attributes, but also bore the extraordinary effect of elevating the vitality of enchanted troops to intermediate true God. High tier. With this equipment, the vitality of the night elf queens will experience a significant enhancement. Moreover, the attribute bonuses are quite impressive, Shen Yi mused internally. He nodded in satisfaction and promptly enchanted the new troop equipment for the night elf queens. Soon, the enchanting process concluded. In an instant, A powerful wave of energy surged from the Night Elf Queens, resulting in a notable elevation in their attribute strength. Concurrently, a rich aura of life erupted from them, propelling their vitality to several tiers higher in a heartbeat. Continue exploring. With the enchanting complete, Shen Yi led the Night Elf Queens onward, harboring hopes of encountering more intermediate true God-level God-forsaken cities, which would grant him substantial power boosts. Regrettably, after several days, they encountered no further intermediate true God-level cities, only a few lower true God-level God-forsaken cities. As Shen Yi gazed at the somewhat monotonous scenery before him, a sense of disappointment began to creep into his heart. It seems that an intermediate true God-level God-forsaken city is the pinnacle of resources within this blue star civilization. If that is the case, my potential for advancement here is rather limited, he murmured to himself. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated his next course of action. It is time to depart. The determination in Shen Yi's gaze was unmistakable. He had made his decision. Though this God-forsaken continent was shrouded in mystery, it could no longer fulfill his ambitions. He yearned to venture to realms of even higher resources. Chapter 99, The Eternal Divine Tower. In the quiet passage of time, it was not long before Shen Yi, accompanied by the Night Elf Queens, triumphantly returned to their territory. As he stepped onto this familiar ground, there was no hint of complacency or lethargy in his gaze. The trials of the God-forsaken continent had undoubtedly fostered his growth to a significant extent. However, the potential for further enhancement on this land now seemed to have reached an impasse, offering little in the way of substantial aid. To continue his audacious journey towards strength and transcend his own limits, he must forge a new path and seek fresh opportunities. Fortunately, fate appeared to have woven a prelude for him. In his grasp lay a precious conduit, meticulously prepared in advance, the invitation to the Eternal Divine Tower, a reward earned through his exceptional prowess in the Lord-S arena. This invitation, now resting in the palm of his hand, radiated an aura of mystery. He resolved to first investigate the celestial altar to ascertain the true nature of this Eternal Divine Tower. Shen Yi pondered deeply, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Without hesitation, he set forth towards the celestial altar. This ancient and enigmatic altar bore the weight of countless secrets and information. Standing before it, Shen Yi swiftly formed seals with his hands and recited incantations, activating the altar's search function. In an instant, the altar shimmered with light, and runes danced as if establishing a profound connection with the information network of the universe. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and as Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes, a trace of disappointment and resignation crossed his features. Exiting the altar's search interface, he sighed. Only a scant few pieces of relevant information. Moreover, all he found were mere rumors and conjectures, devoid of substance. Initially hoping to gather detailed intelligence from the celestial altar, he was now faced with this somewhat awkward reality. Yet, even so, the flicker of persistence and courage within him remained unextinguished. He resolutely decided to embark on the unknown journey to the Eternal Divine Tower. After a day of meticulous rest, Shen Yi regained his optimal condition. He took a deep breath and slowly withdrew the precious invitation to the Eternal Divine Tower. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively began to utilize it. In that instant, a mysterious beam of light emerged. You have used the invitation to the Eternal Divine Tower. You may choose 3,000 units of troops or heroes to accompany you to the Eternal Divine Tower. Do you confirm the selection of 3,000 Night Elf Queens? Yes. Shen Yi responded without a moment's doubt. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of transporting energy, seemingly emerging from the depths of the cosmos, enveloped Shen Yi and the 3,000 Night Elf Queens. This power was formidable and mysterious, imbued with an allure of the unknown. With a flash, Shen Yi and the Night Elf Queens vanished from their original location, as though they had never been there. Within the enigmatic transport passage, time seemed to lose all meaning, fleeting like a mere second, yet stretching into what felt like a decade. When Shen Yi regained his perception of the surroundings, he found himself in a mysterious and unfamiliar space. The sight before him made him hold his breath. In this enigmatic realm, a golden tower soared into the sky, as if striving to pierce the heavens and connect with the cosmos. The tower emanated an aura of sanctity and antiquity, with every line and carving seemingly narrating the mysterious tales of endless ages. Simultaneously, beside the towering Eternal Divine Tower, a mysterious golden leaderboard appeared without warning. Suspended in the air, the leaderboard radiated an endless brilliance, its light dazzling and sacred, instantly capturing Shen Yi's attention. Upon closer inspection, he found it densely filled with information, each character twinkling faintly, as if recounting the glorious achievements of past champions. Eternal Golden List. Rank 1, Level 19. Time, 5 days 22 hours. Rank 2, Level 19. Time, 7 days 19 hours. Rank 3, Level 18. Time, 7 days 20 hours. Rank 7, Level 16. Time, 7 days, 5 hours. Shen Yi realized with clarity that this leaderboard was a compilation of countless records from the trials of the Eternal Divine Tower, listing a total of 100 coveted positions. To etch his name upon this list would yield immeasurable rewards. This prospect filled Shen Yi with boundless temptation. Moreover, every lord who entered the Eternal Divine Tower would receive corresponding rewards for successfully overcoming each level, undoubtedly motivating all challengers to advance. The highest record, only reaching the 19th level, Shen Yi murmured, his eyes sparkling with fervor, a surge of fierce determination swelling within him. How many levels could I conquer? This uncertainty did not deter him, but rather ignited his inner desire for conquest. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi decisively waved his hand, leading the 3,000 Night Elf Queens towards the entrance of the Eternal Divine Tower, commencing his inaugural trial within this mysterious edifice. In the blink of an eye, they entered the first level of the Eternal Divine Tower. This initial level was vast and expansive, resembling an endless realm, its boundaries shrouded in a hazy mist. With no end in sight, barely had Shen Yi and the Night Elf Queens entered this first level when the guardian creatures swiftly materialized like phantoms. In an instant, the atmosphere was enveloped by an intense heat, rendering the air scalding. Fire-embracing divine phoenix. Rank, lesser true god. Constitution, 60 million. Mentality, 59 million. Skills. Suddenly, 3,000 colossal avian creatures soared forth, wreathed in blazing divine flames, every feather shimmering with an incandescent glow, resembling demonic beings emerging from the fiery abyss. These apex lesser true god monsters, upon their arrival, unleashed deafening cries, immediately charging towards Shen Yi and the Night Elf Queens with ferocity. At once, the searing heat surged forth like a tidal wave, the dense fire elements rampaging through the air, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Attack! Shen Yi remained steadfast, motionless. He gestured, and 10 Night Elf Queens stepped forward to confront the oncoming fire-embracing divine phoenixes. A torrent of deathly energy erupted from within them, hurtling towards the avian foes. In the next heartbeat, a cataclysmic energy wave erupted, and in an instant, all the fire-embracing divine phoenixes were reduced to ashes. The 10 Night Elf Queens effortlessly obliterated 3,000 top-tier lesser true god units. Subsequently, a system notification appeared before Shen Yi. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the guardian of the first level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 3 seconds. You have received the reward, 1 fragment of the Divine Kingdom's essence. Chapter 100. The abundant rewards of the Eternal Divine Tower. Within the mysterious and unknown first trial space of the Eternal Divine Tower, having just successfully conquered the first level, Shen Yi's gaze was firmly fixed on the fragment of Divine Kingdom's essence, which emitted a peculiar soft glow. He murmured to himself, "A fragment of the Divine Kingdom's essence? What is this?" His face was etched with confusion, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry. In this moment, confronted with this previously unheard-of fragment, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. With a mere thought, he carefully extracted the fragment from his storage space, as if cradling a peerless treasure. In his palm floated a fragment of the divine realm's essence, emanating an elusive and enigmatic aura. Shen Yi scrutinized it closely, and a cascade of information materialized before his eyes. Fragment of the divine realm essence. Rank. Description: a unique substance from the Lord's world, which, when utilized in a territory, can enhance the attributes and vitality of all members. The prospect of enhancing the attributes and vitality of all members left Shen Yi in awe. It was indeed impressive. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned the magnificent scene of all his troops and heroes in the territory experiencing a significant increase in strength. However, a slight frown soon creased his brow as he pondered to himself, just how much could it enhance? Nonetheless, this did not diminish his fondness for the mysterious fragment, for he firmly believed that the rewards of the Eternal Divine Tower would be nothing short of extraordinary. Contentedly, he placed the fragment of the divine realm essence into his personal space. Shen Yi did not linger in this small delight for long. He was acutely aware that the Eternal Divine Tower harbored even more opportunities and challenges. Thus, he decisively chose to commence the trials of the next level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Soon, Shen Yi, accompanied by the Night Elf Queens, arrived at the second tier of the tower. The moment they stepped into this level, a surge of overwhelming darkness and a scent of blood assailed them, as if it sought to engulf them entirely. The guardians of the second tier remained at 3,000, and these sentinels were none other than the formidable Dark Blood Vultures, one of the most fearsome low-tier true god units. Dark Blood Vulture. Rank: low-tier true god. Physique: 95 million. Spirit: 92 million. Skills: the Dark Blood Vultures already boasted attributes nearing the middle-tier true god level. Shen Yi was taken aback, silently lamenting the formidable difficulty of the Eternal Divine Tower. This was merely the second tier, Yet the guardians possessed such immense power. How astonishing must the guardians of the subsequent layers be? A wave of intense anticipation surged within Shen Yi. He yearned to challenge mightier foes, as this promised even more substantial rewards. Charge! With a wave of his hand, he issued the command to attack. 10 Night Elf Queens advanced, their movements synchronized as they raised their hands slowly. In an instant, a torrent of grayish-white death energy surged forth, swirling through the air with a life of its own, emitting a low, menacing roar. Boom! The death energy coalesced into massive orbs of magic, hurtling toward the beasts with a devastating momentum. The dark blood vultures sensed the impending threat and took to the skies with sharp cries. However, their speed appeared sluggish in the face of the Night Elf Queen's formidable assault. Boom! All the magical orbs struck the colossal swarm of dark blood vultures, triggering an explosion of energy that was apocalyptic in scale. The powerful shockwave caused the very space to tremble violently, a blinding light illuminating the surroundings, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. In the blink of an eye, every dark blood vulture, with attributes nearly equivalent to that of a middle-tier true god, met their demise. Their bodies were reduced to ashes under the overwhelming force, dissipating into the darkness of the void. The 10 Night Elf Queens dispatched their foes in an instant. Their damage was so formidable that even Shen Yi could not help but marvel in admiration. Moments later, the system notification followed. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the guardians of the second tier of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 3 seconds. You have received the reward. 1 fragment of the Divine Realm Essence. 1 middle tier, true, God-level unit equipment. Another fragment of the Divine Realm Essence. And a piece of middle tier, true, God-level equipment. Shen Yi's eyes brightened, his heart swelling with joy. He eagerly retrieved the newly acquired middle tier, true, God-level equipment. Before him appeared a pitch-black bracelet, radiating an astonishing energy aura. Dark Source Magic Pearl Bracelet, middle tier, true God-level. Type, unit equipment. Restriction, can be enchanted to any unit. Effect 1, Physique 1. 3 billion, Spirit 1, 2 billion. Effect 2, increases any damage by 50. This equipment, named the Dark Source Magic Pearl Bracelet, boasted impressive attribute enhancements. The physique could be boosted by 1, 3 billion, and the spirit by 1, 2 billion. More importantly, it could increase any damage by 50. Shen Yi calculated in his mind. With this equipment, the damage output of the Night Elf Queens would experience a tremendous surge. What excellent equipment! With this, the damage of the Night Elf Queens would soar dramatically. Shen Yi displayed a satisfied expression, his face aglow with confidence. He promptly enchanted the equipment onto the summoning panel of the Night Elf Queens. Before long, the enchantment was complete. Boom! A powerful wave of energy suddenly surged from the 3,000 Night Elf Queens surrounding Shen Yi. Their eyes radiated newfound confidence and authority, their attributes receiving a notable enhancement at that moment. Although the Night Elf Queens already possessed high attributes, the augmentation provided by the middle-tier true God-level equipment was still significant. Excellent, onward. Shen Yi nodded approvingly, and, with a grand gesture, led the Night Elf Queens to continue their advance into the next tier. Chapter 101, a series of conquests. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yi and the Night Elf Queens had reached the 3rd challenge of the Eternal Divine Tower. As they stepped into the level, the air around them seemed to solidify under the influence of an ancient and mysterious force, creating a silence that felt suffocating. Shen Yi's heartbeat quickened slightly, as an invisible sense of oppression filled the atmosphere, as if the entire world awaited a momentous confrontation. Almost as soon as they steadied themselves, the guardians of the 3rd tier surged forth with alarming speed. The sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, as if a colossal black curtain enveloped the entire realm. 3,000 gargantuan dragons descended like a tempest, their bodies resembling moving mountains, each stretching over 100 meters in length. When their enormous wings unfurled, they obscured vast swathes of light. These dragons were engulfed in pitch-black flames, the kind that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, exuding an aura that instilled dread. With each flap of their wings, waves of black fire surged forth, illuminating their imposing forms, sharp horns, razor-like claws, and pairs of vertically slit eyes glowing with a blood-red light, rendering them terrifying beyond measure. Shen Yi gazed upward. The attribute panel of the dragons coming into view. Magic Flame, Sacred Dragon. Rank, Middle Tier, True God. Physique, 1, 5 billion. Spirit, 1, 4 billion. Skills. Indeed, it seemed that from the 3rd tier onward, the foes were of the Middle Tier, True God caliber. Shen Yi murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly amidst the tension. His tone carried an element of expectation. After all, his experiences in the first 2 tiers had prepared him psychologically for the escalating difficulty of the Eternal Divine Tower, mingled with a hint of exhilaration, as this formidable opponent was precisely the kind he yearned to challenge. The Magic Flame Sacred Dragon, such high attributes. He could not help but marvel, his eyes shimmering with excitement. At this moment, thoughts surged within Shen Yi. He mused privately, If he could possess a middle-tier, true god-level unit, with 100-fold attribute amplification, what terrifying combat power would that unleash? An attribute exceeding 1 billion was hardly a far-fetched dream. He envisioned the awe-inspiring scene of leading a powerful army, dominating the forthcoming battlefield of myriad races, invincible and unparalleled. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. At the middle-tier, true god level, would 100-fold attribute amplification still hold its potency? After all, once power reaches a certain level, achieving a qualitative leap becomes exceedingly arduous. If one could attain such a feat, their necromancer talent would be nothing short of miraculous. This talent would serve as his greatest asset in ascending to the pinnacle of the lordly realm. With resolve, Shen Yi decisively waved his hand, his voice resonant and commanding, akin to a military decree slicing through the vast expanse of the sky. As his arm swept through the air, an undeniable aura emanated from him. As if declaring his determination to the entire world, 10 night elf queens gracefully stepped forward, their slender figures enveloped in an eerie chill, resembling ethereal sprites of the night. Their skin emitted a faint blue luminescence, and mysterious runes flickered in their eyes, standing in stark contrast to the searing flames of the dragons. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of death energy surged forth, akin to a ferocious tsunami, crashing against the colossal mid-tier demigod dragons with unstoppable force. Where this death energy flowed, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, producing ominous, rumbling echoes. The essence of decay and destruction permeated the air, corrupting it as black fissures marred the ground beneath. Thunderous roars. In the blink of an eye, under the terrifying might of this deathly force, all the dragons were reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. The Night Elf Queens showcased their astonishing ability to annihilate in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, a profound sense of pride surged within Shen Yi. If ordinary Night Elf Queens were to face these flame-wreathed dragons, they would likely lack even the strength to retaliate. Yet, under the enhancement of 100-fold attributes, they effortlessly crushed their foes. The staggering disparity of 1 to 300 in strength was indeed awe-inspiring. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the third layer of the Eternal God Tower. Time taken, 3 seconds. You have received the reward, 1 fragment of Divine Kingdom Essence, 1 mid-tier demigod level unit equipment. Upon reading the system's reward prompt, Shen Yi's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his mind. Rewards identical to those of the second layer? This simply would not do, he muttered under his breath. Noting that the strength of the guardian had evidently escalated, yet the rewards remained unchanged, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a more substantial bounty, especially given the heightened difficulty of this third challenge. With a glimmer of hope, he retrieved the mid-tier demigod equipment reward from the third layer and began to examine it meticulously. His fingers gently caressed the equipment, as if he were attuning to its power. Heart of the Giant Slayer, mid-tier demigod level. Type, unit equipment. Restrictions, enchantment applicable to any unit type. Effect 1, Constitution 2. 5 billion, Spirit 2. 2 billion. Effect 2, increases life force by 100. Goodness, such a high attribute boost, and it even enhances life force by 100? Shen Yi could not help but exclaim, his face alight with astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Well then, I have misjudged you, system. He mused inwardly, marveling at how exceptionally powerful this mid-tier demigod equipment from the third layer truly was. Compared to the rewards from the second layer, this, Heart of the Giant Slayer, was in a league of its own. The attribute enhancements soared to 5 billion in Constitution and 2 billion in Spirit, undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the Night Elf Queens. More crucially, the additional life force of 100 was akin to giving them wings. With this equipment, the prowess of the Night Elf Queens would ascend to new heights. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi resolved to enchant this equipment onto the Night Elf Queens. Boom. Soon, the enchantment was complete. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted from the Night Elf Queens, powerful and enigmatic, as if it emanated from the very depths of the cosmos, rendering everything around them pale in comparison. Their forms appeared even more elongated, their skin radiated a more dazzling luminescence, and the runes in their eyes sparkled with an even more mysterious glow. Observing the Night Elf Queens before him, Shen Yi felt his confidence swell. He knew that with their enhanced strength, his challenges within the Eternal God Tower would be far more assured. Excellent. Shen Yi clenched his fists tightly, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement, his voice imbued with confidence. By fostering battles, perhaps I truly can surpass the records of the Eternal Golden List. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, as if piercing through the layers of mist to glimpse a glorious future. Shen Yi was acutely aware that the Eternal God Tower was evidently of extraordinary origin. It stood silently within a realm of mystery, as if embodying the vastness of time and legend. He had no doubt that even the highest-tier lords, once driven by ambition and longing, had ventured into this tower to face its trials. Those lords who ranked prominently on the Eternal Golden List undoubtedly possessed powers beyond the mere demigod level. and he would undertake the same challenge as a transcendent tier lord. After a brief moment of adjustment, Shen Yi inhaled deeply, calming the tumult of his emotions. He then resolutely led the Night Elf Queens into the fourth layer. As he stepped into the fourth layer, the temperature abruptly soared, as if he had entered a colossal furnace. Shen Yi cautiously surveyed his surroundings, where the entire expanse was shrouded in an otherworldly glow, mysterious runes flickering across the space. Soon, the guardian of the fourth layer made its appearance. However, this time, it was not the densely packed 3,000 units, but rather a solitary guardian. Yet this guardian emanated an unprecedented sense of oppression. It was a colossal humanoid entity towering over 300 meters, resembling a majestic mountain before him. Its form was enveloped in golden flames, not of the ordinary kind, but flames infused with boundless power and majesty, each flicker capable of igniting the entire world. A torrent of blood energy and power radiated from it, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The once pristine white clouds above were instantly stained crimson and gold, while the ground quivered under its might. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this formidable being, as its attribute panel gradually materialized. Flame Giant God. Tier, Mid-Tier, Demigod. Constitution, 500 million. Spirit, 9 billion. Skills. Chapter 102. The Crisis of the Blue Star World? Flame Giant God? Is this a boss-level unit? Shen Yi furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, his voice tinged with surprise and excitement. He gazed at the towering Flame Giant God before him, radiating waves of heat, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. Its searing aura warping the surrounding space. With a graceful wave of his hand, two Night Elf Queens advanced elegantly, their movements fluid and enchanting. Their eyes sparkled with mysterious light, as ethereal radiance slowly ascended, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, deep and captivating. In an instant, an eerie force surged through the air, grayish-white mist rapidly coalescing, and two death dragons materialized with a ferocious roar. These colossal death dragons bore glistening scales that shimmered with a frigid glow, each scale the size of a grinding stone. Their eyes blazed with ghostly green flames. The fire of death, capable of dragging all into an endless abyss of darkness. A terrifying aura swept across the landscape, as if they were the epicenter of a storm, shrouding the surrounding area for miles in the power of death. The space seemed to wither and decay rapidly under the onslaught of this formidable force, turning to ashes as the air became saturated with the stench of decay and death. In the next moment, two colossal dragons of demise let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, their cries imbued with an infinite majesty and an aura of slaughter. They unfurled their massive wings, conjuring a tempest of death as they surged towards the Flame Giant God. Boom! The cacophony of energy erupted violently, akin to two stars colliding, their blinding radiance illuminating the entire expanse. The Flame Giant God emitted a furious roar of defiance, striving to withstand this sudden assault. Yet in the face of the dragon's overwhelming might, its resistance appeared utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, the immensely powerful Flame Giant God collapsed, reduced to mere ashes. Obliterated in an instant. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the guardian of the fourth layer of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 3 seconds. You have received the reward, 1 fragment of Divine Realm Essence, 1 mid-tier, true God class unit equipment. The crisp chime of the system notification echoed in Shen Yi's ears, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Another identical reward? A flicker of contemplation passed through his gaze as he produced the newly acquired mid-tier, true God class unit equipment. Heavenly Armor, mid-tier, true God class. Type, unit equipment. Attributes, Constitution 400 million, Spirit 5 billion. Effect, immunity to any damage 75. Before him lay a resplendent suit of silver armor, each plate polished to a mirror-like sheen, intricately engraved with mysterious runes that emanated a soft glow. Shen Yi examined the armor meticulously, marveling at its astonishing attribute enhancements. It could elevate his constitution by 400 million and his spirit by 5 billion. Furthermore, it conferred immunity to 75 damage. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary piece of gear. Without hesitation, Shen Yi entrusted this armor to the Night Elf Queens for enchantment. He understood well that in this world where strength reigned supreme, power was the very essence of existence. Soon, the enchantment was complete. Boom! An overwhelming aura surged from the Night Elf Queens, their skin shimmering with a faint silver luminescence, as if cloaked in a sacred radiance. Their gazes sharpened, power coursing through their veins, their attributes steadily amplifying. Having merely cleared the fourth layer, the Night Elf Queen's strength had at least doubled. Shen Yi marveled inwardly, pondering the sheer terror of those lords who had cleared a dozen layers. A profound sense of urgency surged within him. Beyond the heavens lay greater challenges, and among men, there were those far superior. Even with 100-fold enhancement, one must never grow complacent. The pursuit of strength must continue. Onward to the next layer. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he gestured for the now empowered Night Elf Queens to advance towards the 5th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower. Meanwhile, as Shen Yi ventured through the Eternal Divine Tower, continually challenging himself and augmenting his strength, in another world, the domain of the Reincarnation Lords unfolded. At that moment, the entire realm of the Reincarnation Lords was shrouded in an atmosphere of foreboding, as if engulfed in a somber haze. Within a grandiose hall adorned with opulence, luxurious crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling light that reflected upon the immaculate floor. 10 formidable beings, each exuding a presence as deep as the abyss, gathered for a pivotal assembly. They were the 10 mightiest lords of this civilization, all unequivocally of the upper, true, god tier. Serious expressions adorned their faces as they exchanged resolute glances, their eyes betraying determination and resolve. The purpose of this meeting was to mobilize all lords of the realm for an invasion of another lord civilization. The battlefield of myriad races was set to commence in less than 2 months. An elderly lord with white hair spoke first, his voice deep and gravelly, resonating with the weight of ages. Time is of the essence. We must prepare thoroughly. A burly lord interjected, his fists clenched in a display of inner turmoil. Recently, we lost 3 9-star lords and 1 lower-tier true god lord in a starlit secret realm. This was the doing of a lord from another civilization. Those 3 9-star lords were promising candidates for ascension to divine ranks. Consequently, our civilization has suffered the loss of 4 divine lords before the battlefield of myriad races even begins. The significance of divine lords in this upcoming conflict is clear to all. This is an immense blow to us. An oppressive silence enveloped the assembly, the atmosphere heavy and stifling. After a moment, a youthful lord broke the stillness. Fortunately, just yesterday, our world-class structure successfully uncovered the coordinates of another lord civilization. This civilization appears to be a nascent one, named Blue Star. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, glimmering with greed and ambition. Let us deliberate whether we should attempt to seize this lord's civilization before the battlefield of myriad races commences. Do we have the capability to conquer it within 2 months? One lord raised a query. If it is indeed a fledgling lord civilization, the chances are quite favorable, another lord confidently replied. Chapter 103. Shen Yi on the verge of ascending the eternal golden list. In the enigmatic and uncharted realms of the 5th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower, each level resembled a distinct microcosm, brimming with boundless challenges and opportunities. At this moment, Shen Yi, accompanied by the Night Elf Queens who had undergone a transformative leap in power, stepped into the 5th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower. The instant he entered the 5th layer, he was enveloped by an extraordinary aura, an ancient and potent force that seemed to proclaim the perilous nature of this realm. The surrounding space was suffused with a strange luminescence, a soft golden glow swirling like mist, bestowing an air of mystery upon the entire atmosphere. Soon, the guardians of the 5th layer revealed themselves. This time, they were a staggering 3,000 colossal titans, each engulfed in sacred flames. Towering hundreds of meters high, they resembled moving mountains. The sacred flames that enveloped them blazed with a dazzling golden hue, almost as if alive, flickering and swirling, exuding an overwhelming presence. Their potent essence threatening to ignite the very air around them. Shen Yi's gaze fell upon these titans, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. His eyes glimmered as he employed a probing technique to assess their attributes. Holy Flame Titan. Tier, Mid-tier, True God. Constitution, 300 million. Spirit, 7 billion. Skills. Another fire-type creature. Shen Yi mused softly to himself. However, the attributes of this Holy Flame Titan were astonishingly formidable. My Death Titan pales in comparison to it. Gazing upon these 3,000 Holy Flame Titans, whose size and strength far surpassed that of his Death Titan, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel envious. A thought flashed through his mind. If he could unlock the Voice Titan, with a 100-fold enhancement, wouldn't he be invincible? At that point, even against a lord of the main god tier, he would possess the confidence to crush them. Shen Yi shook his head, regaining his focus. He was acutely aware that now was not the time for idle fantasies. The immediate concern lay with the Holy Flame Titans before him. With a wave of his hand, 20 Night Elf Queens swiftly understood and stepped forward with light, yet resolute strides. As the ethereal Night Elf Queens unfurled their pale, silvery wings, a gentle breeze stirred in their wake. Their bodies ascended gracefully into the air, dwarfed by the towering Holy Flame Titans that loomed hundreds of meters above them, mere specks of dust in comparison. Yet, these seemingly insignificant figures were on the verge of unleashing a cataclysmic force capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. In the next instant, a tremendous surge of deathly energy erupted from the Night Elf Queens, a grayish-white torrent that surged forth like a colossal tsunami, engulfing the surrounding space. Amidst this tumult, thousands of gargantuan dragon heads coalesced, each exuding a chilling aura, their eyes glimmering with a hellish green light, as if they had emerged from the abyss of the underworld. With a thunderous roar, the dragon heads bellowed in unison, their voices resonating like the toll of a great bell, reverberating through the cosmos. The very fabric of space seemed unable to withstand the onslaught of this overwhelming sound wave, trembling slightly under its might. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of deathly dragon heads surged forward with unrelenting ferocity, charging towards the holy flame titans. Upon collision, a horrifying wave of energy erupted, rushing outward at an astonishing speed, fracturing the space around it into a web of cracks, as if it were made of glass. The golden flames of divine power intertwined and clashed with the grayish-white force of death, momentarily saturating the entire space with their formidable energies. In this fierce confrontation, the deathly power gradually asserted its dominance, consuming the golden flames with the overwhelming force of a relentless tide. All the holy flame titans were enveloped by the grayish-white death energy, and under its relentless assault, their forms began to dissipate, ultimately reduced to ash. In a staggering display, the Night Elf Queens had annihilated these formidable titans, a testament to their terrifying damage output, capable of crushing even mid-tier, true divine entities. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the guardians of the 5th layer of the Eternal Tower. Time taken, 5 seconds. You have received a reward, 1 fragment of the Divine Kingdom's essence, 100 mid-tier true divine holy flame potions. Upon receiving the system notification, Shen Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Mid-tier true divine holy flame potions? I had expected rewards of higher-tier divine equipment this time. He muttered softly to himself. Nevertheless, he focused his thoughts and retrieved a vial of holy flame potion. This potion appeared as a liquid of golden, flowing flames, contained within an exquisitely crafted small bottle. The bottle seemed to be made of a special crystal, shimmering softly in the light. Shen Yi opened the system panel to examine the attributes of the holy flame potion. Holy flame potion. Tier, mid-tier, true divine. Effect 1. Increases damage of all units in the territory by 100 for 10 minutes. An increase of 100 damage for all units in the territory? A flicker of delight crossed Shen Yi's eyes. It seemed rather impressive. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this potion would serve as a powerful trump card in the future, when damage fell short. Using this potion would double the damage of all units in the territory, potentially turning the tide in critical moments. Shen Yi placed the potion back into his spatial storage, his gaze once again turning towards the upper echelons of the Eternal Tower, filled with anticipation. With a lithe form and light steps, he ascended rapidly, accompanied by several Night Elf Queens, resembling phantoms in the night as they made their way to the entrance of the 6th layer of the Eternal Tower. Before long, they stood firmly at the threshold of the 6th layer. Since entering this mysterious Eternal Tower, Shen Yi had displayed astonishing strength. He overcame each challenge with ease, each layer proving to be as ephemeral as a passing breeze, never taking more than a minute. In less than 5 minutes, he had traversed 5 arduous layers, reaching the 6th with remarkable swiftness. Shen Yi lifted his gaze, confidence and anticipation sparkling in his eyes, contemplating. I recall that the last entry on the Eternal Golden Board passed the 9th layer. At this pace, I shall soon ascend to that illustrious list. I wonder what extraordinary rewards await me once I reach the Golden Board. A wave of uncontainable excitement surged within him as he pondered. Just as Shen Yi's thoughts flowed, a low rumble suddenly shattered the tranquility of this layer. Moments later, the guardian of the 6th layer revealed itself. Before him stood a terrifying presence of 3,000 units. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be 3,000 ice-blue serpents. These serpents were colossal beyond imagination, each stretching over 300 meters, coiling and undulating like icy mountains within the space. They emanated an intense chill, freezing the air around them, each breath bringing with it a piercing cold that seemed to envelop the lungs in frost. In this ancient and enigmatic realm of the 6th layer of the Eternal Tower, Shen Yi stood resolutely, his gaze locked onto the ice-blue serpents before him. Their massive forms radiated an unnerving aura, their scales glimmering with a ghostly sheen in the dim light, as if they were ancient guardians from a long-lost ice expanse. A sharp glint flashed in Shen Yi's eyes as he quietly cast a divination spell. With the release of this arcane energy, information regarding the ice-blue serpents materialized before him. Extreme Ice Divine Serpent. Tier, Mid-Tier, True Divine. Physique, 4, 5 billion. Mentality, 4, 2 billion. Skills. These were the guardians of the 6th layer of the Eternal Tower. The Extreme Ice Divine Serpents, formidable beings of mid-tier, true divine caliber. Their attributes were extraordinarily high, with a physique of 4, 5 billion and mentality reaching 4, 2 billion. Such terrifying figures placed them among the elite of mid-tier, true divine entities. Shen Yi nodded slightly, then with a graceful gesture, he issued the command to attack. As his signal fell, 29 elf queens surged forward like shadows in the night, their movements both elegant and eerily chilling. With a mere flick of their hands, a torrent of death energy erupted forth like a black tidal wave, crashing down with overwhelming force. This death energy roiled and surged through the air, resembling the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits, as it hurtled towards the extreme ice divine serpents. The serpents appeared to sense this formidable threat, momentarily displaying a flicker of panic in their eyes as their massive bodies writhed restlessly, attempting to evade the lethal onslaught. However, all was in vain. Before the terrifying death power of the Night Elf Queens, the extreme ice divine serpents were as fragile as ants, utterly incapable of resistance. In the next instant, all the extreme ice divine serpents fell in an instant, their colossal bodies crashing to the ground, scattering ice shards and dust. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardians of the 6th layer of the Eternal Tower. Time taken, 3 seconds. You have received a reward, 1 fragment of the Divine Kingdom's essence, 100 mid-tier true divine extreme ice potions. Hearing the system notification, a wave of joy surged within Shen Yi. With a thought, a vial of extreme ice potion appeared in his hand. He carefully examined the attributes and effects of the potion. Extreme ice potion. Rank, mid-tier true god. Effect 1. All territorial units gain an enhancement of extreme ice power, which can reduce the target's damage by 50 and increase their own damage by 80, lasting for 10 minutes. Such a formidable effect, surpassing even the holy flame potion. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment gracing his face. He understood well that this vial of potion would serve as an exceedingly precious boon for his territory. Subsequently, he stowed the potion away, as if concealing an immensely valuable treasure. He then proceeded with the Night Elf Queen towards the next level. During the ensuing challenges, Shen Yi surged forward with unstoppable momentum, navigating each layer with remarkable ease. The guardians of each level crumbled before him, and the Night Elf Queen, as if they were mere paper, effortlessly crushed. Their silhouettes flitted through the eternal divine tower, leaving behind trails of mysterious light and shadow. Before long, they arrived at the 7th level. As the guardians of the 7th level emerged, Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A group of elven beings stood serenely before him, adorned in golden gowns intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns that shimmered softly in the dim light. Their hair flowed like golden threads, delicately swaying in the breeze, exuding an aura of sanctity. These elves represented a stark contrast to the Night Elf Queen, one embodying light and purity, the other symbolizing darkness and death. A flicker of exhilaration crossed Shen Yi's gaze as he eagerly cast a detection spell to examine the attributes of these elven beings. Holy Radiance, Elven God. Rank, mid-tier, true god. Physique, 6, 5 billion. Spirit, 6, 2 billion. Skills, an elven god. Shen Yi marveled inwardly, astonished to encounter a mid-tier true god-level elf of limit-breaking status. How splendid it would be if they were among my forces. Although a tinge of regret flashed through his mind, he quickly steadied his thoughts. He understood that within the eternal divine tower, there would surely be opportunities for higher-tier unit cards as rewards. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, summoning 30 Night Elf Queens once more. In an instant, a torrent of deathly power surged forth from the Night Elf Queens. This death energy was even more potent and terrifying than before, as if it were a curse emanating from the abyss of hell. The dreadful power of death, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, charged forth with boundless chill and a scent of annihilation towards the holy elves. Boom! A resounding eruption of energy reverberated, causing the entire 7th level to tremble violently under the force of this overwhelming energy. The golden light and the black death energy intertwined, clashing to create a scene of both grandeur and eeriness. The holy elves attempted to resist, wielding golden staffs to unleash beams of golden light in a bid to fend off the encroaching death energy. Yet, their efforts appeared utterly futile against the formidable prowess of the Night Elf Queen. In the blink of an eye, all the holy elves fell lifelessly to the ground, their golden forms collapsing as golden blood flowed upon the ground, mingling with the black death energy and emitting a nauseating stench. Even limit-breaking elves stood no chance against the onslaught of ordinary lower-tier, true, god-level elves under Shen Yi's command. This exemplified the immense power of the SSS-level Lord talent, which allowed territorial units to transcend their ranks effortlessly and create extraordinary combat miracles. Shen Yi gazed at the unfolding scene, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his ears, announcing the completion of the challenge. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardians of the 7th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 3 seconds. You have received the reward, 1 fragment of Divine Kingdom Origin, 100 mid-tier, true, god-level life potions. Mid-tier, true, god-level life potions? Shen Yi's heart stirred, and he promptly retrieved a vial of the life potion. In his hand appeared a small bottle emanating a hazy golden light, instantly releasing an intense aura of life. Life potion. Rank, mid-tier, true god. Effect 1. All territorial units gain a mid-tier true god-level healing aura, while vitality increases by 30, lasting for 10 minutes. A mid-tier true god-level healing aura? I wonder how effective this will be. Shen Yi mused, curiosity and exploration glimmering in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Nevertheless, the mere enhancement of 30 vitality rendered it sufficiently powerful. A satisfied smile blossomed on Shen Yi's face as he nodded in approval. He then returned the potion to his spatial storage for later use, opting not to administer it to the Night Elf Queen just yet. It would be prudent to wait until he had even more formidable units at his disposal. Having conquered 3 consecutive layers, the rewards were all potions. Yet, these potions were of extraordinary strength, providing enhancements that rivaled any equipment. They resembled hidden blades lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash their astonishing might once unsheathed. Continuing onward, Shen Yi and the Night Elf Queen pressed on with unwavering determination, stepping into the unknown challenges of the 8th level. Only by overcoming this layer would they be on the threshold of ascending the eternal golden list. This threshold shimmered like a radiant beacon, enticing Shen Yi to unveil its mysteries. A fervent flame ignited within him. He yearned to ascend the eternal golden list and claim the additional rewards. Before long, Shen Yi and the Night Elf Queen arrived at the 8th level. The air around them seemed thick with an oppressive atmosphere, rendering it difficult to breathe. Then, the guardians of this level revealed themselves, a pack of massive purple lions. These crystalline purple giants crackled with surging lightning, their eyes as immense as grinding stones. Blood red and exuding a terrifying aura, they appeared as divine spirits emerging from the sea of thunder, radiating an aura that instilled fear. Shen Yi's eyes gleamed as he examined the attributes of these colossal lions. Thunderous purple gold giant lion. Rank, mid-tier, true god. Physique, 2 billion. Spirit, 900 million. Skills. The guardians of the 8th level, known as the thunderous purple gold giant lions, were still mid-tier, true god-level units. However, their attributes were astonishing. Nearing the threshold of upper-tier, true gods, they were undoubtedly among the most formidable mid-tier, true god-level units. Roar. Boom. 3,000 massive purple gold lions. Their bodies crackling with lightning, surged forward, brimming with terrifying energy. Their roars seemed capable of shattering the heavens, and the overwhelming energy waves made it feel as though the world was on the brink of apocalypse. In the next moment, the thunderous purple gold lions leaped forward, charging towards Shen Yi and his companions with an awe-inspiring ferocity, accompanied by a tempest of lightning. Now, Shen Yi commanded, waving his hand as 100 Night Elf Queens emerged. Their figures were graceful and ethereal, yet they radiated an aura of formidable reverence. Boom. In an instant, the 100 Night Elf Queens unleashed their powers simultaneously, releasing an overwhelming surge of grayish-white death energy. The world around them shifted in hue as the entire 8th level quaked violently. The surrounding space was laced with spiderweb-like fissures, as if it would shatter entirely at any moment. This death energy engulfed everything like an endless darkness. Boom. The purple lions, imbued with crackling lightning, collided head-on with the death energy unleashed by the Night Elf Queens. In an instant, a cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and earth with terrifying ferocity. This collision resembled the impact of 2 celestial bodies, unleashing unparalleled power. Boom. The deathly force of the Night Elf Queen surged forth like a raging torrent, momentarily stalling before overwhelmingly overpowering the omnipresent might of thunder. The death energy consumed all the purple gold giant lions, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to mere ashes. Shen Yi gazed at this scene, a swell of pride rising within him as he reveled in the strength of his formidable troops. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed again in his ears. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 8th layer of the Eternal God Tower. Time taken, 10 seconds. You have received the reward, 1 fragment of Divine Kingdom Origin, 1 equipment for God-level troops. At last, another reward of troop equipment had arrived. Excitement sparkled in Shen Yi's eyes as he exclaimed. This time, it was actually equipment of the upper-level true God category. How splendid. A smile graced his face as he envisioned his powers ascending ever higher. He then focused his mind and summoned the new troop equipment. The new gear was a crown, exquisitely crafted like a purple crystal, resonating with an intense aura of thunder. Shen Yi delicately lifted the crown, feeling its formidable power coursing through him. Then, a glimmer of anticipation sparked in his eyes as he examined the attributes of this equipment. Purple celestial crown, upper-level true god. Type, troop equipment. Attributes, Constitution 1, 2 billion. Spirit 1 billion. Effect, increases any damage by 120. This was the first upper-level true god troop equipment he had acquired. And from the moment he laid eyes on this crown exuding a mysterious purple radiance, he was overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. The equipment, named the Purple Celestial Crown, boasted attributes beyond imagination. It could enhance the Constitution by 2 billion and the Spirit by 1 billion. A figure remarkable enough to turn the heads of any formidable warrior. Additionally, it possessed the extraordinary ability to increase any damage by 120. Unlike the fleeting effects of potions, this provided a permanent enhancement, akin to bestowing the Night Elf Queens with an indestructible blade, ready to unleash terrifying power in battle at any moment. Shen Yi recognized the rarity and might of this equipment, and without a hint of hesitation, he resolved to enchant it for the Night Elf Queens. Soon, the enchantment was complete. In an instant, a thunderous boom echoed as an immensely powerful aura erupted from the Night Elf Queens. This aura surged forth like a tumultuous tide, spreading wildly in all directions, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The enhancement of over 1 billion in dual attributes. Even for the Night Elf Queens who had already undergone a 100-fold attribute increase, represented a qualitative leap. This enhancement was akin to fortifying their strength, making it even more unassailable. Shen Yi, unable to contain his curiosity, promptly checked the current attributes of the Night Elf Queens. Night Elf Queen. Rank, lower level, true god. Constitution, 4 billion. Spirit, 6 billion. After the enhancement from 3 pieces of middle-level true god equipment and 1 piece of upper-level true god equipment, the dual attributes of the Night Elf Queens had surged past 4 billion, with the spirit attribute soaring to an astonishing 6 billion. Such terrifying attributes filled Shen Yi with pride and confidence. The next challenge awaited, the 9th layer. Shen Yi gazed ahead, his expression resolute and fervent, murmuring to himself, "If I can conquer this layer, I shall have the opportunity to ascend the Eternal Gold List." He wondered what additional rewards the Eternal Gold List might hold. Anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 106, Ascending the Eternal Gold List. Shen Yi, accompanied by the Night Elf Queens, arrived at the 9th layer. According to the records of the Eternal Gold List, the Lord who ranked 100th took 7 days and 5 hours to conquer the 9th layer of the Eternal God Tower. Yet, Shen Yi had entered the 9th layer in less than an hour. Soon, the guardian of the 9th layer emerged. A multitude of black demonic energy surged upwards, accompanied by chilling roars, as a horde of fearsome creatures gradually revealed themselves. Towering like small hills, they were enveloped in a thick shroud of black demonic energy. Their agile forms reminiscent of simians, each muscle brimming with explosive power, as though harboring the capacity to obliterate the world. Their massive heads resembled boulders, with white fur standing on end like steel needles, dancing wildly in the demonic mist. Their blood-red eyes shone like 2 ominous blood moons, radiating an aura of dread and malice, piercing through anything they gazed upon. Their bulging eyes glimmered with cunning and cruelty. Their broad, flat noses twitched, greedily inhaling the scent of blood in the air. Their wide mouths, lined with jagged fangs, dripped with green venom that corroded the ground upon contact, leaving deep pits in its wake. The body of the demon Lord Zhu Yin was armored in a thick layer of black scales, inscribed with mysterious runes that exuded an aura of malevolence. These scales were not only incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding various attacks, but also absorbed the surrounding demonic energy, augmenting its own strength. A pair of enormous black wings adorned its back, which, when unfurled, could obscure the sun and sky. Their surfaces studded with bony spikes that gleamed coldly, reminiscent of the scythe of death. Its limbs were robust, akin to 4 massive stone pillars, covered in white fur that starkly contrasted with the surrounding black, demonic energy. Its claws were razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. With each step it took, the ground trembled violently, as if the earth itself quaked beneath its weight. Shen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt an unparalleled pressure emanating from these monsters. In the next moment, a gleam flashed in his eyes as he examined the attributes of these terrifying creatures. Demon Lord Zhu Yan. Rank, upper-level true god. Constitution, 5 billion. Spirit, 3 billion. The creatures of the 9th layer were known as Demon Lord Zhu Yan, genuine upper-level true god beings, notorious and feared. Their attributes were terrifying, with a constitution nearing 5 billion and an astonishing spirit of 3 billion. Their life force surged like a relentless tide, radiating an overwhelming aura akin to an eternal flame, exuding endless pressure. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from among the demon lords Zhu Yan, a sound that seemed capable of tearing through space, assaulting the eardrums of Shen Yi and the Night Elf Queens. Instantly, the ground began to quake violently, as if countless giants were racing underground, fissures spreading across the ground like grotesque scars. The demon lords Zhu Yan crouched low, launching themselves towards them like black lightning, bringing with them a gust of foul wind. Thus, it became clear that upper-level true god guardians had emerged from the 9th layer onward. Shen Yi maintained a calm demeanor, though his gaze flickered with sharp intensity as he slowly remarked, "Only by possessing the power to defeat upper-level true god beings can one aspire to ascend the Eternal Gold List. It seems this Eternal Gold List possesses substantial value." With that, he casually waved his hand, an action seemingly nonchalant, yet imbued with the confidence of a master orchestrating the entire scene. In an instant, 1,000 Night Elf Queens emerged with synchronized elegance, their figures shimmering in the dim light, resembling enigmatic messengers from the abyss of darkness, exuding a chilling and formidable aura, poised to confront the oncoming celestial demon, Zhu Yan. Boom! A torrent of ash-white death energy erupted from the hands of the Night Elf Queens, surging violently towards all of the celestial demon Zhu Yan. Wherever the death energy passed, the very fabric of space appeared to corrode, rippling with eerie distortions. Thunderous. At the moment of collision between the death energy and the celestial demon Zhu Yan, it was as if two planets had collided, resulting in an extraordinarily violent explosion of energy. The brilliance was blinding. Waves of heat surged forth, igniting the surrounding air with a sizzling sound. Given the current prowess of the Night Elf Queens, overwhelming the celestial demon Zhu Yan was hardly a challenge, even though they were genuine upper-tier, true god-level beings. However, had the Night Elf Queens just entered the Eternal Tower, facing such formidable adversaries would have undoubtedly posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, after enduring the brutal trials and enhancements of the previous 8 floors, the strength of the Night Elf Queens had surged to more than double its former self. In this moment, confronting the ordinary upper-tier true god-level entities like the celestial demon Zhu Yan felt as effortless as an eagle capturing a chick. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming death energy engulfed all the celestial demon Zhu Yan. Under the terrifying force of this energy, the celestial demon Zhu Yan emitted anguished howls, their forms twisting and dissipating under the corrosive touch of death energy. In mere moments, all the celestial demon Zhu Yan succumbed to the horrific damage, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, transforming into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower. Time taken, 30 seconds. You have received the reward, 1 fragment of Divine Kingdom Essence, 1 piece of upper-tier true god-level unit equipment. Congratulations. You have successfully ascended to the 90th position on the Eternal Gold list. You have received an additional reward, 1 piece of upper-tier true god-level unit equipment. Soon, the system's crisp and mechanical notification sounded in succession. Shen Yi had successfully dealt with the guardian of the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower, achieving a remarkable time of 30 seconds to pass this level. He had successfully ascended to the Eternal Gold list. Chapter 107. Astonishing Equipment. Beneath the mysterious and imposing Eternal Tower, countless powerful lords had gazed upward, striving to conquer this symbol of strength and glory. At this moment, Shen Yi stood on the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower, having just conquered what was an immensely challenging level for countless lords. His eyes sparkled with excitement and pride, reflecting the brilliance of triumph after trials. With a thought, he exited the Eternal Tower and emerged outside. At that moment, names flickered on the golden list, chronicling the glory and splendor of countless formidable beings. When Shen Yi's gaze fell upon the golden list, he immediately discovered that his name had surged to the 90th rank on the Eternal Gold list. The ranks from 91 to 100 were all occupied by lords who had passed the 9th floor. However, the time each lord had consumed to conquer this level varied. Now, with Shen Yi completing it in 30 seconds, he had eclipsed all those lords, thus ascending directly to the 90th position. An additional reward of an upper-tier, true god-level equipment? Shen Yi murmured softly, a flicker of anticipation blossoming within him. Quite commendable, he nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. In this realm of lords, an upper-tier, true god-level equipment was enough to drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Subsequently, he slowly extended his hand, retrieving the upper-tier, true god-level unit equipment obtained as a reward for conquering the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower. Upon its emergence, the equipment radiated a powerful aura, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Gift of the Earth Mother, upper-tier, true god-level. Type, unit equipment. Attributes, Constitution 2 billion, Spirit 1, 5 billion. Effect, increases vitality by 200. This upper-tier, true god-level equipment, named the Gift of the Earth Mother, boasted astonishing attribute enhancements, capable of increasing Constitution by 2 billion and Spirit by 5 billion. In comparison to the upper-tier, true god-level equipment rewarded from the 8th floor, it was simply on an entirely different plane. Furthermore, this equipment also enhanced vitality by 200. The effect was astounding. As Shen Yi gazed at this equipment, the figures of the Night Elf Queens floated in his mind. He understood that this equipment would serve as a tremendous boon for them. Shen Yi immediately enchanted the equipment for the Night Elf Queens. As the enchanting was completed, the mysterious power gradually fused into the bodies of the Night Elf Queens. Their already stunningly beautiful faces now sparkled with an unusual radiance. Upon completion of the enchantment, the attributes of the Night Elf Queens skyrocketed significantly. Such an upper-tier, true god-level equipment, even for the Night Elf Queens who had undergone a 100-fold enhancement, would yield exceptional results. Observing the attribute elevation of the Night Elf Queens, Shen Yi's heart brimmed with joy. Yet he was not content with this alone. Next, with great anticipation, he retrieved the upper-tier, true god-level unit equipment, an additional reward for ascending the Eternal Gold list. Staff of the Nature Spirit, upper-tier, true god-level. Type, unit equipment. Attributes, Constitution 3 billion, Spirit 3, 5 billion. Effect, increases damage dealt by 280. The equipment rewarded from the Eternal Gold list was named the Staff of the Nature Spirit. Its attribute enhancements were even more terrifying than the gift of the Earth Mother. It could increase Constitution by 3 billion and Spirit by 5 billion. Simply astounding. Moreover, this equipment could also enhance damage dealt by 280. Truly worthy of being a reward from the Eternal Gold list. Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This equipment was incredibly powerful. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Eagerly anticipating the moment, he could enchant this equipment for the Night Elf Queens. Soon, the enchantment was completed. Boom. Instantly, an astonishing aura surged around the Night Elf Queens. It was as if a mysterious energy field had enveloped their bodies, radiating brilliance that was hard to behold. Their attribute strength began to soar wildly at that moment. Subsequently, Shen Yi's eyes gleamed as he checked the current attribute information of the Night Elf Queens. Night Elf Queen. Rank, lower tier, true god. Constitution, 8, 6 billion. Spirit, 92. 5 billion. Skills, Moonlight Barrage, Reign of the Night, Soul Binding. Now, the Night Elf Queens had been enchanted with 1 piece of mid-tier true god-level equipment and 3 pieces of upper-tier true god-level equipment. Consequently, their attribute strength had received a tremendous boost. Their constitution had reached 8, 6 billion. Their spirit attributes had also soared to 92, 5 billion. This had completely surpassed the attribute strength of upper-tier true gods, as the limit for upper-tier true god-level attributes was 5 billion. Not only that, but their vitality was also exceptionally robust, placing them among the elite of the upper-tier true god level. Their damage output was equally astonishing, with 2 of the 4 enchanted pieces of equipment enhancing damage. Together, they could amplify damage by a total of 400. How terrifying. I wonder what the attribute values of divine units are. Shen Yi mused, a glimmer of curiosity and exploratory desire in his gaze. Can the Night Elf Queens now reach the level of divine units? He continued to ponder, filled with uncertainty. At the very least, in terms of damage, the Night Elf Queens should be able to overwhelm most upper-tier true gods, right? He furrowed his brow slightly, endeavoring to extract answers from the recesses of his memory. Shen Yi was acutely aware that in this vast and boundless world, formidable beings were abundant, with the existence of the supreme deities perched atop the pinnacle of power. Although he had achieved considerable success, the true summit still lay far beyond his reach. Nevertheless, gazing upon the dramatically enhanced attributes of the Night Elf Queens filled him with unwavering confidence. He was convinced that as long as he persistently elevated both his own strength and that of his subordinates, there would come a day when he too could stand at the zenith of the lordly realm, surveying all of existence. At the moment, Shen Yi triumphantly cleared the 9th level of the Eternal God Tower, soaring to the 90th position on the Eternal Gold list. The entire lordly world seemed to tremble with the resonance of this news. An enigmatic force, akin to invisible waves, deftly conveyed this information to the lords whose rankings he had surpassed. In a mysterious space imbued with an ancient aura, the walls, inscribed with peculiar runes, shimmered with a faint and arcane light. A robust lord stood before a colossal crystal orb, his physique reminiscent of a towering mountain. Muscles taut and exuding an innate aura of pressure. Suddenly, a message manifested before his eyes like a fleeting specter. The Lord's brow shot upwards, his previously deep-set eyes widening in disbelief. He murmured to himself, after so many years, someone has once again surpassed my ranking on the Eternal Gold list? His voice was low and gravelly, as though emerging from the annals of time. Who is this extraordinary being? As he spoke, he began to scrutinize the specific details of the message. Let me see what achievement this entails. When the words 30 seconds to clear the 9th level met his gaze, he could no longer contain his emotions, erupting into a stunned exclamation. What the hell? 30 seconds to clear the 9th level? How is that even possible? His voice echoed through the mysterious space, causing the surrounding runes to flicker erratically. What manner of monster is this? His face was a portrait of shock, the tumult within him akin to surging waves, refusing to subside. Meanwhile, in another enigmatic space imbued with enchanting fragrances, the air was suffused with a delicate floral aroma, and the surroundings were adorned with opulence and elegance. A breathtakingly beautiful woman draped in a blood-red gown languidly reclined upon a chaise lounge, her skin as pale as snow, eyes sparkling like stars, and her long ebony hair cascading loosely, radiating an alluring charm with every gesture. At that moment, a soft glow flickered before her, and Shen Yi's message quietly materialized. She slightly raised her head, curiosity glimmering in her eyes, and gently remarked, "Oh? Someone has managed to surpass my ranking on the Eternal Gold list?" Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a nightingale. Upon reading 30 seconds to clear the 9th level of the Eternal God Tower, her lips curled into a faint, intrigued smile. How intriguing. Chapter 108. Unlocking the Divine Grade Troops. Within the mysterious and unfathomable depths of the Eternal God Tower, the space of the 10th level appeared shrouded in an aura of mystique. A faint ghostly light pervaded the atmosphere, which seemed steeped in an ancient and solemn ambience. Shen Yi, accompanied by 3,000 immensely powerful Night Elf Queens, slowly stepped into this challenging 10th level. The night elf queens moved with graceful elegance, each exuding a unique charm. Their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, and the power of death surged within them like a tumultuous current beneath a calm sea. Standing at the forefront of the formation, Shen Yi's gaze reflected a blend of anticipation and caution. This eternal god tower posed unimaginable dangers at every level for a lord. Yet he firmly believed that with the combined might of himself and the night elf queens, they would undoubtedly prevail. Soon, a deep rumble reverberated through the air as the guardians of the 10th level emerged. A group of colossal blue Qilin beasts slowly materialized from the darkness. Their forms akin to small mountains, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. These Qilin were adorned with flashing arcs of thunder, their overwhelming aura of destruction almost suffocating. The bolts of lightning danced upon their scales, seemingly declaring their majesty to the intruders. Boom! In an instant, the thunder roared, and the entire space was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of slaughter. Shen Yi's eyes gleamed as he swiftly examined the attributes of these creatures. Thunder's sacred Qilin, rank, upper divine, vitality, 3 billion, mentality, 6 billion, skills. Upon glimpsing these attributes, Shen Yi felt a slight tremor within him. The monsters of the 10th level, known as the Thunder's sacred Qilin, were indeed formidable upper divine beings. Their foundational attributes were extraordinarily powerful, with vitality reaching 3 billion and mentality soaring to 6 billion. Compared to the guardians of the 9th level, their strength was on an entirely different echelon. Shen Yi pondered privately. If the Night Elf Queens had retained their strength prior to entering the Eternal God Tower, they would be no match for these monsters. However, following the enhancements accrued from the previous 9 levels, the Night Elf Queens had experienced a qualitative leap in power. Attack! Shen Yi commanded with resolute authority. In an instant, all 3,000 Night Elf Queens surged forward like bolts of black lightning, charging towards the Thunder's sacred Qilin. Their wands glittered with a chilling light, the power of death swirling in the air. Simultaneously, the Thunder's sacred Qilin emitted a deafening roar, unleashing their thunderous might as thick bolts of lightning struck towards the Night Elf Queens. Boom! The entire space trembled violently as two terrifying energies collided. The Night Elf Queens adeptly evaded the onslaught of lightning, their figures weaving through the chaos, weapons relentlessly targeting the vital points of the Thunder's sacred Qilin. The Thunder's sacred Qilin, not to be outdone, wielded their massive claws, each attack stirring up a fierce tempest. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, Shen Yi observed from the sidelines, his heart brimming with both concern for the Night Elf Queen's safety and confidence in their prowess. He understood that this confrontation was merely a slight test of the Night Elf Queen's abilities. With their formidable attributes, victory over these monsters was assured. Indeed, before long, the battle began to draw to a close. Through their harmonious cooperation and immense strength, the Night Elf Queens swiftly gained the upper hand. The last Thunder's sacred Qilin emitted a reluctant roar before slowly collapsing. The Night Elf Queens triumphed over the Thunder's sacred Qilin. Shen Yi successfully cleared this level. The system's notification rang out. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Guardian of the 10th level of the Eternal God Tower. Time taken, 30 seconds. You have received rewards. 1 fragment of Divine Nation Origin. 1 random Upper Divine Troop card. What the hell? An Upper Divine Troop card? Shen Yi stared at the system notification, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. He had contemplated that the Eternal God Tower would reward troop cards, but he never anticipated receiving an Upper Divine Troop card directly. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. Possessing this card would undoubtedly elevate his strength significantly. However, he quickly reconsidered. This was quite reasonable. After all, the Guardian of the 10th level was a powerful Upper Divine creature, and it would be abnormal if the reward were not commensurate with that level. Elated, Shen Yi hastily retrieved the Upper Divine Troop card and proceeded to use it immediately. Swish! The golden, translucent card transformed into a stream of light and surged into Shen Yi's mind. Shortly thereafter, the system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the Exalted Divine Level unit, the Godslayer of the Undead. The Godslayer of the Undead? Shen Yi furrowed his brow slightly, unable to discern the nature of this unit from its name. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, any Exalted Divine Level unit would suffice. With a 100-fold attribute enhancement, even the weakest Exalted Divine unit could become invincible. Having breached 10 floors in one breath, it was time to return to his territory. Shen Yi mused. The invitation to the Eternal Divine Tower was not a one-time use item. Once activated, entry could be gained at any time. Thus, with a thought, Shen Yi began to summon the system. After a series of operations, a radiant light enveloped him and the Night Elf Queens, transporting them away from the realm of the Eternal Divine Tower. In the realm of the Blue Star's lordly civilization, on the continent of the Forsaken Gods, amidst the expanse of the Violet Plains, a magnificent territory lay nestled. At the center of this domain, a beam of transport light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of Shen Yi and 3,000 Night Elf Queens. Welcome back, my lord. The moment he arrived, Several heroes tasked with guarding the territory rushed forward to greet Shen Yi's return. Their faces radiated joy and reverence. Each of Shen Yi's adventures brought forth new opportunities and developments for the territory. Shen Yi nodded, signaling the heroes to refrain from formalities. Without further ado, he made his way directly to the Lord's mansion. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to swiftly summon the exalted divine-level unit. He was eager to discover what type of unit the Godslayer of the Undead was and what its initial attributes would be. Furthermore, he wondered if the 100-fold attribute enhancement would still be effective against an exalted divine-level unit. Chapter 109: The Godslayer of the Undead. In this mysterious and vast realm of the divine, storms of change often arrive unannounced. Shen Yi hurried along the streets, the ground beneath him a blur. The buildings around him appeared as mere shadows, as he fixated solely on reaching the Lord's mansion to summon the territory's first exalted divine-level unit. Soon, the grandeur of the Lord's mansion came into view. The towering structure reached for the clouds, its immense stone doors adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes, seemingly whispering the weight of ages and history. Taking a deep breath to steady his slightly agitated heart, Shen Yi strode through the grand entrance. Upon entering the mansion, Shen Yi proceeded directly to the designated area for summoning units. This expanse was a vast plaza, its ground paved with massive black stones, each shimmering with a faint blue light, as if harboring boundless energy. Shen Yi opened the territory panel and commenced the summoning process. You have expended 1 million divine essence to summon a Godslayer of the Undead. An ethereal voice resonated in his mind. To summon an exalted divine-level unit required a staggering 1 million divine essence. This price was astronomical. Many lords would struggle throughout their lives to amass such a vast amount of divine essence. A pang of regret struck Shen Yi. Yet he understood that one gets what one pays for. Such a hefty cost would undoubtedly yield an unimaginably powerful unit. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of light descended from above, illuminating the summoning area. The intense radiance forced Shen Yi to squint, and as the light gradually dissipated, a figure of human proportions emerged at the center of the beam. Once the glow faded, Shen Yi finally beheld the summoned entity, the exalted divine-level unit, the Godslayer of the Undead. Encircled by an almost intangible layer of black mist, the Godslayer resembled a demon emerging from the depths of an endless dark abyss. The mist writhed as if alive, occasionally flickering with eerie red glimmers, reminiscent of eyes lurking in the shadows, sending chills down one's spine with each flash. Shrouded in this mist, the figure appeared tall and emaciated. Akin to a walking skeleton, every movement imbued with a disquieting rhythm, as if dancing on the edge of death. The Godslayer's complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, the skin tightly clinging to the bones, as if time had drained all vitality from it. High cheekbones and sunken eye sockets rendered the facial contours strikingly pronounced, resembling a statue carved from darkness, exuding an uncanny beauty. Its eyes were akin to abyssal voids, emanating a chilling and malevolent light. When it gazed at Shen Yi, that look seemed to penetrate his soul, instilling a whisper of dread from the depths of his being. Adorning its head was a crown crafted from bones and inlaid with black gemstones. The bones varied in shape, some resembling human skulls, others like demonic horns, each engraved with mysterious runes. These runes flickered with a faint light in the darkness, as if reciting ancient curses. The black gemstones on the crown glimmered with an eerie radiance, seemingly connected to a passageway to the dark realm, continuously drawing in sinister power. Cloaking the entire crown in a chilling aura, clad in a long black robe, embroidered with dark red runes and patterns, the fabric shimmered softly in the shadows. As if alive, they danced across the robe like ancient spirits, adding a touch of mystery to the garment. The robe swayed gently with the Godslayer's movements, as if the harbinger of darkness announced the arrival of death. In its grasp was a massive longbow, 2 meters in length, forged from black metal. The bow exuded an icy chill, as if crafted from millennia-old frost. The blade was etched with runes and blood grooves, each rune harboring immense power. The grooves seemed to still bear traces of former foes' blood, releasing a faint scent of iron. It turned out to be a ranged unit. Shen Yi contemplated, nodding in understanding. He was acutely aware that ranged units could often unleash unexpected effects in battle, especially one of such exalted divine caliber. Then, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes as he hastily examined the Godslayer of the Undead's attribute information. Godslayer of the Undead. Rank, Exalted Divine. Physique, 35 billion. Spirit, 42 billion. Skills, Light of Destruction, Reign of Annihilation, Death's Entanglement. What terrifying attributes! Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Such formidable stats utterly surpassed his expectations. Even as an exalted divine-level unit, the 100-fold attribute enhancement still proved effective. He felt an overwhelming joy. The SSS-level lordly talent was indeed impressive. Incredible. Shen Yi's hands trembled with excitement, for he realized that the strength of his territory was poised for an unprecedented and terrifying enhancement. Gazing at the Godslayer of the Undead's attribute information, Shen Yi was left in awe. a physique of 35 billion, a spirit of 42 billion. Such power was astonishing. In the realm of lords, such formidable attributes would cause any strong being to take notice. With newfound determination, Shen Yi resolved to enchant the 3 pieces of exalted divine-level equipment onto the god slayer of the undead. Without hesitation, he initiated the action. Shen Yi accessed the unit summoning panel and removed the 3 pieces of exalted divine-level equipment from the Night Elf Queen template. He promptly enchanted each piece onto the god slayer of the undead template. The god slayer stood silently in place, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost respect. The enchanting process was completed swiftly. Boom. In an instant, a wave of cataclysmic energy surged forth from the god slayer of the undead. The tremors emanated from him, radiating outward, causing the entire Lord's manor to shudder under the impact of this force. For the Death God Slayer, the attribute enhancements provided by 3 pieces of high-tier divine equipment were of little significance. What mattered were the damage augmentations and the enhancement of vitality that these 3 artifacts bestowed. With the support of these items, the Death God Slayer's power would ascend to unprecedented heights, becoming the sharpest blade in Shen Yi's arsenal. Observing the Death God Slayer before him, Shen Yi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that from this moment forth, the standing of his territory within the realm of lords would undergo a monumental transformation. With the Death God Slayer at his command, he felt no trepidation even when facing a lord of divine rank. Chapter 110, Thunder Dragon Ancestor. Within the territory stood an ancient and magnificent edifice, the Celestial Altar. It radiated an enigmatic glow, its runes flickering as if narrating the vicissitudes of time and endless mysteries. Shen Yi appeared before the Celestial Altar, stepping steadily onto its surface, the surrounding mystical runes shimmering more intensely upon his arrival. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he raised his hand and gently tapped the interface of the altar, causing a transaction interface radiating a soft blue light to materialize. Shen Yi scrutinized the interface, contemplating his options. Most of the equipment and items in his possession had become obsolete. Thus, he resolved to repurpose them by listing them for sale on the Celestial Altar's transaction interface in exchange for divine essence. After all, summoning a Death God Slayer required a staggering 1 million divine essence, a substantial sum for him at this moment. Yet the terrifying combat prowess of the Death God Slayer made this investment feel undeniably worthwhile. He meticulously began to list each piece of equipment and item. Once the listings were complete, his attention shifted to the search function of the altar. He was eager to uncover information regarding the promotion to Divine Rank Lord. His hands moved swiftly across the interface, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, after a thorough search, the results displayed on the screen left him deeply disappointed. The useful information was scarce, with vague snippets that provided no substantial assistance. Furrowing his brow, he felt a wave of frustration and ultimately decided to abandon this futile search. Time passed unnoticed, and a day later, when Shen Yi reopened the transaction interface, a satisfied smile graced his face. Almost all of the items he had listed had sold, and the divine essence he had acquired shimmered enticingly on the interface. These divine essences were akin to keys unlocking immense power. Without hesitation, he began summoning more Death God Slayers. The summoning process was steeped in mystery. Streams of black light descended from the heavens, gradually coalescing into ethereal figures. Each figure emanated a chilling and formidable aura, characteristic of the Death God Slayer. As the light flickered incessantly, a total of 1,100 Death God Slayers were summoned into his domain. This endeavor consumed over 1 billion divine essence. Yet Shen Yi felt no pang of regret as he beheld the dwindling numbers. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. With just over a month until the onset of the Multitude War, Shen Yi contemplated the urgency of solidifying his grasp on the eternal divine tower. At this juncture, he could no longer attain further power enhancements within the godforsaken continent. The eternal divine tower was, indeed, the key to his ascent. Armed with these formidable Death God Slayers, he felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to conquer the challenges within the eternal divine tower. 10 minutes later, Shen Yi made his arrangements. He led 1,000 Death God Slayers back to the eternal divine tower, leaving 100 behind to guard the territory. He understood the importance of securing his stronghold. With the strength of 100 Death God Slayers, complemented by a multitude of Night Elven Queens, he was assured that they could withstand the onslaught of a high-tier Divine Lord's forces. He rested easy knowing that under the protection of these units and heroes, his territory would remain unharmed. Within the realm of the eternal divine tower, a dazzling beam of light enveloped them as they arrived. Unlike his previous visit, the number of troops he commanded had diminished from 3,000 to 1,000. Though the quantity had decreased, their strength had multiplied tenfold. Each Death God Slayer radiated an overwhelming presence, as if they could rend the very fabric of reality. Come forth. Let me attempt to ascend to the pinnacle of the eternal golden rankings, Shen Yi declared with unshakable confidence, his voice resonating throughout the tower's space. Infused with boundless ambition. Soon, Shen Yi and his death god's layers reached the 11th level of the eternal divine tower, ready to press on through the trials. The atmosphere of this level was saturated with an intense, thunderous essence, as if they had entered a realm ruled by storms. The moment they stepped into this layer, they were met with an oppressive sensation that took their breath away. The air was thick with a tangible, thunderous energy, each breath infused with the crackling of rampant electrical currents. The walls around them were adorned with countless mysterious runes, flickering ominously under the illumination of the thunder, as though they whispered secrets of ancient and forbidden power. The ground was marred with deep fissures, continuously erupting with blinding bolts of lightning, resembling wounds in the earth, gushing forth with boundless thunderous might. A pungent charred scent filled the air, a unique aroma born from the overconcentration of thunder energy. Glancing upwards, the sky had vanished, replaced by a tumultuous sea of rolling storm clouds, where numerous purple lightning bolts danced amidst the clouds, occasionally striking down to leave gaping holes in the ground. A deafening roar of thunder echoed, resonating like the very voice of the heavens. Suddenly, 10 colossal purple thunder dragons emerged from the stormy clouds. These serpentine behemoths twisted in the air, each exceeding 3,000 meters in length, their bodies seemingly forged from pure lightning, shimmering with brilliant purple radiance. Their scales reflecting a stark metallic sheen. Their enormous heads exuded majesty, with sharp fangs glinting ominously, while their immense eyes glowed like twin purple suns, radiating a terrifying light that seemed to pierce through all illusions. Their horns resembled sharp spears, thrusting skyward, intertwined with tendrils of lightning, as if declaring their dominion to the world. Their tails writhed like massive whips, tearing through the space around them, leaving behind trails of blackened fissures. With every breath, they unleashed thunderous roars, exhaling bolts of lightning that wreaked havoc in all directions. At that moment, a spark ignited in Shen Yi's eyes as he activated his detection ability to glean the attributes of these formidable guardians of the level. Thunder Dragon Ancestor. Rank, High-Tier Divine. Vitality, 2 billion. Mental Strength, 6 billion. Skills. The guardians of this layer were known as Thunder Dragon Ancestors. They stood as sovereigns of the cosmos, exuding an aura of unyielding dominance. Each Thunder Dragon Ancestor was unimaginably massive, coiling and twisting in a manner that mirrored the undulating mountains. Each scale shimmered with blinding lightning. Imbued with destructive power, a mere touch could reduce the world to ash. Their eyes, like two suns radiating purple light, gazed upon Shen Yi with profound authority, as if proclaiming that this realm was theirs to command. The attributes of these Thunder Ancestor dragons are extraordinarily potent, occupying a remarkably prominent position within the hierarchy of transcendent deities, rendering them a daunting presence. In the next instant, a deathly godslayer stepped forth with deliberate grace. Each stride resonated with a steady force, causing the very fabric of space beneath him to tremble subtly. He was enveloped by an elusive shroud of black mist, within which flickered enigmatic runes, imparting an aura of inscrutability. Raising a hand slowly, his gesture appeared gentle, yet seemed to draw upon the very might of the cosmos. In a heartbeat, an arcane gray-white rune materialized out of thin air, its dim sheen reminiscent of a long-buried gem, exuding an ancient and mysterious essence. As the rune emerged, the entire space felt as if stirred by an invisible hand. Centered around the rune, a formidable force rippled outward, rapidly transforming the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the once thunderous realm was enveloped in a pallid stillness. The sky darkened to a pitch-black void, thick enough to seem as if it could drip ink. From the ground, countless pale bones erupted, blanketing the earth and exuding an abhorrent scent of decay. The air was thick with black mist, punctuated by faint, anguished wails that echoed, as if countless tormented souls were lamenting. This was the realm of the undead. The ominous power that pervaded the universe was none other than the chilling force of the laws of death. The ability of this deathly godslayer to manipulate such terrifying powers stemmed from an astonishing attribute strength that reached over 100 billion. Such a fearsome figure stood at a height unattainable by mere mortals. In this vast world, only those who attained the level of a true god had the privilege of wielding such potent transformative forces. He resembled a sovereign emerging from the abyss of darkness, commanding the mysteries of life and decay. A gentle breeze swept through the cosmos, imbued with boundless terror. The gray-white luminescence flickered like lightning, moving with such velocity that it was nearly imperceptible. In that fleeting moment, Shen Yi sensed an overwhelming surge of deathly power swelling around him. This force seemed to emanate from the deepest recesses of the universe, laden with malice and the frigid essence of death, instantly penetrating the depths of his soul. His very spirit cried out in anguish under the impact of this power, each cell resonating with fear of its presence. Simultaneously, the once mighty Thunder Ancestor dragons appeared as fragile as paper before this overwhelming force. They had no time to roar in defiance before they silently dissipated into nothingness. Just moments ago, they stood proudly, invulnerable. Now, they had become mere whispers in the void, leaving no trace behind. In the face of such absolute authority of the laws, Even the most formidable transcendent deities could offer no resistance, resigned to their fate of annihilation. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 11th level of the Eternal God Tower. Time taken, 10 seconds. You have received the reward, 1 fragment of the essence of the Divine Kingdom, 100 life potions of true God level. The system's notification echoed as the guardian fell. This level's reward still included a fragment of the essence of the Divine Kingdom, along with 100 vials of life potions of true God level. With a flicker of thought, a vial of potion materialized in his hand. He examined it closely. The vial gleamed with transparency, its contents shimmering with a gentle light, akin to a spring imbued with the mysteries of life. Life potion. Tier, True God. Effect 1. All units within the territory gain a true God level healing aura, while vitality is boosted by 120, lasting for 10 minutes. The life potion of true God level surpassed its mid-tier counterpart by a significant margin. Satisfied, Shen Yi returned the potion to his spatial storage. Subsequently, he led the Deathly God's layers toward the next level, the Reincarnation Lord civilization. Under the command of the 10 most powerful Divine Lords, an army of 10 million, entirely composed of true God-tier troops, stood ready. These troops varied in form. Some burned with fierce flames, others exuded icy chill, while some concealed themselves within the void, leaving only a faint trace of their presence. This army had but one objective: to invade a new Lord civilization known as Blue Star. Everything was prepared. Against a civilization less than a century old, this army was more than capable of sweeping through effortlessly. Open the wormhole passage, confirm the coordinates, and prepare to depart. Understood. As Shen Yi and his companions stepped into the 12th level of the Eternal God Tower, the scene before them contrasted starkly with the previous level. Here, the light was bright, and a rich energy of illumination permeated the realm, as if they were submerged in an ocean of light. The sky was a sapphire blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting like cotton candy, each cloud radiating a gentle glow. On the ground, a riot of colorful flowers bloomed, releasing waves of fragrance, while the air was infused with a warm and harmonious atmosphere, evoking a sense of unparalleled comfort and safety. However, beneath this tranquility lay a grave threat. The guardians of this level were the angelic beings of light, 16-winged angels of light. Tier, True God. Physique, 5 billion. Spirit, 9 billion. Skills. At this moment, 3,016-winged angels of light hovered majestically in the 12th level of the Eternal God Tower. Their forms were tall and elegant, their skin as flawless as mutton-fat jade, emanating a soft radiance. Their faces were exquisitely beautiful, with eyes resembling brilliant stars, sparkling with wisdom and divine light. The 16 wings unfurling from their backs were as pure as snow, each feather adorned with mysterious runes and golden threads, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, as if containing boundless energy. At this moment, the angels of light were surrounded by a halo of sanctity, blindingly radiant, making it difficult to gaze upon them directly. They regarded Shen Yi and the Deathly God's layers with cold indifference, their expressions conveying a haughty arrogance and disdain for their foes, as if proclaiming this sacred domain to be inviolable. Chapter 111. The Power of the Laws of Death. In the next moment, the white wings of the angels unfurled gracefully, a display both elegant and powerful. As their wings spread, they obscured the sky entirely, blocking out the sunlight completely. A terrifying aura erupted instantaneously, infused with the divine power of light and an overwhelming sense of oppression, enveloping the entire realm. The dense energy of light surged like a tumultuous ocean, its waves crashing with terrifying ferocity. This radiant energy surged forth toward Shen Yi and his companions, threatening to submerge them completely in this ocean of light. Yet on Shen Yi's side, only a single Deathly Godslayer stepped forward. His expression remained tranquil, devoid of any trace of panic. Maintaining the composure he had shown in the 11th level, he raised his hand slightly, his motion steady and confident. Then, the runes of the laws of death reappeared. Under the illumination of the light energy, this rune appeared even more mysterious and bizarre, encircled by black mist that flickered with dark red light, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding radiant energy. In the next moment, the power of the laws surged once more. At the heart of the necromantic deity Slayer, a realm spanning over 1,000 kilometers was once again utterly transformed into a dominion ruled by the forces of necromancy. A grayish-white mist swiftly enveloped the surroundings, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, gradually devouring the radiant energies of light. The sacred luminescence emanating from the celestial angels disintegrated instantly under the onslaught of this necromantic power. Their corporeal forms appeared to succumb to an imperceptible attack, one that penetrated down to the molecular level, causing them to disintegrate rapidly. First, their divine radiance waned, followed by the collapse of the runes and filaments adorning their wings, until ultimately, their entire beings transformed into dust invisible to the naked eye, vanishing without a trace in this once brilliant world. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 12th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 10 seconds. You have received rewards. 1 fragment of divine origin. 1 piece of equipment for a higher tier demigod class. Simultaneously, the system's completion notification resounded once more. Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly extended his hand, as if grasping at something in the void. In the next moment, an object radiating a soft glow materialized in his palm. It was a stunning necklace suffused with a hazy light, where the luminous energy danced around it like playful spirits. The body of the necklace was crafted from an unknown resplendent gem, exhibiting a faint golden hue that seemed to contain boundless radiance, as if a miniature sun were sealed within. The chain was composed of a metal resembling silken threads, each strand shimmering with a chilling brilliance, perfectly contrasting the warm glow emitted by the gem, creating a marvelous harmony. Shen Yi's eyes glimmered as he inspected the attributes of this exquisite equipment. Heart of Sacred Radiance, higher tier, demigod level. Type, equipment for troops. Attributes, Constitution 4, 7 billion. Spirit 4, 5 billion. Effect, 85 immunity to all damage. Upon seeing these attributes, a satisfied smile crept onto Shen Yi's lips. The enhancement provided by this equipment was extraordinary, capable of boosting Constitution by 4, 7 billion and Spirit by 4, 5 billion, an immense leap for any troop type. Furthermore, the ability to reduce all damage by 85 was truly astounding. Without hesitation, Shen Yi entrusted this formidable equipment to the necromantic deity slayer for enchantment. The enchanting process was shrouded in mystery and filled with powerful fluctuations as beams of light flowed around the necromantic deity slayer, intertwining with the radiance of the Heart of Sacred Radiance. Once the enchantment was completed, although the visible attributes of the necromantic deity slayers did not seem significantly enhanced, their defensive capabilities surged skyward like a rocket. Without further delay, Shen Yi and the necromantic deity slayers advanced towards the next level. Soon, they arrived at the world of the 13th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. The moment Shen Yi stepped into this level, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This realm bore striking resemblance to the 12th level, with radiant energy flowing like a rising tide, enveloping the surroundings in a serene atmosphere, as if it were a tranquil paradise devoid of conflict. This level was likely guarded by beings of the light, as Shen Yi suspected. The instant he and his necromantic deity slayers steadied themselves, 3 figures began to materialize from the void. Each of these 3 figures was adorned with 9 pairs of luminous wings, each pair shimmering with dazzling light, as though composed of countless stars. They emanated a formidable radiance, a power that surged like relentless waves, expanding outward in rhythmic pulses. Shen Yi's gaze fell upon the attributes of these 3 figures. King of Sacred Angels. Rank, higher tier, demigod. Constitution, 9 billion. Spirit, 9 billion. Skills. The 3 kings of sacred angels stood poised in the air, their forms tall and imposing, as if they were the sovereigns of heaven and earth. Around them, the vast currents of luminous power surged, distorting the very fabric of space. They regarded Shen Yi with a cold indifference, their eyes betraying a disdainful arrogance, as if they were observing an audacious insect. In the next moment, at Shen Yi's signal, one of the necromantic deity slayers stepped forth, cloaked in an eerie black mist. Each step seemed to shatter the tranquility of the space, producing a muffled, oppressive sound that shattered the silence in this realm ruled by light. The surrounding atmosphere appeared to freeze at that instant, as the forces of light clashed violently with the aura of death. Without any unnecessary gestures or words, it launched the first strike. In an instant, a mysterious and ancient necromantic rune emerged from its being, pulsating with a dark luminescence that exuded a chilling aura of death. As the rune manifested, the entire space underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once peaceful realm suffused with radiant light was swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming power of necromancy. Centered around the necromantic deity slayer, a radius of 1,000 miles instantly morphed into a domain dominated by the dead. In the shadows, the haunting cries of tormented souls echoed, as if countless spirits were striving and roaring in despair, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming sense of dread and hopelessness. Subsequently, the power of the necromantic laws erupted without reservation. This force surged forth like an endless tide, imbued with a cataclysmic momentum, crashing towards the 3 kings of sacred angels. Confronted with this terrifying necromantic energy, the 9 pairs of luminous wings behind the kings flapped vigorously, releasing radiant shields of light in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught of this horrific force from the realm of the dead. Yet, all of this was in vain. The impact of the necromantic laws was too potent. Upon contact, the luminous shields crumbled as easily as paper. The figures of the 3 kings of sacred angels began to tremble under the force of this onslaught, their faces contorting with fear and defiance. In a mere instant, they were reduced to mere dust under the overwhelming might of the necromantic laws. Their radiant power dissipated in the face of the consuming aura of death, leaving behind an eerie silence. Within the enigmatic and uncharted confines of the eternal divine tower, time seemed to lose its linear essence, each second stretching interminably, yet fleeting like lightning at crucial moments. Shen Yi found himself enveloped in this tower, the air around him thick with tension, each breath feeling like a silent communion with the space itself. Just as he became fully engrossed, still reverberating from the echoes of the recent battle, the system's crisp and somewhat mechanical completion notification suddenly pierced the delicate tranquility. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 13th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 10 seconds. You have received rewards. 1 fragment of divine origin. 10 crystals of lower-tier demigod laws. The voice resonated through the vast emptiness of the tower, each word akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading outward. Shen Yi momentarily froze, a flicker of uncontainable surprise glimmering in his eyes. Lower-tier demigod items. Shen Yi murmured to himself, the astonishment on his face blooming like fireworks bursting in the night sky. His heart raced, an indescribable exhilaration swelling within him. Eagerly, he hastened to retrieve his rewards. In the next moment, a transparent crystal emanating a milky white aura appeared in his hand, resembling a newly born sun, radiating a gentle yet warm glow. Upon closer inspection, it was saturated with a profound luminous energy that flowed within the crystal as if it possessed life, forming mysterious and exquisite patterns. Shen Yi gently caressed the crystal, feeling its warm and formidable power, as if he could envision his territory becoming indomitable under its influence. Crystal of the Law of Light. Rank, lower-tier deity. Effect 1. All territorial units gain lower-tier deity-level light power, enhancing 500 vitality and 500 damage dealt, while also rendering them immune to all restrictive effects for 30 minutes. What a powerful enhancement effect. Shen Yi could not help but exclaim, truly worthy of a divine item. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to contemplate how to utilize this crystal to bolster the strength of his domain. Then, with a thought, he summoned 3 treasure chests. These chests were additional rewards from the Eternal Gold list. Upon clearing the 11th level, his rank had risen to 65. After successfully traversing the 12th level, he ascended to 43. Now, having successfully conquered the 13th level, his rank had skyrocketed to 25. Each elevation in rank felt akin to scaling a towering peak, bringing him one step closer to that supreme glory. Without hesitation, Shen Yi decisively opened the 3 treasure chests rewarded by the Eternal Gold list. Instantly, 3 dazzling beams of light burst forth from the chests, illuminating the confined space he occupied. As the radiance dissipated, 3 pieces of upper-tier, true deity-level equipment materialized before him. Each piece radiated a unique aura, a fusion of power and mystery. Their materials seemed to originate from another dimension, intricately engraved with complex and exquisite runes, each containing formidable potency. Shen Yi cast a glance at them before bestowing the 3 pieces of equipment upon the Night Elf Queen for enchantment. The enchanting process was enigmatic and solemn, as beams of light swirled around the Night Elf Queens in his territory, as if performing a sacred rite of purification. Once the enchantment was complete, the attributes of the Night Elf Queens soared beyond 1 billion. Their gazes reflected newfound confidence, their combat prowess surging. The entire team's aura underwent a revolutionary transformation, as if they had evolved from a cadre of elite warriors into an invincible royal legion. Without a moment's delay, Shen Yi understood that in the Eternal Divine Tower, time was the most precious of resources. He pressed on, his steps resolute and powerful, each footfall resonating crisply against the stone slabs of this mysterious tower. Soon, he arrived at the 14th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Upon entering this new domain, an overwhelming heat assailed him, reminiscent of the breath of an ancient behemoth. Shen Yi instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing a slight sting on his skin from the oppressive warmth. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering the entire space cloaked in a faint red glow, as if he were enveloped in a sea of burning blood. The ground below flowed like a river of lava, with enormous bubbles occasionally bursting forth, erupting with a resounding crack and scattering countless sparks. Shortly thereafter, the guardians of this level emerged. Holy Sun Phoenix. Rank, lower-tier deity. Physique, 110 billion. Spirit, 109 billion. Skills. The guardian of this level, known as the Holy Sun Phoenix, resembled a burning star suspended in this searing realm. Its immense form spread its wings as if to obscure the very sun. It radiated a terrifying wave of fire energy, each beat of its wings unleashing a ferocious firestorm that warped the air around it. Its feathers shimmered like blazing rubies, each imbued with destructive power. Its eyes glowed like 2 burning suns, exuding an aura of unyielding majesty and arrogance, as though surveying all of creation from above. 1,000 lower-tier deity-level guardians stood vigil in this realm, arrayed in perfect formation, creating an unassailable line of defense. Each Holy Sun Phoenix emanated a powerful presence, intensifying the oppressive and fearsome atmosphere of this space. Chapter 112. Divine Equipment. Fortunately, the Necromancer Slayer had been unlocked. Otherwise, The Night Elf Queen alone would have been incapable of overcoming this challenge, Shen Yi reflected. He understood this battle would be far from simple. Yet his gaze bore no trace of fear. Rather, it brimmed with determination, for he had faith in the Necromancer Slayers. Then, 1,000 Necromancer Slayers soared into the air, their figures appearing particularly spectral in this crimson expanse. They radiated a grayish-white aura, starkly contrasting with the fiery red of the Holy Sun Phoenixes. Thus commenced a battle of divine proportions. The Necromancer Slayers launched the first assault, unleashing bolts of black death energy from their hands, akin to a hail of arrows, aimed directly at the Holy Sun Phoenixes. Unyielding, the Holy Sun Phoenixes responded by unleashing torrents of blazing fire from their massive maws, clashing violently with the death rays in midair. In an instant, lights scattered and explosions echoed, as both forces filled the space, threatening to fracture it at any moment. Shen Yi observed intently from the sidelines, his heart filled with both a yearning for victory and an apprehension of the unknown. He understood that upon triumphing in this battle, the rewards would likely include lower-tier deity-level items, with a strong possibility of divine-grade equipment. This anticipation filled him with excitement. As the battle intensified, the Necromancer Slayers, leveraging their formidable physique and terrifying spirit attributes, gradually gained the upper hand. Their necromantic powers surged, seemingly overwhelming the Holy Sun Phoenixes in the face of such formidable flames. Observing the unfolding situation, Shen Yi remained remarkably composed. The attributes of the Necromancer Slayers were approximately 3 times that of the Holy Sun Phoenixes, and their law powers were undoubtedly far superior. Thus, the outcome of this battle appeared almost assured in favor of the Necromancer Slayers. Suddenly, with a surge of inspiration, Shen Yi retrieved the crystal of the Law of Light he had just acquired. He swiftly drew forth the crystal and channeled its power into the Necromancer Slayers. Instantly, a faint milky white glow enveloped them, significantly amplifying their inner strength. Under the enhancement of the crystal of the Law of Light, the Necromancer Slayers' attacks grew more ferocious, and their speed intensified. They darted like phantoms among the Holy Sun Phoenixes, delivering lethal strikes with relentless precision. The Holy Sun Phoenixes appeared caught off guard by this sudden shift, their rhythm of attack becoming disordered. As the battle raged on, the number of Holy Sun Phoenixes dwindled. Although the Necromancer Slayers sustained some injuries, bolstered by the power of the crystal of the Law of Light, they maintained their formidable combat efficacy. Finally, after a fierce struggle, the last Holy Sun Phoenix fell to the ground. The Necromancer Slayers emerged unscathed, having successfully vanquished all lower-tier deity-level guardians. The vitality of true lower-tier deity units was astonishing. Despite the vast disparity in attributes, they had managed to endure for so long. Shen Yi marveled at this. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 14th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 49 minutes. You have received the rewards, 10 fragments of the essence of the Divine Realm. Equipment for a lower demigod level unit. The system's cold. Mechanical reward notification echoed in Shen Yi's ears, shattering the brief silence. Instantly, a glimmer of uncontainable joy sparkled in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. As anticipated, the reward for this level was indeed equipment for a lower demigod level unit. He mused internally, his gaze filled with expectation. Without further ado, Shen Yi eagerly retrieved the new equipment. In a flash of golden light, an exquisitely crafted golden crown materialized in his hands. This crown was the crown of the Holy Sun's Law, lower demigod level, its surface adorned with intricate and mysterious runes that seemed to narrate ancient tales, each line imbued with formidable power. The crown's edges were encrusted with gems radiating a soft glow, twinkling like stars in the night sky, casting a captivating brilliance. Crown of the Holy Sun's Law, lower demigod level. Type, unit equipment. Attributes, Constitution 50 billion, Spirit 50 billion. Effect, Vitality increase of 3,000. As a piece of lower demigod level equipment, its attribute enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. It could simultaneously augment both Constitution and Spirit by 50 billion each. A truly astounding figure. In a world where strength reigned supreme, every increment in attributes could signify a vast chasm in power. The staggering values this equipment provided were enough to drive anyone to madness. Furthermore, it could enhance vitality intensity by 30 times, rendering its worth incalculable. Shen Yi gazed at the equipment in his hands, his heart brimming with excitement. He understood that with this crown, the combat prowess of the undead god's layers would experience a tremendous surge. They had always been his trump card, boasting immense attack power and unique abilities. Now, the emergence of the crown of the Holy Sun's Law undoubtedly bestowed them with even mightier wings. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi promptly enchanted the crown for the undead god's layers. The enchanting process was steeped in an aura of mystery, golden light radiating from the crown, enveloping the undead god's layers within. Shen Yi watched intently, anticipation and anxiety dancing in his eyes. He knew that this was not merely a simple equipment enchantment. It was a transformation of strength. Before long, the enchantment was complete. In an instant, A wave of unparalleled vitality surged forth from the undead god's layers. Their previously somewhat dull forms were now enveloped in a layer of golden light, their eyes sharpened, and their aura intensified. From this moment onward, their attribute strength and vitality had received a monumental boost. Observing the revitalized undead god's layers, Shen Yi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He could almost envision them sweeping through future battles with unassailable might. The 14th level housed the guardians of the lower demigod level. Shen Yi pondered. If this was the case, the subsequent levels would likely feature mid-level demigods, or even high-level demigods. A slight furrow creased his brow, his expression turning serious. Each level of the Eternal Divine Tower brims with unknown challenges, and the guardian's strength escalates with each ascent. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would become considerably more arduous. I remember that the first place on the Eternal Gold list was achieved by surpassing the 19th level. Shen Yi continued to contemplate. The 10th place was attained by clearing the 16th level. The Eternal Gold list chronicles the rankings of all the formidable beings who have conquered the Eternal Divine Tower, and ascending this list is the aspiration of every lord. Thus, it appears that the top 15 lords on the Eternal Gold list all possess lower demigod level strength. Shen Yi realized that despite his accomplishments thus far, he still had a long journey ahead to become a true powerhouse. Subsequently, he focused his thoughts and retrieved the additional rewards from the Eternal Gold list. This time, having conquered 14 levels, his ranking on the Eternal Gold list soared to the 10th position. The previous 15th to 10th places were all achieved by clearing the 14th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. However, Shen Yi's completion time of 49 minutes was significantly swifter than the others. Hence, his ranking catapulted to the 10th position. This meant that from this moment on, Shen Yi had become one of the top 10 lords in the history of the Eternal Divine Tower. You have unlocked the Eternal Mysterious Treasure, Chest 1. You have obtained the following item: 1 lower demigod level hero equipment. Lower demigod level hero equipment. A look of joy spread across Shen Yi's face, reigniting the excitement within him. He eagerly retrieved the new equipment. Before him appeared a ring radiating a gentle green light, its surface set with a substantial gem that seemed to contain boundless life force. This piece of equipment was the Ring of the Essence of Life, lower demigod level. Ring of the Essence of Life, lower demigod level. Type: hero equipment. Restrictions: usable by any hero or lord unit. Effect 1: Constitution 60 billion, Spirit 60 billion. Effect 2: Vitality increase of 3,500. This equipment, named the Ring of the Essence of Life, could enhance Constitution and Spirit by 60 billion. Surpassing the attribute enhancement of the lower demigod level unit equipment he had just enchanted for the undead god's layers. Additionally, it provided a 35-fold increase in vitality, which was 5 times greater than the vitality boost afforded by the equipment for the undead god's layers. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinarily powerful piece of hero equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi enchanted the ring for himself. During the enchanting process, he felt an overwhelming force, as deep as an abyss, merging within him. This power seemed to be the very source of life, continuously nourishing his body and soul. His attributes surged under this influence, and his vitality soared. Boom! A terrifying aura enveloped Shen Yi, and a circle of green light manifested around him, teeming with the essence of myriad lives. In this moment, though his battle power had yet to reach the lower demigod level, he was tantalizingly close to the threshold of the power of the laws. Shen Yi felt the distance between himself and that formidable power of the laws diminishing, as if with one more step, he could touch that mysterious and potent force. Taking a deep breath, he savored the surging power within him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The Eternal Divine Tower held higher levels awaiting his challenge, and more prestigious positions on the Eternal Gold list awaited his ascent. His eyes sparkled with resolve and determination. He would forge ahead in this challenge-laden world with these formidable equipments and his ever-increasing strength. The road ahead may be fraught with thorns, but he remained undaunted, for he believed he could undoubtedly become the pinnacle of power in this realm. Within the enigmatic and unknown expanse of the Eternal Divine Tower, the 15th level appeared as a mysterious domain enveloped entirely in dark energy. Leading 1,000 undead gods layers, Shen Yi stepped into this space, thick with an oppressive aura of darkness. Their silhouettes flickered in the shadows, as if they were a mysterious force that had breached from another world. Upon entering the 15th layer of this enigmatic realm, an overwhelming aura of dark energy assailed them, suffocating in its oppressive intensity. The space was shrouded in a thick, inky mist, enveloping everything within its depths. The dark energy pulsated as if imbued with life, swirling through the air with a low, menacing growl, as if to challenge any intruders. The ground was etched with intricate black patterns that flickered with an ominous luminescence, intertwining to form a vast and mysterious symbol, seemingly concealing the secrets of this layer. Not long after Shen Yi and the necromancers entered this space, a deep, resounding roar erupted from all directions, shattering the silence. In an instant, 1,000 colossal draconic beasts surged forth, as if summoned from the abyss of darkness. Shen Yi's eyes glimmered with excitement as he surveyed the attributes of these monsters. Six-headed dark dragon. Rank, lesser deity. Physique, 29 billion. Spirit, 28 billion. Skills. The appearance of the six-headed dark dragons was grotesquely terrifying. Each beast loomed like a mountain, stretching several hundred meters in length. Their bodies cloaked in black scales that shimmered with a chilling light, akin to an impenetrable armor. Each scale was diamond-shaped, with razor-sharp edges capable of effortlessly tearing through any substance. The 6 heads of the dragon were raised high, each possessing distinct shapes and characteristics. The first head resembled a colossal mace, adorned with sharp, bony spikes and glinting red eyes that sparkled with a thirst for blood. The second head took the form of a massive python, elongated and agile, continuously flicking a black tongue that exuded a repulsive stench. The third head bore the visage of a great bull, its wide maw filled with jagged fangs, each the girth of an adult's arm. The fourth head resembled a gigantic bat, its ears erect, with the fur glimmering eerily in the dark when its mouth opened. It revealed a row of fine teeth capable of crushing an enemy's bones in an instant. The fifth head was that of a massive bird, its sharp beak akin to a deadly dagger, exuding an air of haughtiness and disdain, as if nothing in the world warranted its attention. The sixth head was an eerie skull, with hollow eye sockets ablaze with green flames, reminiscent of hellfire, emanating an unending chill. Chapter 113, Continuous Harvest. Moreover, on either side of the dragon's body, immense black wings sprouted, the feathers as hard as steel, each tip glimmering with a cold light. When they flapped their wings, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, stirring the dark energy into a tempestuous frenzy. The dragon's tail was thick and long, covered in spikes, with a massive hammer-like end. Its surface uneven, as though composed of countless sharp stones. A strike from it would undoubtedly shatter bones into fragments. Shen Yi regarded the 6-headed dark dragons before him with unwavering resolve, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. With a decisive wave of his hand, he issued the command to engage in battle. The 1,000 necromancers surged forth like specters, launching themselves at the 6-headed dark dragons, igniting a breathtaking confrontation. As the battle commenced, the atmosphere became saturated with dark energy and the grayish-white essence of the necromancers. The 6-headed dark dragons unleashed deafening roars, simultaneously unleashing torrents of black flames and beams of dark energy. The black flames raged like hellfire, distorting the very fabric of space. The dark energy beams struck like bolts of black lightning, carrying devastating force towards the necromancers. Unyielding, the necromancers chanted incantations, their grayish-white energy flowing forth in an unending stream. This necromantic energy coalesced into various forms. Some transformed into colossal skeletal warriors wielding sharp-boned swords, charging at the dragons. Others morphed into grayish-white phantoms, darting through the darkness to exploit the dragon's weaknesses, and yet others fashioned energy shields to withstand the dragon's onslaught. The collision of dark energy and necromantic essence reverberated through the space, emitting brilliant flashes of light and tremendous roars. Each impact echoed like the collision of celestial bodies, sending ripples of energy that threatened to tear the surrounding space asunder. The black patterns on the ground flickered more intensely in response to the energy's tumult, causing the entire realm to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse. In the midst of battle, one of the 6-headed dark dragons targeted a necromancer. It spread its massive wings and soared before the necromancer, lunging forward with one of its heads to bite down fiercely. The necromancer reacted swiftly, conjuring a grayish-white energy shield to protect himself. The dragon's teeth clashed against the shield, producing a jarring screech, and fissures appeared upon the shield's surface. Yet the necromancer did not falter. Seizing the moment of the dragon's attack, he waved his staff, sending forth a powerful beam of necromantic energy towards the dragon's eye. The dragon howled in agony as the beam struck, dark blood oozing from its wounded eye. Meanwhile, another 6-headed dark dragon engaged several necromancers in fierce combat. It lashed out with its massive tail, sweeping away the surrounding necromancers. However, they were undeterred. They quickly regained their footing and united their powers. With hands clasped, they recited an incantation, summoning a colossal grayish-white energy vortex before the dragon. The dragon attempted to evade, but the vortex's pull was insurmountable, ensnaring it within. Ultimately, the dragon was drawn into the vortex, its form contorting as it emitted anguished wails. As the battle unfolded, the necromancers gradually seized control of the rhythm of combat. Through their harmonious collaboration and formidable strength, they began to gain the upper hand. The grayish-white necromantic energy surged like an overwhelming tide against the defenses of the 6-headed dark dragons. Shen Yi also played a pivotal role in the conflict. Positioned at the rear of the battlefield, he observed the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor, occasionally issuing commands to guide the necromancer's actions. Concurrently, he summoned necromantic abilities to strike at the 6-headed dark dragons. A black staff appeared in his hand, adorned with mysterious runes. He wielded the staff, directing a beam of dark energy towards one of the dragons. Sensing imminent danger, the dragon quickly shielded itself with its wings. Yet, Shen Yi's spell was potent. The energy beam pierced through the dragon's wings, striking its body. The dragon let out a pained cry, staggering unsteadily, on the verge of collapse. Through the combined efforts of Shen Yi and the necromancers, the number of six-headed dark dragons gradually diminished. Their attacks grew increasingly feeble, and the once overbearing aura was thoroughly suppressed. Ultimately, when the last of the six-headed dark dragons was consumed by the necromantic energy, disintegrating into ash, the fierce battle drew to a close. In the 15th layer of the eternal divine tower, an atmosphere thick with the scent of blood and eerie magical fluctuations lingered. The colossal, grotesque forms of the six dragons lay strewn across the ground, their scales shattered and scattered, each fragment shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if recounting tales of their former might. The heads of the demonic dragons hung limply, their once fierce eyes now devoid of their former menace. Their colossal claws had lost their strength, etching deep furrows into the ground. As the last of the six-headed demonic dragons fell, a tremor seemed to ripple through the entire space, followed promptly by the crisp, mechanical tone of the system announcing the completion of the challenge. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 15th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 3 hours. You have received the reward, 10 shards of the Divine Kingdom's essence, 1 piece of lower demigod-grade equipment. The rewards for this level mirrored those of the previous one, consisting of 10 shards of the Divine Kingdom's essence and a piece of lower demigod-grade equipment. However, based on prior experiences, it was certain that this level S equipment would surpass the previous one in quality. Standing amidst the desolate battlefield, Shen Yi was filled with excitement and anticipation. His armor bore several signs of battle, with visible scratches that marked his confrontation with the demonic dragons. The once radiant gleam of his armor now appeared somewhat dulled, stained with the blood of the dragons, emanating a pungent metallic odor. He tightly gripped a longsword, its blade showing signs of wear with several nicks and the runes upon it becoming somewhat obscured. Nevertheless, this sword had played a crucial role in the recent conflict. With a thought, Shen Yi summoned the newly acquired equipment from his spatial storage. Before him lay a splendid staff, approximately a meter long, entirely black, reminiscent of the profound night sky. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, subtly reflecting the eager visage of Shen Yi, adorned with several purple gemstones. These jewels emitted a mysterious and captivating glow, akin to stars shimmering in the night, each flicker seemingly harboring boundless power. Around the gems, ancient and enigmatic runes were intricately carved, winding and twisting, as if narrating a long-forgotten history. The runes, illuminated by the brilliance of the gemstones, exuded an aura that was both archaic and formidable. Staff of the Dark Law, lower demigod grade. Type, equipment for units. Attributes, Constitution 100 billion, Spirit 100 billion. Effect, increases law damage dealt by 200. The staff, named the Staff of the Dark Law, boasted astonishing attributes. It could remarkably enhance both Constitution and Spirit by 100 billion. This meant that once enchanted, the units wielding it would possess attributes on par with demigods. Furthermore, the equipment would augment law damage by 200. As for the concept of law damage, which pertained to the intensity of law power, Shen Yi was not entirely versed in it, as he had yet to master such powers. However, given that it was a lower demigod-grade piece of equipment, its effectiveness was undoubtedly promising. An expression of excitement and eagerness flickered in Shen Yi's eyes as he hastily enchanted the equipment for the necromancer slayers. In an instant, a tremendous aura surged around them, as if a black vortex of energy enveloped their forms, with dark mists swirling and roiling. Their presence escalated dramatically. Their already fearsome visages now appeared even more terrifying, and their black robes rustled ominously under the powerful energy fluctuations. Upon completing the enchantment, a glimmer of light sparked in Shen Yi's eyes as he examined the updated attributes of the Necromancer Slayers. Necromancer Slayer. Rank, Upper True God. Constitution, 507, 7 billion. Spirit, 578 billion. Skills, Light of Destruction, Reign of Annihilation, Death's Entanglement. The current Necromancer Slayers boasted a constitution of 507, 7 billion and a spirit of 578 billion. This was the result of enchanting 2 pieces of upper true god-grade equipment along with 2 pieces of lower demigod-grade equipment. Beyond the substantial enhancement of their attributes, their damage-dealing capabilities and vitality had also seen significant improvement. Each of their movements seemed to embody the power of annihilation, as though they could effortlessly rend the fabric of space. Such formidable Necromancer Slayers led Shen Yi to surmise that their combat prowess had reached the middle demigod tier. Even if it had not, it was certainly close. Gazing upon these powerful beings, a wave of confidence surged within him. His eyes were drawn to the higher reaches of the Eternal Divine Tower, where the entrance to the 16th level radiated with a mysterious glow. To ascend to the 16th level, if I can conquer it, I shall become the 7th-ranked lord on the Eternal Gold list. Shen Yi murmured to himself. Before entering the 16th level, he first retrieved the reward from completing the 15th level on the Eternal Gold list. His rank had now risen to 8th. Another treasure chest appeared, emanating a golden light, intricately carved with various mysterious patterns, resembling ancient symbols that recorded the secrets of the eternal divine tower. The edges of the chest were inlaid with a circle of dazzling gemstones, each radiating unique light, intertwining to form a mesmerizing and enigmatic halo. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Shen Yi opened the chest. You have opened the eternal mystical chest 1. You have acquired the following items. 1 piece of lower demigod-grade hero equipment. As the chest opened, a dazzling light erupted, illuminating the entire space. With a mere thought, Shen Yi retrieved the equipment. It was a weapon, a colossal broadsword engulfed in swirling golden flames. The blade spanned 2 meters, the flames dancing upon it, as if alive. These flames radiated intense heat, warping the surrounding air. The hilt was adorned with exquisite patterns, which appeared even more mysterious and solemn when reflected in the flames. The blade also bore ancient runes, glowing with a golden luminescence, harmonizing with the flames to exude a powerful and sacred aura. Divine Sword of the Holy Flame Law, lower demigod grade. Type, hero equipment. Restriction, usable by any hero or lord unit. Effect 1, Constitution 110 billion, Spirit 110 billion. Effect 2, increases law damage dealt by 260. Shen Yi gripped the divine sword of the Holy Flame Law tightly, feeling its immense power surge within his grasp. There was no time for hesitation. In the next moment, he enchanted the equipment for himself. In this mysterious and vast space of the eternal divine tower, the laws of time and space seemed to have lost their original order, all enveloped by an ineffable, mysterious force. Standing there, Shen Yi was surrounded by a rich golden light that enveloped him like a liquid substance, flowing gently over his skin. Every ray shimmered with boundless energy, as if whispering the secrets of the universe's inception. An overwhelmingly powerful wave of energy began to rise within him, akin to an ancient beast awakening from a millennia-long slumber. Radiating a cataclysmic aura, the energy surged through his veins, each pulse causing his body to tremble slightly, yet filled with an infinite sense of strength. His bones, muscles, and blood underwent a transformative metamorphosis under the nurturing of this energy. A staggering enhancement of 110 billion in both physical and mental attributes has dramatically amplified his combat prowess. This is not merely a numerical increase, it constitutes a qualitative leap. He can sense every cell in his being exulting, greedily absorbing this formidable energy. His cognition has become remarkably sharper, and his awareness of the surrounding environment has reached unprecedented heights. Even the slightest movement of particles in the air is crystal clear to him. Before long, a thought crossed Shen Yi's mind, and in the next instant, he beheld his attribute information. Chapter 114, The Battle of Civilizations. Shen Yi, Lord level, 9 stars. Profession, Necromancer. Physical, 17 billion. Mental, 17 billion. Due to the enchantment of 2 pieces of lower demigod level equipment, his attribute strength surged to approximately 17 billion. These 2 pieces of equipment are immensely powerful. Upon completion of the enchantment, they became adorned with profound runes. These runes seemed to possess a life of their own, shimmering and flowing across the surface of the equipment, sometimes coalescing into enigmatic patterns and at other times dispersing into fragmented glimmers. Each rune encapsulates the will of a lower demigod, representing a force that transcends ordinary deities, resonating with Shen Yi's body and continuously augmenting his attributes. It is precisely because of this formidable attribute support that he has directly grasped the power of law. The power of law embodies the fundamental order of the universe, a mysterious force governing the operation of all things. With a subtle extension of his right hand, palm facing upward, the surrounding space seems to be stirred by an invisible hand, beginning to twist and distort. In the next moment, a mysterious gray-white rune materializes. As soon as this rune appears, the air around it becomes chillingly cold, as if time itself has frozen. The rune is inscribed with intricate lines and symbols, interwoven to create a unique rhythm, as if chanting the ancient ballad of the cosmos. Upon closer inspection, this rune bears resemblance to the law runes previously exhibited by the necromantic slayers, yet with subtle differences. Its edges shimmer with a faint silver glow, resembling lively spirits dancing around the rune. At the center lies a profound black hole, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Though it shares the essence of the necromantic law, it possesses a distinct quality. Shen Yi muses thoughtfully. He perceives that this power of law harbors a deeper, more potent force, one that transcends ordinary necromantic principles and appears intricately linked to the origins of the universe. Having mastered this power, Shen Yi's damage potential has undergone a qualitative transformation. With a mere flick of his finger, an energy wave imbued with the power of law instantly shoots forth, tearing the space around it asunder, leaving behind black fissures. While everything in its path is mercilessly obliterated, he can clearly sense that his current strength surpasses that of typical deities, reaching an entirely new echelon. After a moment of introspection to fully comprehend the newfound power, Shen Yi prepares to venture deeper into the realm of the eternal divine tower. He gazes upward at the mysterious passage leading to higher levels, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, just as he is about to take a step forward. On the other side, within the Blue Star Lord civilization, a great war among Lord civilizations is on the verge of unfolding. A vast army of deities surges forth, their forms obscuring the sky like a dark cloud. These deities emanate a formidable aura, each possessing cataclysmic power. Their eyes gleam with avarice and desire, intent on completely subjugating the Blue Star Lord civilization. Their weapons glint ominously, each imbued with potent magical energy, capable of unleashing calamity with a mere flick. Far away in the realm of the eternal divine tower, Shen Yi abruptly receives a message from the system. Attention! The civilization of your territory is under attack by other Lord civilizations. Shen Yi, poised to ascend to the 16th level of the eternal divine tower, momentarily hesitates, surprise and confusion flickering in his eyes. An attack from other Lord civilizations? He is filled with bewilderment, recalling that such an occurrence did not manifest in his previous life. He reflects deeply. In his last existence, he distinctly remembers that until the commencement of the myriad races battlefield, Blue Star had not faced any so-called invasions from other civilizations. This suggests a shift in the causal line. The most significant variable, unsurprisingly, is himself. I should return for a moment. After all, my territory is there. In the next instant, a thought from Shen Yi conjures a series of mysterious runes around his body. These runes whirl around him rapidly, forming a powerful energy vortex. At the vortex's center, Shen Yi, accompanied by the figures of the necromantic slayers, gradually vanishes, exiting the realm of the eternal divine tower. Above the god-forsaken continent of the Blue Star Lord civilization, the previously tranquil sky is suddenly rent apart by an invisible hand, revealing a colossal spatial passage. Within this passage, lights flicker and mysterious runes intermittently appear, as if connecting to another unfathomable world. Immediately thereafter, a chilling aura surges forth. As a million-strong army of deities descends like a tidal wave, each member of this million-strong army radiates a powerful presence, their forms towering and imposing. Encircled by an enigmatic glow, some deities wield weapons that shimmer with extraordinary light, the sharp blades seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. Others unfurl enormous wings, their feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen, capable of warping the surrounding space with a gentle flap. Their ranks are orderly and precise, resembling a finely tuned war machine, with every detail exuding formidable strength and disciplined prowess. In this moment, all the lords of the god-forsaken continent are rendered speechless by this sudden spectacle. Their faces etched with disbelief and terror. They stare wide-eyed at the deity army that blots out the sun, as if witnessing the onset of the apocalypse. Soon after, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoes in the ears of all lords. Attention! The war among Lord civilizations is about to commence. The invaders are the reincarnation Lord civilization. All lords are advised to prepare themselves. What on earth is a civilization war? A young lord cannot help but exclaim, his voice laced with shock and bewilderment. There truly are extraterrestrials in this world. Another lord murmurs to himself, his gaze filled with fear and confusion. How terrifying is this aura? Are they all tier 9 units? A seasoned lord furrows his brow, attempting to gauge the enemy's strength from this overwhelming aura. Absolutely not. My troops are top tier 9, yet compared to the aura of this army, they seem no more than ants. A lord with elite troops shakes his head in bitter resignation, filled with despair. Could they be divine tier troops? Then it's over. Panic-stricken, someone screams, their voice brimming with hopelessness. This is utterly unmanageable. Perhaps we should surrender. The lords' voices echo in the chat channel, a cacophony of rising panic. All the lords are engulfed in profound shock and fear, feeling insignificantly small and powerless before this formidable invasion. The million-strong army that has suddenly descended appears like demons from hell, or perhaps like supreme overlords, exuding unparalleled waves of formidable energy. At this moment, the entire godforsaken continent seemed to tremble, as if it were yielding to this immense power. Meanwhile, within the domain of Shen Yi, located in the violet grasslands, he had just returned to the heart of his territory with the necromancer godslayers. Immediately, he received a notification from the system. After glancing at the prompt, Shen Yi furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to himself, the reincarnation Lord civilization, that sounds rather familiar. Suddenly, it dawned upon him, wait. Isn't this the civilization of those 9-star lords I encountered in the Starlight Realm? How coincidental. Shen Yi shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He was never one to retreat easily in the face of adversity. Raising his gaze, he sensed the overwhelming aura permeating the sky. In the next moment, he summoned 100,000 night elf queens. These queens, graceful and ethereal, possessed skin as pale as snow, their eyes shimmering with a mysterious purple glow, and behind them, a pair of translucent, softly glowing wings. Each night elf queen exuded a powerful yet restrained presence. They stood silently, embodying boundless strength. Shen Yi then commanded them to set forth and eliminate the invading forces. With the combat prowess of the night elf queens, they were virtually unmatched against any entities below the lower demigod level. If necessary, he would also deploy the necromancer godslayers. High above, 10 god-tier lords of the reincarnation civilization hovered in the air. They radiated an aura as profound as the abyss, distorting the surrounding space under the pressure of their presence. Their gazes were frigid and haughty as they looked down upon the godforsaken continent, as if everything were under their dominion. In the next instant, with a single command, 1,000,000 divine troops surged forth, advancing towards the godforsaken continent. As the divine army flew, they left behind trails of resplendent light, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they neared the skies above the godforsaken continent. At this moment, the Blue Star Lords on the continent turned pale, engulfed in profound despair. They gazed at the enemies that blotted out the sun above, their hearts filled with dread and helplessness. Just then, the distant sky suddenly dimmed. In the next heartbeat, a force of 10,000 troops materialized. These troops exuded a subdued aura, appearing unremarkable. This sight not only left the Blue Star Lords dumbfounded, but also stunned the lords of the reincarnation civilization. Such audacity! It seemed this lord civilization still had a courageous lord among them. A burly lord from the reincarnation civilization's eyes lit up, and he promptly commanded, "Send word to Locke onto the leader of this troop, spare his life, and grant him the privilege to join our reincarnation lord civilization." However, the next moment, the 10,000 troops moved. Boom! A grayish-white energy erupted suddenly, sweeping across a radius of 1,000 kilometers. In an instant, a terrifying wave of necromantic energy enveloped the area. This energy surged like a relentless black tide, tearing the fabric of space, leaving behind gaping black fissures. Whoosh! Massive energy orbs shot forth, bombarding the ranks of the reincarnation civilization's million-strong army like a meteor shower. Each orb carried a scent of destruction, with enough power within to raze a city to the ground. Boom! The sound of violent explosions echoed instantly, shaking both heaven and earth. The horrifying necromantic energy relentlessly harvested the lives of the reincarnation civilization's troops. Under this formidable assault, the divine army of the reincarnation civilization fell into chaos. They screamed in terror, desperately attempting to evade the horrific attack, but all was in vain. What kind of troop is this? Such terrifying damage. This is bad. Quickly scatter. This power exceeds that of the upper, true gods. The lords of the reincarnation civilization were equally taken aback by this sudden onslaught. They shouted loudly, trying to organize an effective defense, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the previously omnipotent million-strong army, which had looked down upon the godforsaken continent like a legion of gods and demons, was completely annihilated. Those powerful deities turned to ash under the assault of the night elf queens, dissipating into the ether. The faces of the Blue Star Lords on the godforsaken continent, once filled with despair, now brimmed with shock and joy. They could hardly believe that these seemingly invincible invaders had been so easily vanquished. On that vast expanse of the godforsaken continent, abandoned by the gods, all the lords from Blue Star stood frozen in awe at the scene before them. For a moment, it was as if the entire world had been muted, all was silent, and everyone was engulfed in profound astonishment, mouths agape, yet unable to produce a sound. After what felt like an eternity, as if breaking free from some invisible constraint, a chorus of gasps and cheers erupted. The sounds surged like a roaring tide, wave after wave, and the Blue Star Lords plunged into a frenzy of excitement. Their faces radiated exhilaration and fervor, embracing one another and shouting, as if at that moment, they were witnessing a monumental event destined to be etched in history. Simultaneously, in that mysterious and vast violet grassland, Shen Yi stood within his domain. Too weak. I was planning to deploy the Death God's layers. Shen Yi shook his head slightly, his words tinged with a hint of disappointment. The strength of this reincarnation civilization was rather underwhelming. After dispatching those overreaching invaders, a series of notifications from the system resounded like a relentless drumbeat. Various rewards flashed continuously, and all the lords of the Blue Star civilization were set to receive generous accolades. These rewards were akin to divine blessings for the other Blue Star lords, enough to keep them awake with excitement throughout the night. However, in Shen Yi's eyes, these rewards were merely trivial trifles, of no interest to him. He methodically instructed his heroes to ensure the safety of their territory, leaving no room for complacency. Subsequently, he turned and returned to the enigmatic space of the Eternal God Tower, accompanied by the mysterious and formidable Necromancer God's layers. Subsequently, accompanied by the enigmatic and formidable Death-imbued God's layers, turned and re-entered the ethereal realm of the Eternal God Tower. Chapter 115. Upon reaching the 16th layer of the Eternal God Tower, Shen Yi and the Death God's layers stepped forth with measured grace. This peculiar space was engulfed in swirling yellow sands, with fierce winds howling as they swept through, as if the very air was steeped in a heavy aura of ancient history and oppressive energy. Each grain of sand seemed to serve as a vessel of age-old memories, whispering tales of time's passage amidst the tempest. Before long, the guardians of this layer emerged. 1,000 colossal beings, hued in earthy tones, rose slowly as if awakening from an ancient slumber. Towering over 1,000 meters, their immense forms resembled primordial pillars that upheld the heavens, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld them. Their skin, a deep ochre, was adorned with mysterious patterns, reminiscent of the marks left by time, or perhaps ancient runes, radiating waves of arcane power. A flicker of light ignited in Shen Yi's eyes as he swiftly assessed the attributes of these giants. Earth God Ridge Demons. Rank, mid-tier deity. Physique, 52 billion. Mentality, 50 billion. Abilities, Earth Guardian, capable of conjuring an impenetrable earth shield around themselves, resisting all forms of assault for a duration of 30 minutes. Earth Dragon Roar, unleashing a massive earth dragon from their mouth, delivering devastating strikes to foes within a linear range. Earth Prison, capable of ensnaring adversaries within a prison constructed of earth laws, rendering them immobile. These titans, known as Earth God Ridge Demons, were entities of mid-tier deity caliber. Their attribute strength was terrifyingly formidable, with both physique and mentality reaching 50 billion. Such immense power caused Shen Yi's expression to shift to one of grave concern. He marveled internally, astonished that upon entering the 16th layer, the guardians of the Eternal God Tower were already so potent, revealing the presence of mid-tier deity units. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the 1,000 Earth God Ridge Demons, reverberating like rolling thunder, shaking the very fabric of the space. As their roar resonated, they simultaneously summoned the runes of the laws. In an instant, the power of earth laws surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the surrounding expanse of 10,000 miles. The entire realm transformed into a world of earth, the ground heaving and rising to form immense earth spikes, while colossal clumps of earth rained down from the sky, as if seeking to bury all beneath their weight. Without hesitation, Shen Yi swiftly retrieved several vials of potions radiating mysterious luminescence from his spatial ring. These potions were rewards he had previously acquired from the Eternal God Tower, each bottle containing formidable power. Without a moment's pause, he consumed them one after another, and simultaneously, he produced the Crystal of the Light Law and utilized it directly. Crystal of the Light Law. Rank, low-tier deity. Effect 1. All units within the territory gain low-tier deity level light power, enhancing 500 vitality and 500 damage dealt, as well as granting immunity to all restraining effects, lasting for 30 minutes. As the divine grade potions and the Crystal of the Light Law took effect, an astonishing energy erupted from Shen Yi and the Death God's layers. This energy, akin to resplendent stars, illuminated the dim expanse. In that moment, their aura ascended, visibly amplifying their power. Onward, Shen Yi commanded. As a staff emanating a ghostly glow materialized in his hand, its apex adorned with a gem pulsating with necromantic energy. The Death God's layers immediately commenced their counterattack. Their figures flitted through the ranks of the Earth God Ridge Demons like wraiths, each movement stirring a gust of grayish-white necromantic law power, including Shen Yi himself. A dense array of necromantic law runes suddenly materialized, shimmering with an eerie glow, reminiscent of symbols from the abyss. In the next heartbeat, the grayish-white necromantic law power surged forth like a tumultuous tide, sweeping in all directions. Within a space of 10,000 kilometers, the grayish-white necromantic law power collided violently with the ochre earth law power. The clash of these two potent forces generated a deafening cacophony, as the space appeared to be rent asunder, revealing black fissures that oozed forth chaotic energy streams, seemingly intent on devouring all. Simultaneously, the Death God's layers soared into the air. Their weapons gleamed with a chilling light as they engaged the towering Earth God Ridge Demons in fierce combat. One Death God Slayer, with a flash of movement, found himself before an Earth God Ridge Demon. His sword lunged forward, entwined with a dense aura of necromantic power. The Earth God Ridge Demon, perceiving the threat, raised its massive arm in defense. With a thunderous clash, the sword struck the demon's arm, sending sparks flying. Yet, the demon's arm merely bore a shallow scar, revealing its formidable defenses. The Earth God Ridge Demon emitted a furious roar, swinging its colossal fist toward the Death God Slayer. The punch, imbued with mighty earth law power, descended like a mountain. The Death God Slayer evaded the attack with ease, performing a somersault in midair and thrusting his sword once more, this time targeting the demon's eye. The Earth God Ridge Demon hastily shielded its eye with its other hand, simultaneously unleashing a massive earth dragon. The earth dragon, agape and claws poised, lunged at the Death God Slayer, distorting the space in its wake. Unfazed, the Death God Slayer swept his sword, unleashing a wave of grayish-white sword energy. The sword energy collided with the earth dragon, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The earth dragon was cleaved in twain, dissipating into the air, while the Death God Slayer seized the opportunity to press the assault on the Earth God Ridge Demon. Meanwhile, Shen Yi also joined the fray. He wielded his staff, unleashing torrents of necromantic law power toward the Earth God Ridge Demons. The demons summoned their Earth Guardian skill, forming impenetrable earth shields around themselves. The necromantic law power struck the shields, creating ripples, yet failed to breach them. Observing this, a glint of cold determination crossed Shen Yi's eyes. Chanting incantations, he moved his staff with haste. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Necromantic prison." In an instant, a massive, grayish-white prison manifested beneath the feet of one Earth God Ridge demon. Ensnaring it within, the demon struggled desperately within the confines of the prison, attempting to break free, yet to no avail. The other Earth God Ridge demons, witnessing this, charged toward Shen Yi. Some unleashed Earth dragons, while others summoned Earth spikes, an array of attacks flooding forth. Shen Yi deftly maneuvered amidst the onslaught, his staff a blur as he unleashed a plethora of powerful skills, engaging the Earth God Ridge demons in fierce confrontation. In this intense battle, both sides exchanged blows with unwavering resolve. The Death God Slayers, leveraging their agile forms and potent necromantic law power, relentlessly assaulted the Earth God Ridge demons. Conversely, the Earth God Ridge demons, fortified by their immense physique, resilience, and diverse Earth skills, valiantly resisted. The entire space was engulfed in the radiance and energy of battle, resembling a hellish arena. Time slipped by, and both factions plunged deeper into a state of fervent combat. With the enhancements from various potions and law crystals, the Death Godslayer's combat prowess surged, allowing them to hold their ground even against mid-tier deity-level adversaries. The conflict raged on, as battles between units of such closely matched power typically extended over an extended duration. Like the records inscribed upon the Eternal Golden List, the completion times of most lords spanned several days. Instances like Shen Yi's triumph, achieved in mere hours or even minutes, are exceedingly rare anomalies. In the peculiar expanse of the 16th layer of the Eternal Tower, where yellow sands swirl in the air, an intensely fierce battle of divine proportions unfolds. The aftermath of the combat surges like relentless tides, crashing against everything in its vicinity. The clash of the grayish-white power of necromancy with the earthy hues of the soil laws creates violent collisions, each akin to the cataclysmic impact of colliding stars, erupting with deafening roars. That sound permeates every corner of the space, causing souls to tremble in response. The energy ripples produced by the collision of these forces spread outward like colossal stones cast into a lake, distorting the very fabric of reality. As if an invisible hand were mercilessly kneading the space into grotesque shapes. The entire realm quakes under the influence of this immense power. Resembling a colossal titan on the brink of collapse, emitting anguished groans, teetering on the precipice of utter disintegration into an endless abyss of darkness. The air is thick with a palpable energy, making each breath a laborious endeavor, with every inhalation searing and stinging the lungs. The necromantic slayers, akin to infernal demons from the depths of hell, exhibit unparalleled valor. They are enveloped in a dense shroud of grayish-white necromantic energy, a substance that flows and churns like a viscous liquid, exuding an aura of chilling death. Each necromantic slayer's eyes glimmer with an eerie luminescence, and their weapons, ensconced in necromantic energy, become sharper and imbued with formidable power. Their forms flit through the ranks of the divine ridge demons like phantoms, their speed so blinding that it strains the naked eye to perceive, leaving behind distorted afterimages with every movement. When they unleash their attacks, the necromantic energy within them explodes forth, surging like a mighty tsunami toward the divine ridge demons. This energy harbors boundless deathly power, siphoning the life force of the divine ridge demons as if drawn by an invisible hand, gradually dissipating their vitality. A necromantic slayer leaps high, wielding a long sword that cleaves downward with ferocious might, releasing a sword aura imbued with potent necromantic energy that swiftly severs the arm of a divine ridge demon. The severed limb, succumbing to the necromantic energy's corrosion, rapidly disintegrates into a heap of bones scattered upon the ground. The imposing divine ridge demons, not to be outdone, let forth their thunderous roars that reverberate throughout the expanse, each bellow resonating like rolling thunder, causing the ground to tremble. Their soul law energy erupts with depth and power, assembling around them in various formidable forms, some manifesting as colossal earth spikes that erupt from the ground, others forming impenetrable shields to safeguard their bodies, and still others transforming into roaring earth dragons that pounce upon the necromantic slayers with ferocity. One divine ridge demon plunges its hands into the earth, and in an instant, a multitude of sharp earth spikes surge forth, akin to a barrage of blades aimed at the surrounding necromantic slayers. The spikes strike with incredible speed, tearing through space and producing hissing sounds. The necromantic slayers evade the onslaught of the earth spikes with deft agility. Yet, the divine ridge demon presses on, muttering incantations. And soon a massive earth dragon erupts from its mouth, hurtling toward a necromantic slayer. The earth dragon radiates a rich soil law energy, embodying the essence of a mobile earthen mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, it is evident that despite the divine ridge demons being mid-tier divine units, they struggle against the relentless onslaught of the necromantic slayers. The necromantic slayers, leveraging their agility, synchronized teamwork, and potent necromantic energy, gradually gain the upper hand. The scales of battle subtly tilt, favoring the necromantic slayers as time progresses, with the number of divine ridge demons steadily dwindling and their resistance weakening. Conversely, the necromantic slayers grow ever more tenacious, their attacks intensifying with every strike, each imbued with lethal resolve. Chapter 116, A New Breed of Soldiers. Ultimately, after a full day of fierce combat, only one divine ridge demon remains on the battlefield. It is battered and bruised, its body riddled with wounds, blood ceaselessly flowing from its injuries and quickly being buried beneath the yellow sands. Its gaze is filled with defiance and fury, yet it continues to resist with unwavering strength. However, confronted by the onslaught of the necromantic slayers, its resistance appears futile. A necromantic slayer seizes the moment, driving its longsword, infused with potent necromantic energy, deep into the demon's chest. The divine ridge demon lets out a final, anguished cry, imbued with suffering and resignation. Its massive form sways unsteadily before gradually collapsing, stirring up a cloud of dust. With the last divine ridge demon crashing to the ground, its life force extinguished like a candle in the wind, the fierce battle of divine proportions comes to an end. The necromantic slayers emerge victorious. As the final divine ridge demon falls, its vitality snuffed out. The once tumultuous space filled with the echoes of battle falls eerily silent, save for Shen Yi's slightly hurried breaths reverberating in the stillness. At that moment, a cold and mechanical notification from the system reverberates in Shen Yi's mind like a clap of thunder. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 16th layer of the Eternal Tower. Time taken, 24 hours. You have received the rewards, 30 fragments of the Divine Kingdom's essence, 1 random lower-tier Divine Soldier card. The series of notifications sparkles like brilliant stars, illuminating the depths of Shen Yi's consciousness with a dazzling glow. Shen Yi momentarily lapses into astonishment, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. A lower-tier Divine Soldier card? He murmurs, his voice tinged with incredulity. He never expected to acquire a soldier card so swiftly. Moreover, it is a lower-tier Divine Soldier card, with upper-tier Divine Soldier cards in his possession, enhanced 100-fold, capable of evolving into divine units. What astonishing power might this genuine lower-tier Divine Soldier unleash once under his command? A fervent flame ignites within Shen Yi's heart, a yearning and reverence for immense power. Without a trace of hesitation or delay, in that fleeting moment of exhilaration, his thoughts coalesce like lightning, and he promptly utilizes the lower-tier Divine Soldier card laden with infinite potential. In an instant, the system's notification chimes again, akin to a celestial melody. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the lower-tier Divine Soldier, Necromantic Six-Winged Holy Dragon. Six-Winged Holy Dragon? A dragon-type soldier? Shen Yi whispers, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Dragons, without a doubt, stand as formidable entities within the realm of the divine. They possess unparalleled physical prowess, terrifying strength, and enigmatic innate abilities. The prospect of soon commanding a dragon-type lower-tier Divine Soldier quickens Shen Yi's heartbeat. It seems that this six-winged holy dragon will undoubtedly be a premier lower-tier divine entity. He clenches his fists in exhilaration, envisioning the powerful forces under his command galloping through the realms of lords. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi decisively leads the necromantic slayers back to the Forsaken Continent. Throughout the journey, he is filled with uncontainable excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation. Upon returning to the Forsaken Continent, Shen Yi soared like a meteor streaking across the heavens, racing towards the heart of his dominion. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, to swiftly summon the new unit and behold the majestic form of the six-winged holy dragon with his own eyes. As he arrived at the center of his territory, ready to commence the summoning of the six-winged holy dragon, the information that materialized from the system caused him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. The summoning of a six-winged holy dragon required a staggering 30 million divine sources. Shen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock. The cost of this summoning was indeed exorbitantly high. Divine sources, as one of the precious resources in the realm of lords, were notoriously difficult to acquire. 30 million divine sources was an astronomical figure. Nevertheless, his yearning for the six-winged holy dragon surged within him like a tempestuous tide, utterly uncontrollable. Despite the exorbitant summoning price, he understood that once summoned, the value of the six-winged holy dragon would far exceed this fearsome cost. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and resolutely decided to summon a six-winged holy dragon. In an instant, the world seemed to tremble violently. The once clear sky was suddenly enveloped in a rich golden radiance. That light cascaded down from the heavens like a solidified liquid, forming a colossal golden beam. This beam resembled a bridge connecting heaven and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring and powerful aura. Immediately thereafter, within that golden pillar, an enormous dragon-like creature began to materialize, its size so great it was almost suffocating. This colossal dragon hung in the air like a majestic mountain peak. It boasted 6 pairs of massive flesh wings, each pair resembling a mysterious universe, harboring endless secrets. The first pair of wings shimmered in a pale blue hue, reminiscent of the profound ocean or the icy expanse of glaciers. Intricate and enigmatic runes adorned the wings, glimmering with a faint blue light, as if whispering the tales of ancient mystical powers. As this pair of wings gently flapped, a chilling breeze enveloped the air, and frosty energy surged forth like a tidal wave, freezing the surrounding space and creating layers of ice crystals. The second pair of wings glowed a soft red, akin to blazing flames or the evening glow of a sunset. The runes danced upon the wings like spirited flames. With a mere flap, searing fire erupted, unleashing a torrent of heat that ignited the surrounding air, transforming it into an inferno that threatened to turn the entire world to ashes. The third pair of wings exhibited a delicate purple hue, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. The runes sparkled with a mystical white light, seemingly containing boundless magical energy. As they swayed lightly, a fierce gale howled forth, the winds echoing like wails of the damned, causing everything nearby to sway precariously. This tempestuous force, akin to invisible blades, could effortlessly rend space asunder, shredding any object that dared to obstruct its path. The fourth pair of wings was a pure and radiant lavender. The runes glimmered with a sacred light, as though illuminated by celestial brilliance. As the wings vibrated, streaks of lightning descended from above with a deafening roar. These bolts possessed tremendous destructive power, shaking the earth, shattering rocks, as if heralding the apocalypse. The fifth pair of wings was pitch black, deep and terrifying. The runes lurked within the shadows, emanating an aura that instilled dread. As these wings unfurled, darkness surged forth like a tide, consuming everything in its wake. Within this abyss, countless demons seemed to lurk, poised to drag any living being into an endless void. The sixth pair of wings was translucent, like an ethereal presence. The runes flickered in and out of visibility, as if merging with the fabric of space itself. As they danced gently, the very space around them appeared to warp under an unseen hand, creating bizarre fissures. This spatial power could shatter all rules, causing time and space to fall into disarray. Gazing upon the six-winged holy dragon radiating an aura of terror, Shen Yi was filled with awe. He trembled slightly as he extended his hand, as though yearning to touch this formidable being. Following this, he concentrated his thoughts and examined the attributes of the six-winged holy dragon. Undead six-winged holy dragon. Rank, lesser deity. Physique, 250 trillion. Mentality, 300 trillion. Skills, wing of fire, wing of frost, wing of tempest, wing of thunder, wing of darkness, wing of space. Upon seeing these attributes, Shen Yi could not help but inhale sharply. The six-winged holy dragon, as a unit of lesser deity rank, had undergone a 100-fold enhancement of its attributes, resulting in a terrifying power. Its physique had reached an astonishing 250 trillion. What an incredible figure. Meanwhile, its mental attribute soared to an unbelievable 300 trillion. Shen Yi recalled the mid-deity rank guardian he had encountered on the 16th floor of the Eternal God Tower, whose attributes barely reached 50 billion. In stark contrast, the attributes of the six-winged holy dragon were utterly terrifying, akin to an insurmountable mountain. How frightening these attributes are, Shen Yi murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with excitement and exhilaration. Though the summoning price was steep, it was undoubtedly worth the investment. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, Shen Yi did not allow the thrill of the moment to cloud his judgment. He understood that while a single six-winged holy dragon was immensely powerful, it was still insufficient in a world brimming with peril and challenges. He needed more six-winged holy dragons to assemble a formidable legion capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Thus, Shen Yi hastened towards the celestial altar. At the celestial altar, divine tier lords could trade various precious items. Upon his arrival, Shen Yi promptly began to list his items for sale. He placed all the equipment he had obtained from battles, including those invaluable divine tier artifacts, onto the market. Even some divine tier potions acquired from the Eternal God Tower were included in the listings. In his eyes, these items had transformed into invaluable resources for exchanging divine sources. Once the listings were complete, Shen Yi quietly awaited at the celestial altar. He stood there, his gaze betraying a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Hours passed, and the celestial altar gradually became bustling with activity. The items Shen Yi had listed shone like brilliant pearls, attracting the attention of numerous divine tier lords. Because the items he had put up for sale were exceedingly precious, they were quickly seized by the other divine tier lords. In an instant, trade notifications flooded in, with items being bought up at a rapid pace. Many lords who were unable to secure a purchase eagerly added Shen Yi as a friend, attempting to negotiate for a higher price. However, Shen Yi was currently too focused to pay attention to them. His sole aim was to accumulate sufficient divine sources as swiftly as possible to summon more six-winged holy dragons, especially since he found himself devoid of valuable possessions at that moment. After a thorough inventory check, a satisfied smile crept across Shen Yi's face. Over 30 billion divine sources. He murmured softly, quickly calculating in his mind. I can summon 100 six-winged holy dragons first. Shen Yi swiftly made his decision. fully aware that once these 106-winged holy dragons were summoned, they would become his most powerful trump card in the upcoming Eternal God Tower. He even had the opportunity to surge up to the 19th floor in one fell swoop. As long as he cleared the 19th floor, he would have a chance to ascend to the top of the Eternal Gold list. Shen Yi took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a swift motion, he began to expend his divine sources, watching as they rapidly dwindled away. In an instant, the once clear sky abruptly transformed, dark clouds gathering like ink, rolling in swiftly to obliterate the scorching sunlight. Almost immediately, resplendent golden beams of light, akin to divine judgment descending from the heavens, pierced through the atmosphere and struck the earth. Each beam harbored an exhilarating and formidable energy that caused the ground to tremble, fissures spiderwebbing outward in its wake. Under the embrace of these golden pillars, one after another, 6-winged holy dragons, exuding a potent aura of death, gradually materialized. These magnificent beasts were as colossal as before. Resembling moving mountains, their bodies adorned with a layer of pitch-black scales that shimmered with an eerie glow, each scale the size of a grinding wheel, seemingly impervious to all worldly assaults. When their 6 pairs of wings unfurled, they created an immense canopy, blocking out the sun, with feathers that sparkled with ethereal light, each imbued with immense magical power. Their eyes, like 2 burning blood moons, radiated boundless majesty and ferocity, surveying the world as if any who dared to challenge them would be instantaneously reduced to ashes. The summoning of a single 6-winged holy dragon demanded a staggering 30 million divine essence. This divine essence represented the most precious and rare energy crystallization within this lordly realm, containing the mysterious power from the dawn of the universe. Now, as Shen Yi sought to summon 106-winged holy dragons, he required a monumental 3 billion divine essence. Such a colossal expenditure was an astronomical figure, even for the mightiest of factions. Yet, Shen Yi hesitated not for a moment. His heart was resolute with a clear objective and unwavering conviction. Every sacrifice was worthwhile in the pursuit of greater strength. Time flowed slowly amidst the tense and oppressive atmosphere. Finally, after a period, the 106-winged holy dragons were successfully summoned. They stood aligned before Shen Yi, their immense presence intertwining to form a formidable aura that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Shen Yi gazed up at these imposing 6-winged dragons, an indescribable surge of emotion swelling within him. These 6-winged holy dragons were all supreme beings of staggering attributes, each possessing cataclysmic power. What terrifying combat prowess would 100 of them, gathered together, yield? His heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement, as if he could already visualize himself leading these powerful 6-winged dragons, commanding them through this fantastical lordly realm, invincible in their might. Chapter 117, Mid-Tier Supreme God Equipment. There remains one eternal treasure chest, yet to be opened. Shen Yi murmured to himself, his voice deep and magnetic, resonating across the vast plain. He then slowly extended his hand to retrieve a treasure chest from his spatial storage. This chest was uniquely shaped, its surface adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns that seemed alive, flickering with a faint glow and constantly shifting. The material of the chest appeared remarkably special, possessing a metallic texture while radiating a soft luminescence, as if crafted from the most precious materials of the cosmos. This was the chest awarded to Shen Yi as a new reward from the Eternal Golden List after conquering the 16th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Following his successful passage through the 16th level, his ranking on the Eternal Golden List soared like a rocket to the 6th position. This achievement drew the attention of countless powerful beings. In fact, within a mysterious lordly realm, innumerable divine lords had already become aware of Shen Yi's existence. The continuous fluctuations in the Eternal Golden List had incited a profound sensation across that enigmatic world. Shen Yi's thoughts stirred slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. With a mere thought, he opened the treasure chest. You have opened Eternal Treasure Chest 1. You have obtained the following item, Mid-Tier Supreme God Level Hero Equipment 1. Upon the chest's opening, Shen Yi received a piece of Mid-Tier Supreme God Level Hero Equipment. His eyes lit up with surprise as he eagerly retrieved the item from the chest. It was a beautifully crafted necklace, radiating a hazy silver sheen, as if formed from the most brilliant stars of the night sky. The chain was made of an unknown metal, each segment intricately engraved with delicate patterns resembling ancient, mysterious script, seemingly narrating tales of old and legendary significance. At the junction of the chain lay a gem emitting a gentle blue glow, within which flowed a deep ocean, mysterious and enchanting. The pendant took the shape of a uniquely crafted heart, its surface enveloped in a subtle halo, as if a crystal-clear spring were in motion, exuding an air of sanctity and mystery. With a gleam in his eye, Shen Yi examined the attributes of this equipment. Heart of the Sacred Spring, Mid-Tier Supreme God Level. Type, Hero Equipment. Restriction, usable by any hero or lord unit. Effect 1, Vitality 400 billion, Spirit 400 billion. Effect 2, increases law damage dealt by 500. This was Shen Yi's first piece of mid-tier supreme god-level equipment, named the Heart of the Sacred Spring. Upon seeing the equipment's attribute enhancements, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. The potential to augment both his vitality and spirit by an astounding 400 billion was nothing short of extraordinary. In this fantastical lordly realm, the strength of attributes was intricately linked to combat prowess. Such a formidable boost in attributes would grant Shen Yi a qualitative leap in power. Moreover, this equipment also promised a 5-fold increase in law damage, a truly outstanding effect. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi understood the significance of this equipment for enhancing his combat capabilities. He began to chant incantations, his hands weaving complex seals with remarkable speed. As he performed the gestures, the Heart of the Sacred Spring necklace began to levitate, hovering before him. In a flash, the item's brilliance surged, and the mid-tier supreme god-level equipment melded seamlessly into Shen Yi's being. In that instant, an earth-shattering wave of power surged within him. His body transformed into a massive vortex of energy, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence and mysterious forces. His attribute strength escalated at an astonishing rate. The power he wielded surged like a tumultuous tide. A silver glow flickered across his skin, a manifestation of the equipment's power merging with his own. His eyes sparkled with an even brighter light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions of the world. Soon, the enchantment was complete. From this moment forth, Shen Yi's combat power soared dramatically. He felt as if he had been reborn, endowed with boundless strength. With a mere thought, he utilized his formidable mental prowess to check his current attribute information. Shen Yi, Lord level, 9 stars. Class, Necromancer. Vitality, 572 billion. Spirit, 573 billion. Now, Shen Yi had enchanted 3 pieces of supreme god-level equipment, with 2 being lower tier and 1 being mid-tier. These 3 powerful items, synergistically amplifying one another, had propelled his attribute strength to an astonishing nearly 600 billion, despite his current status as merely a 9-star lord. This represents the formidable strength of a mid-tier deity. It is utterly terrifying. Such immense power is sufficient to sweep away most entities within the realm of lords. He is no longer the inconspicuous minor character that could be easily overlooked. Instead, he has ascended to become a supreme being whose might reverberates throughout the heavens and the earth. After slightly calming his exhilarated emotions due to his newfound strength, Shen Yi did not linger. He promptly summoned 1,000 necromantic godslayers and 106 winged holy dragons, preparing to venture into the space where the eternal divine tower resides. In the next moment, a shimmering light of teleportation materialized, soft and enigmatic, enveloping Shen Yi and his troops. Standing at the heart of this luminescence, he felt a rush of energy. With a flash, as the teleportation beam vanished, Shen Yi and his forces likewise disappeared from their original location. Within the mysterious and ancient confines of the eternal divine tower, every layer presents astounding challenges. At this moment, Shen Yi led his troops into the 17th layer of the tower's space. Accompanying him, apart from the meticulously chosen 1,000 necromantic godslayers, were 106 winged holy dragons. After a grueling battle on the 16th layer, he harbored concerns regarding the guardians of the 17th layer. After all, the current necromantic godslayers could only contend with ordinary mid-tier deities at best. Encountering a powerful mid-tier deity would make victory uncertain. However, with the addition of 106 winged holy dragons, his apprehensions rapidly dissipated. Upon entering the 17th layer, a wave of intense heat surged forth. This layer was suffused with a fiery hue, as though the entire realm had been ignited. The air was thick with an almost substantive presence of fire elements, saturating both the heavens and the earth. These fire elements danced as if alive, flickering and forming various bizarre shapes. The ground was awash with boiling magma, producing a bubbling sound, occasionally erupting with massive magma bubbles that splattered scorching lava. In the sky, crimson clouds churned violently, and streaks of fiery lightning intermittently illuminated the space, rendering it even more mysterious and perilous. Soon, the guardians of this layer materialized. From the distant horizon, 1,000 colossal dragon-like beings approached, their massive forms reminiscent of mountains. They were entirely crimson, emanating an intimidating aura of immense power. These creatures possessed wings, adorned with flowing fiery runes that glimmered with a strange light, seemingly narrating their extraordinary nature. Shen Yi's eyes sparkled as he employed his unique ability to inspect the attributes of these guardians. Fire Sky Star Holy Dragon. Tier, mid-tier deity. Physique, 90 billion. Spirit, 89 billion. Skills. These colossal dragon guardians were known as Star Holy Dragons, classified as mid-tier deity level entities. As members of the draconic race, their attribute strength was undeniably formidable, with a physique attribute reaching 90 billion and a spirit attribute of 89 billion. They existed on an entirely different echelon compared to the mid-tier deity guardians of the 16th layer. Shen Yi pondered to himself, it appears that the ultimate attributes of mid-tier deities may reach 1 trillion? He was well aware that draconic beings typically represented the pinnacle of their respective tiers, and the attributes of the mid-tier draconic guardians before him were indeed approaching 1 trillion. Thus, he naturally deduced the maximum attributes of mid-tier deity units. Without further deliberation, Shen Yi immediately summoned all available items capable of amplifying combat power. These artifacts radiated mysterious glows, some shimmered with an ethereal blue light, while others exuded a golden brilliance, each embodying formidable power. With a resolute gaze, he unhesitatingly commanded the 1,000 necromantic godslayers to engage in battle. Furthermore, he also dispatched the 100 six-winged holy dragons to join this momentous clash against the deities. He understood that the 1,000 necromantic godslayers alone would not suffice to vanquish the guardians of this layer, despite the enhancements from various artifacts. The combat capabilities of the necromantic godslayers still lagged behind those of such elite mid-tier deities. The battle was imminent. In an instant, the entire space was filled with the laws of fire and the laws of death. The necromantic godslayers unleashed their full power, as grayish-white necromantic energy surged from them like a tsunami, carrying an endless aura of death as they charged fiercely toward the towering star holy dragons. This grayish-white energy sliced through the air, leaving behind distorted trails, as if attempting to tear the very fabric of space itself. The star holy dragons did not falter. They took to the skies, their massive wings stirring up powerful gusts, intensifying the surrounding fire elements. In an instant, they unleashed an inferno of flames, a cataclysmic force that swept across the realms. Each star holy dragon expelled colossal columns of fire, akin to gigantic fire dragons, lunging fiercely toward the necromantic godslayers. Wherever these flames reached, the air ignited with a crackling sound, and the magma below roiled violently, forming immense whirlpools. Boom! The earth trembled with violent quakes. The entire space seemed poised to be utterly annihilated in the next moment. The thunderous roars were excruciating to the ears, as the fire elements and necromantic elements clashed, generating chaotic energy currents that ravaged the surroundings, obliterating everything in their path. Shen Yi also joined the fray, wielding his staff as the power of death erupted from him. The tip of his staff was adorned with a massive black gemstone, from which black mist surged with each flourish, rapidly enveloping the area and harmonizing with the grayish-white necromantic energy released by the godslayers, intensifying the potency of their necromantic might. Shen Yi chanted incantations, uttering mysterious spells that summoned the surrounding necromantic energy to become even more ferocious, surging toward the star holy dragons. Simultaneously, the 106-winged holy dragons also sprang into action. Their 6 pairs of immense wings flapped powerfully, each beak capable of conjuring a tempest. In that moment, the forces of the laws of death and fire, which had been clashing fiercely, reached a decisive conclusion. Boom! The grayish-white power of the laws of death overwhelmed the fiery laws with overwhelming force. The sky was filled with necromantic energy, which, bolstered by the might of the 6-winged holy dragons, underwent a remarkable transformation. It transformed into a fierce gale, howling toward the star holy dragons, scattering the flames in its wake. Transforming into fire, this was no ordinary flame. It was a black fire imbued with a deathly essence, colliding with the crimson flames spewed forth by the star holy dragons with a sizzling sound. Transforming into frost, where the frost spread, the air froze, extinguishing the flames engulfing the star holy dragons in an instant. Transforming into thunder, black lightning descended from the heavens, striking the star holy dragons with devastating force, leaving charred marks upon their bodies. Transforming into darkness, wherever darkness enveloped, the star holy dragons appeared to plunge into an abyss, losing their sense of direction. Transforming into spatial power, the spatial energy twisted everything around, contorting the bodies of the star holy dragons. Under the onslaught of these terrifying attacks, the star holy dragons began to suffer casualties. On certain days, the celestial dragons were unceremoniously tossed from the sky by raging winds, losing their balance and plummeting to the earth. Some were seared by black flames, emitting anguished roars, while others were encased in frost, rendered immobile. Some were struck by thunder, their bodies instantly charred, and others succumbed to darkness, losing their sense of self. Many were distorted by the forces of space, their forms shattered. The devastation was truly horrific. Ultimately, the battle concluded in less than an hour. All of the celestial dragons succumbed to the terrifying power of the undead, transforming into lifeless corpses. These colossal bodies fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and splattering molten rock across the landscape. Shen Yi surveyed the battlefield before him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Before long, the system's crisp and informative voice resonated suddenly in Shen Yi's mind. This voice, akin to the booming of a great bell, shattered the brief tranquility following the battle. Chapter 118. The Upper Tier, God-Level Guardian. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Guardian of the 17th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 50 minutes. You have received the following rewards: 30 fragments of Divine Kingdom Essence, One piece of mid-tier, god-level unit equipment. This series of notifications illuminated Shen Yi's heart like a constellation of brilliant stars. Once again, he had acquired a powerful piece of unit equipment. The mid-tier, god-level unit equipment among the rewards stirred within him an endless anticipation. With a mere thought, a mysterious power began to coalesce in his hands. Under the influence of this force, a brand new piece of equipment gradually materialized. What struck his eyes first was the fiery red body, reminiscent of a blazing flame, exuding a potent aura of fire. Upon closer inspection, this crown was exquisitely crafted, adorned with countless intricate and arcane runes, each seemingly narrating an ancient and formidable tale. Surrounded by the fiery essence, these runes glimmered with an extraordinary radiance, as if encapsulating the very essence of the world's fire laws. Uniting the purest power of flame into one. A gleam flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. He was eager to comprehend the might of this equipment. He concentrated, probing into the attributes of this newfound gear. Crimson Fire Black Gold Crown, mid-tier god level. Type: unit equipment. Attributes: Constitution 500 billion. Spirit 500 billion. Effect: increases 600 points of law damage. This equipment marked Shen Yi's first acquisition of a mid-tier god-level unit piece. Named the Crimson Fire Black Gold Crown. Just from its attributes, one could scarcely contain their astonishment. The ability to enhance both Constitution and Spirit by 500 billion points was indeed more remarkable than the first mid-tier god-level hero equipment he had acquired not long ago. This meant that any unit donning this crown would experience a qualitative leap in both physical resilience and spellcasting ability during combat, resulting in a tremendous increase in their prowess. Simultaneously, the Crimson Fire Black Gold Crown also amplified law damage by sixfold, presenting a truly staggering enhancement. In a world saturated with the power of laws, such damage often dictates the outcome of battles. With this equipment, Shen Yi's units would be capable of delivering devastating blows to their foes. He was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Without hesitation, he immediately enchanted this equipment for the Undead Godslayers. In his mind, the Undead Godslayers required the enhancements brought by this equipment far more than the Undead Six-Winged Dragons. Elevating their strength was crucial for bolstering the combat capability of Shen Yi's forces. Soon, the enchanting ritual commenced. Shen Yi employed his adept enchanting skills to fuse the power of the Crimson Fire Black Gold Crown with that of the Undead Godslayers. As the enchantment progressed, a fiery red glow began to emanate from the Undead Godslayers. This radiance intensified, as if flames were igniting from the depths of their very souls. Following this, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from their bodies, spreading outward like a tumultuous wave. At that moment, their attribute strength experienced a significant enhancement. Shen Yi's thoughts stirred as he inspected their current attributes. Undead Godslayer, rank, upper tier, true god, constitution, 1 trillion, spirit, 1 trillion, skills, light of destruction, reign of annihilation, death's entanglement. After the enchantment of the mid-tier god-level equipment, the Undead Godslayer's attribute strength doubled, surpassing the trillion mark. This attribute strength was even superior to that of the top mid-tier god-level celestial dragons. Shen Yi mused internally, if another encounter arose, the Undead Godslayers alone could effortlessly dispatch the celestial dragon guardians of the 17th level. The Eternal Divine Tower truly proved to be an excellent venue. Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the bountiful rewards from each level. A satisfied smile graced his face, reflecting both his joy at the enhancement of his own strength and his hopeful anticipation for the future. Next, Shen Yi retrieved the rewards from the Eternal Golden List. Following his triumph over the 17th level, his ranking on the Eternal Golden List had officially ascended to 4th place. Presently, only 3 other lords stood before him. Their records consisted of clearing the 18th and 19th levels. The 1st and 2nd places had both conquered the 19th level, albeit with slightly differing completion times. This time, the reward from the Eternal Golden List remained a treasure chest. Shen Yi grasped the chest, feeling the mysterious energy resonating within. Taking a deep breath, he opened it directly. You have opened Eternal Treasure Chest 1. You have obtained the following item: 1 mid-tier god-level hero equipment. Another piece of mid-tier god-level hero equipment? Shen Yi's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Subsequently, he withdrew this second mid-tier god-level hero equipment. It appeared as a 1-meter-long staff, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a resplendent rainbow. The staff's slender and exquisite form revealed the masterful craftsmanship in every detail. At its apex, a massive gem was embedded, pulsating with what seemed to be boundless energy, continuously radiating peculiar light. A glimmer sparked in Shen Yi's eyes as he once more examined the attributes of this equipment. Phantom Spirit Magic Staff, mid-tier god level. Type: hero equipment. Restrictions: usable by any hero or lord unit. Effect 1: Constitution 650 billion, Spirit 650 billion. Effect 2: increases 600 points of law damage. This Phantom Spirit Magic Staff boasted astonishing attribute enhancements. Not only did it significantly elevate the user's Constitution and Spirit attributes by 650 billion, but it also mirrored the Crimson Fire Black Gold Crown in augmenting law damage by 600, compared to the first piece of mid-tier, god-level hero equipment. This item was immensely more powerful. With no hesitation, Shen Yi's gaze hardened, and he decisively waved the exquisite staff in his direction. In an instant, the staff seemed to come alive, transforming into a dazzling burst of light, imbued with endless mysteries and power, rushing into Shen Yi's body with an irresistible force. At that moment, Shen Yi felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of energy, acutely aware of a tremendously powerful force surging within him. This energy crashed against his body like relentless waves, and under its nurturing, his attributes ascended as if sprouting like bamboo shoots after a rain. His entire aura grew increasingly potent, the previously subdued presence now blazing like a roaring flame, more vigorous than ever. He could feel every inch of his muscles and every cell within him rejoicing, eagerly absorbing this formidable power. His bones cracked as if undergoing a metamorphosis, while his mental prowess expanded relentlessly, akin to an infinite starry sky, ever more profound. Time flowed slowly in this wondrous state, and soon after, the enchanting process was complete. Shen Yi gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath, gradually emerging from this extraordinary state. Subsequently, he focused his thoughts and examined his current attributes. Shen Yi, Lord level, 9 stars. Class, Necromancer. Physique, 12 trillion. Mentality, 12 trillion. At present, Shen Yi had enchanted a total of 4 pieces of Supreme God level equipment, including 2 pieces of low-tier Supreme God level and 2 pieces of mid-tier Supreme God level. These powerful items had dramatically enhanced his attributes. It was precisely due to them that Shen Yi had successfully surpassed the threshold of 1 trillion in attributes. This marked a monumental leap, signifying that his strength had transcended the attribute intensity of the mid-tier Supreme God level. After a brief respite, Shen Yi moved his body, feeling the surging power within. He then set forth with his troops, ascending towards the higher realms of the eternal divine tower, prepared to challenge its trials. His heart brimmed with anticipation and resolve as he murmured to himself, "If I can conquer the 18th level, I shall have the chance to be among the top 3 on the eternal gold list." He pondered whether the monsters of this level would be of the upper-tier Supreme God level. In the eternal divine tower, each level concealed countless challenges and opportunities, and the 18th level represented the climactic endpoint, further fueling his curiosity and speculation. Before long, Shen Yi and his troops arrived at the entrance of the 18th level of the eternal divine tower. A faint mist enveloped the entrance, shimmering with mysterious light. As if narrating the extraordinary nature of this level, Shen Yi inhaled deeply and stepped into this space, with his troops closely following behind. This level was a realm dominated by ice elements. Upon entry, an overwhelming chill assailed him, like a sharp blade capable of piercing through Shen Yi and his troops, chilling them to the bone. It felt as though their very blood had frozen in that moment, with each breath resembling the swallowing of ice. A sharp pain radiating from their throats. Instinctively, Shen Yi summoned the energy within him, forming a protective barrier to fend off the terrifying cold. As he surveyed the surroundings, endless ice elements pervaded the space. Massive icebergs loomed like ferocious beasts, dominating this realm. The surfaces of these icebergs glimmered with a frigid light, akin to enormous mirrors reflecting the bizarre scenery of this icy world. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, beneath which faint blue glows pulsated, a testament to the gathering power of the ice elements. Occasionally, colossal icicles would plummet from above, crashing onto the ice layer with thunderous sounds, sending shards of ice flying. In stark contrast to the searing heat of the previous level, the cold here evoked a sense of being in the deepest void of the universe, cold and desolate. Soon after, the guardians of this level made their appearance. Emerging from the distant ice mist were 1,000 colossal beasts adorned with ice-blue fur. Their presence seemed to lower the temperature of the entire space even further. With each step they took, deep footprints marked the ice, which creaked under their weight. These beasts were not only massive, each towering like a mountain, but also bore ethereal plumage that shimmered with a mystical glow, reflecting dreamlike colors in the light of the ice elements. The ice-blue beasts exuded an overwhelming aura, their heads held high, their eyes radiating infinite majesty and pride. The moment they appeared, it felt as though they were the supreme rulers of this icy realm, ready to deliver merciless judgment upon any creature daring to intrude upon their territory. Shen Yi focused his thoughts and examined the attributes of these guardians. Ice Mirage Feathered Demon Chelan. Rank, Upper Tier Supreme God. Physique, 21 trillion. Mentality, 21 trillion. Skills. As Shen Yi had surmised, these guardians were indeed upper-tier Supreme God units. Upon seeing these attributes, a slight tension gripped Shen Yi's heart. The attribute strength of these Ice Mirage Feather Chelan surpassed that of the mid-tier Supreme God-level dragon race from the previous level by a considerable margin. Their physique and mental attributes exceeded 20 trillion, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure within Shen Yi. Roar. In the next moment, the ice-blue Chelan beasts unleashed a thunderous roar. reverberating through the space as if capable of shattering it. With their roar, a deluge of frost power erupted, manifesting countless blue lights that surged forth from the beasts, coalescing into massive frost energy aimed directly at Shen Yi and his troops. Wherever the frost energy passed, the air froze, crystallizing into glimmering ice shards that sparkled dangerously in the sunlight. Shen Yi acted swiftly. In this critical moment, he immediately summoned all his combat-enhancing potions and rule crystals. A flash of light illuminated his hands as these items appeared in his palms. Without hesitation, he consumed them. In an instant, various glimmers enveloped him and his troops. Some shone with golden light, signifying a boost in strength. Others radiated green, imbued with enhancements of life energy. Overall, their combat prowess received a tremendous augmentation at that moment. Onward! Shen Yi commanded, his voice resolute and powerful, echoing through the space like a resounding bell. Following his directive, the Necromancer Slayers and six-winged holy dragons immediately engaged in battle. The Necromancer Slayers were surrounded by a gray-white aura of necromantic power, their light resembling demonic flames, igniting the air around them. Armed with enormous scythes, their eyes glinted with an insatiable thirst for blood as they charged towards the approaching frost-chilling beasts. Meanwhile, the six-winged holy dragons unfurled their massive wings, which shimmered with sacred light. They unleashed torrents of blazing fire, illuminating the icy expanse with their fierce warmth. Surging towards the mirage featherchilants. Thus commenced an epic battle. Chapter 119. The top 3 on the Eternal Gold List. Within the mysterious and vast expanse of the Eternal Divine Tower, 1,000 colossal ice mirage featherchilants loomed like towering icebergs, a terrifying tide that could not be resisted. Suddenly coming into view, each beast appeared as a moving iceberg, emanating an aura that instilled dread. With a thunderous roar that resonated like thunder, these ice mirage featherchilants unleashed an earth-shattering force of frost power. In an instant, the entire world seemed to change color as a bone-chilling cold swept through, as if seeking to freeze everything into eternal ice sculptures. In a radius of over 10,000 kilometers, whether in the vast and boundless sky or the unfathomable depths below, all succumbed rapidly to the overwhelming power of frost, transforming into a sea of ice elements. Countless ice crystals formed and danced in the air, sparkling with a chilling light, resembling cold stars twinkling in the night sky, yet bearing a lethal threat. The crystalline ice continued to gather and coalesce, forming colossal icicles and ice pillars that cascaded from the heavens, as though intent on tearing asunder the very fabric of this realm. Simultaneously, the ground was rapidly enveloped by a thick layer of ice, which spread upward, freezing everything in its path, extinguishing all signs of life in an instant. In this critical moment of elemental chaos, the Necromancer Slayers and the six-winged holy dragons of the undead took decisive action. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. An endless torrent of grayish-white necromantic energy surged skyward like a cataclysmic tsunami. This dark force exuded a miasma of decay and death, threatening to drag all existence into an abyss of eternal darkness. The grayish-white radiance illuminated the entire sky, standing in stark contrast to the pervasive frost of the elemental laws. As the two forces clashed, neither yielding to the other, thunder rumbled. In that instant, heaven and earth trembled. The overwhelming waves of power caused the very space to shudder. Were it not for the formidable resilience of the Eternal Divine Tower, with its extraordinary defensive capabilities, this world, laden with countless secrets and hopes, might have been obliterated in an instant by the violent collision of these two terrifying forces, reduced to a void. In the midst of this fierce clash, the Necromancer Slayers were the first to spring into action. Their forms were ghostly, like flashes of grayish-white lightning, darting swiftly through the ranks of the ice illusion-feathered beasts. Each Necromancer Slayer possessed formidable strength and unique skills, their weapons shimmering with an eerie glow, the light of death tainted by necromantic energy. They unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks against the ice illusion-feathered beasts, each strike imbued with destructive force, as if bent on eradicating their adversaries entirely. One particular Necromancer Slayer, agile in form, gripped a long sword radiating an ethereal light. He leaped high into the air, chanting incantations, and as his words resonated, the necromantic energy enveloping his sword intensified, coalescing into a miniature vortex. In an instant, he swung his sword downward towards an ice illusion-feathered beast, unleashing a grayish-white sword aura that sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the beast. Sensing the imminent threat, the ice illusion-feathered beast quivered violently, unleashing a ferocious gale of frost to scatter the sword aura. Yet, the sword aura seemed to possess a will of its own, disregarding the tempest's interference, and struck true against the beast's body. A resounding thud echoed as a deep fissure appeared on the ice illusion-feathered beast. Shards of ice bursting forth as it let out a pained roar, its entire form shuddering in response. Meanwhile, the six-winged holy dragons of the undead showcased their immense power. Each colossal dragon, adorned with 6 pairs of magnificent wings, exuded an aura of awe-inspiring majesty. they opened their mighty jaws, unleashing torrents of grayish-white necromantic flames that burned with an uncanny radiance, rapidly corroding and dissolving everything in their path. One such dragon, its eyes glinting with a cold light, locked onto an ice-illusion feathered beast. With a powerful flap of its 6 pairs of wings, it surged forward at a speed that seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space. As it approached the ice-illusion feathered beast, it opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of roaring necromantic flames that enveloped the beast entirely. The ice-illusion feathered beast struggled desperately within the flames, attempting to wield the power of the frost laws to resist the encroaching inferno, yet the might of the necromantic flames proved overwhelming, rendering its defenses futile. As time wore on, the ice-illusion feathered beast's form was gradually consumed by the necromantic fire, its struggles growing feebler until, at last, it emitted a despairing roar and disintegrated into a pile of ashes, dissipating into the air. The ice-illusion feathered beasts, however, would not resign themselves to defeat. They summoned their frost laws, mounting a tenacious resistance. With powerful flaps of their enormous wings, they conjured fierce gales filled with countless ice shards, which shot towards the necromancer slayers and the 6-winged holy dragons. These shards were razor-sharp, capable of piercing steel and inflicting grievous harm upon their foes. One ice-illusion feathered beast flapped its wings, stirring a tempest that sent a barrage of ice shards, akin to a flurry of blades, hurtling towards a 6-winged holy dragon. The dragon, unperturbed, swiftly beat its wings to generate a powerful current, striving to deflect the incoming shards. However, the relentless assault from the ice-illusion feathered beasts proved too overwhelming, and some shards broke through the barrier, striking the dragon. The ice shards left deep gashes upon the dragon's form, but these wounds quickly vanished as if they had never existed. Thanks to the innate resilience of the 6-winged holy dragons, they withstood the ice-illusion feathered beast's onslaught without a scratch. In this fierce battle, both sides engaged in a relentless exchange, neither willing to concede. Each attack and defense was accompanied by tremendous energy fluctuations, saturating the entire space with their force. The necromancer slayers and the 6-winged holy dragons, through their formidable prowess and seamless cooperation, gradually gained the upper hand. They unleashed relentless assaults, causing the ranks of the ice-illusion feathered beasts to dwindle under their might. As the battle wore on, the number of ice-illusion feathered beasts continued to diminish, their resistance weakening with each passing moment. Conversely, the necromancer slayers and the 6-winged holy dragons grew ever more emboldened, their attacks becoming increasingly ferocious and lethal. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, the last ice-illusion feathered beast fell, defeated by the combined might of the necromancer slayers and the 6-winged holy dragons. At that moment, the air was thick with the stench of death, the battlefield a scene of utter devastation. Countless ice shards lay scattered upon the ground, while the surrounding space was steeped in potent necromantic energy. The battle had concluded. Shen Yi had successfully cleared the 18th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Chapter 120. The Crystal of Eternal Laws. Congratulations. You have triumphed over the guardian of the 18th level of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken, 2 hours. You have received rewards, 30 fragments of the Divine Kingdom's essence. Equipment for mid-tier demigod units. 1. This series of system notifications rang in Shen Yi's ears like the tolling of a great bell. A flicker of uncontainable excitement and exhaustion danced in his eyes. This battle had lasted a full 2 hours, each moment a fierce clash of intellect, strength, and will between him and his forces against the guardian of this level. He tilted his head slightly, inhaling deeply, savoring the sweet taste of victory. Simultaneously, the system notifications served as an invisible force, drawing Shen Yi back from the throes of battle. With a mere thought, it felt as though he established a mysterious and intimate connection with the very fabric of his being. A glimmer of light flashed, and in the next moment, a brand new item appeared in his hand. It was the mid-tier demigod unit equipment he had just obtained, a ring of ice blue hue. The instant it materialized in Shen Yi's palm, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an inexplicable chill. Upon closer inspection, he noted the surface of the ring was etched with intricate patterns, resembling ancient, enigmatic runes, each line seemingly imbued with boundless mystery. The icy blue ring emanated a soft yet chilling luminescence, an astonishing aura of frost swirling about it, reminiscent of a colossal dragon concealed within the icy mist, poised to roar forth at any moment. Delicate tendrils of this frosty essence dispersed into the air, causing the atmosphere to rapidly crystallize into minuscule ice shards that sparkled brilliantly under the dim light. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Shen Yi's eyes as he activated his detection skill, a faint glimmer barely discernible to the naked eye radiating from his gaze, enveloping the ring. In an instant, waves of information regarding the equipment's attributes surged into his mind like an overwhelming tide. Frost True Spirit Magic Ring, mid-tier deity level. Type, Troop Equipment. Attributes, Constitution 90 billion, Spirit 90 billion. Effects, increases 600 law damage and ignores any 70 frost law damage. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. his expression brimming with delight. This marked his second acquisition of mid-tier deity-level troop equipment, and the formidable attributes it exhibited left him in awe. An enhancement of 90 billion in attributes? How astonishing! Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, his voice resonating loudly in the stillness of the space. He internally compared it. Although both were mid-tier deity-level equipment, this second piece far surpassed the first. While the previous item had been remarkably valuable and had significantly aided him and his troops in battle, it paled in comparison to this Frost True Spirit magic ring, which could be deemed an entirely different echelon of equipment. The attribute boost provided by this ring felt as though it had flung open a portal to a new realm of power for his troops. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi endeavored to quell the tumultuous excitement coursing through him like surging waves. He understood that there were more pressing matters at hand. He then directed his gaze toward his deathly godslayers. These formidable beings loomed tall, exuding an aura of death and destruction, their lifeless eyes glinting with a chilling light. Akin to demons emerging from the abyss of hell, Shen Yi swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations, as a mysterious power surged from within him, enveloping the Frost True Spirit magic ring. With his movements, the frosty aura emanating from the ring intensified, gradually coalescing into a massive ice-blue halo. He raised the ring high and then pressed down forcefully, the ice-blue halo instantly cascading toward the godslayers. Soon, the enchanting process commenced. Under the embrace of the ice-blue halo, the bodies of the godslayers trembled slightly, their previously radiating aura of death intertwining with the ring's frosty essence, igniting strange bursts of light. A faint ice-blue pattern began to emerge on their surfaces, subtly resonating with the patterns on the ring, as if engaged in a mysterious communion. As time ticked by, the enchantment deepened, and the godslayers' auras grew increasingly potent. The once dim crimson in their eyes now sparkled with a profound brilliance, harboring the chill of frost and boundless destructive power. Around their forms, ethereal whirlpools of frost began to materialize, swirling and emitting howling sounds, as if proclaiming the formidable strength they were about to acquire. At last, the enchantment was complete. In an instant, the godslayers unleashed a thunderous roar, a sound imbued with might and authority. Their auras surged dramatically, elevating their already formidable combat power to unprecedented heights. The deathly aura that had previously enveloped them now melded seamlessly with the frosty essence, manifesting a terrifying presence that instilled fear in those who beheld it. Godslayer. Tier, upper tier, true god. Constitution, 190 trillion. Spirit, 190 trillion. Skills, light of destruction, rain of annihilation, death's entanglement. After enchanting two pieces of mid-tier deity-level equipment, the attributes of the godslayers had approached 200 trillion. They were nearing the upper-tier deity level. Shen Yi gazed at the transformed godslayers before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction and pride. These powerful troops, after continuous enhancement, had evolved into an existence capable of contending with upper-tier deities. After a brief respite, Shen Yi refrained from hastily entering the 19th level. He was acutely aware that the formidable guardians of the final two layers of the Eternal Divine Tower were nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, he needed to meticulously strategize and prepare thoroughly for the impending battle. After contemplation, he decided to return to the Divine Abandonment Continent to sell several discarded high-tier, true, god-level equipment. Though these items appeared somewhat inferior against his current prowess, they remained invaluable treasures to others. Shen Yi believed that selling these items would yield a significant amount of divine essence. The divine essence was a vital resource for enhancing his strength. With more divine essence, he could cultivate additional six-winged holy dragons of the undead, augmenting the might of his forces. Before heading back to the Divine Abandonment Continent, Shen Yi retrieved an eternal treasure chest from his spatial storage. This was the reward he had just obtained from the Eternal Gold ranking. Following an intense battle, he had ascended to the 3rd rank among the lords on the Eternal Gold ranking. The treasure chest radiated a mysterious golden glow, its surface etched with ancient runes and patterns, each telling tales of eternity, with every line infused with immense power. Grasping the chest, Shen Yi felt a surge of enigmatic strength emanating from within. He inhaled deeply, then slowly applied pressure, attempting to open the treasure chest. As he did, the runes on the chest began to shimmer with an even more dazzling light, while a powerful wave of energy surged forth, warping the surrounding space. Soon, the chest sprang open. You have opened Eternal Treasure Chest 1. You have obtained the following items: 100 Eternal Law Crystals. To his disappointment, it was not upper-tier deity-level equipment. Shen Yi's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. He had anticipated acquiring his first upper-tier deity-level hero equipment. His heart had been full of hope for a powerful piece of upper-tier deity-level hero equipment from the chest, which would further enhance his capabilities. However, reality had diverged from his expectations. In the next moment, he withdrew an Eternal Law Crystal. This transparent crystal, enveloped in a misty white haze, appeared dreamlike and ethereal. Within the crystal, countless stars seemed to twinkle, and mysterious laws of power flowed within. The misty white haze constantly morphed its shape, at times resembling mountains and rivers, and at others, embodying the sun, moon, and stars, as if containing the secrets of the entire universe. A flicker ignited in Shen Yi's eyes as he activated his detection skill once more, a faint glow enveloping the Eternal Law Crystal. Instantly, its attribute information unfolded before him. Eternal Law Crystal. Tier, Upper Tier, True God. Effect 1. All territorial units gain eternal power, increasing life force and law damage by 30 times, and granting immunity to 95 of any damage taken, lasting for 1 hour. Shen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his face etched with shock. The Eternal Law Crystal was an upper-tier deity-level item, and its displayed effects could only be described as otherworldly. An enhancement of 30 times in life force and law damage. Moreover, it granted immunity to 95 of any damage. This was an unparalleled item for augmenting combat power. Could this be a unique law item exclusive to the Eternal Divine Tower? Shen Yi mused internally. Such a formidable artifact, if made available for sale, would undoubtedly plunge the entire realm of the Celestial Altar into a frenzy, wouldn't it? Within this vast expanse, countless potent factions and formidable beings converge, each harboring an almost fanatical desire for powerful treasures and artifacts. The Eternal Law Crystal, without a doubt, stands as a priceless gem that could drive all to madness. However, at present, Shen Yi possesses only a mere 100 of these supreme artifacts and has no intention of selling them. For him, these Eternal Law Crystals are crucial trump cards for the battles that lie ahead. He carefully returned the Eternal Law Crystals to his spatial pouch, as if placing a treasure of immeasurable value. Following this, with a mere thought, he connected with the Eternal Divine Tower. Instantly, his consciousness established a mysterious link with the tower, manifesting its majestic silhouette in his mind. In the next moment, a powerful force of teleportation enveloped him and his troops like a surging tide. As the teleportation energy enveloped them, their forms gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing within the 18th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower. Chapter 121, the 19th layer. Upon the vast and enigmatic continent of the abandoned gods, Shen Yi returned to his territory with the grandeur of a triumphant monarch, leading his troops in a grand procession. This territory, having developed for merely half a year, had transformed into an impregnable fortress, exuding a robust aura. As soon as he stepped into his domain, Shen Yi wasted no time and hurried towards the direction of the Celestial Altar. At that moment, the trading panel of the Celestial Altar was adorned with an array of divine tier equipment, abundant as the stars in the night sky. Yet, even amidst this plethora of divine artifacts, the upper-tier True God equipment remained a rare and coveted rarity. The upper-tier True God equipment in Shen Yi's possession was the pinnacle of excellence, both in quality and power. With eager anticipation, he placed each precious piece of equipment on the shelves of the Celestial Altar. His eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, as though he could already envision the scene of these artifacts being snatched up in a frenzy. Indeed, it wasn't long before, with the passage of time, the equipment Shen Yi had displayed found eager buyers. Several top-tier factions from powerful lordly civilizations, akin to keen hunters, swiftly recognized the value of these elite artifacts and unhesitatingly acquired them. This exchange proved immensely profitable for Shen Yi, netting him a staggering 60 billion divine essence, a fortune that would drive countless powerful beings to madness. Standing before the altar, he observed the ever-increasing numbers with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he decisively allocated all the divine essence to summon new six-winged holy dragons. With purpose, Shen Yi strode towards the Lordess Manor. The manor, an imposing edifice, resembled a grand palace, radiating an air of solemnity. At that moment, standing before the manor, Shen Yi took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with resolute determination. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted within the manor, and a powerful surge of energy emanated forth. The 60 billion divine essence he had just acquired vanished as swiftly as a tide. With a whoosh, dazzling pillars of light descended upon him like divine beams from the heavens, distorting the very fabric of space. One after another, six-winged holy dragons, exuding an overwhelming aura of death, emerged amidst the radiant light. Each of these dragons was colossal, their wings spanning vast expanses, while their scales shimmered with an ethereal glow, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Their massive heads bore blood-red eyes that sparkled with a predatory glint, instilling a sense of dread. Surrounding their forms was a thick miasma of necromantic energy, akin to messengers from the abyss, exuding an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spine. Soon, the summoning ritual concluded successfully. Shen Yi gazed upon the 200 newly summoned six-winged holy dragons, each a formidable force, and his heart swelled with joy and satisfaction. Now, I can attempt to clear the 19th layer, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. If I succeed, I shall become the foremost lord on the eternal golden list. His eyes sparkled with fervor, as though he could already glimpse the unparalleled glory beckoning him. What reward would await the first place? Shen Yi's heart brimmed with anticipation as visions of splendid possibilities danced in his mind. Within the 19th layer of the eternal divine tower, a realm imbued with the essence of thunder awaited. Upon entering, one could immediately sense the overwhelming aura of thunderous power enveloping them. The entire space seemed shrouded in a thick veil of thunder, with the elements of lightning swirling like a tempestuous ocean, boundless and vast. Thunder crackled and arcs of electricity intertwined within this realm. Thick bolts of lightning darted through the sky like dragons, emitting deafening roars. At times, these bolts converged to form massive spheres of thunder, radiating an unsettling brilliance. At other moments, they splintered into countless smaller arcs, spreading in all directions. The air within the space became intensely heated due to the formidable thunderous energy, as if it might ignite at any moment. The ground, scarred by deep fissures struck by lightning, pulsed with flickering light, its depths unfathomable. The surrounding rocks, tempered by the thunder, had become as hard as iron, glimmering with a mysterious sheen of lightning. Before long, the guardians of this layer manifested. As Shen Yi had anticipated, they were creatures of the thunder element. Each guardian towered like a colossal mountain, their presence dimming the very space around them. Thunder Slaughter Spirit. Rank, Upper Tier Lord God. Physique, 47 trillion. Mentality, 48 trillion. Skills. This guardian, known as the Slaughter Spirit, was an Upper Tier Lord God creature. Its attributes were terrifyingly potent, nearing an astounding 50 trillion. In comparison to the Upper Tier Lord God from the 18th layer, it was an entirely different league. The Thunder Slaughter Spirit's massive form resembled a moving mountain, capable of shattering the very heavens. Its physique was sculpted with elegance and power, every muscle contour akin to finely crafted steel, exuding boundless strength, while its entire being emanated a faint glow of lightning, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. Its head was vast and monstrous, adorned with sharp bony spikes that gleamed with purple lightning, as if ready to unleash devastating power at any moment. Its facial features were sharply defined, bearing the marks of a chiseled visage, exuding a sense of coldness and authority. Its eyes, akin to enormous amethysts, held a profound and frigid depth, sparkling with a captivating brilliance, capable of reducing all it gazed upon to dust. Its broad and flat nose exhaled plumes of purple smoke, crackling with sparks of lightning. Furthermore, the body of the Thunder Slaughter Spirit was encased in a tough layer of scales, shimmering with a purplish-black hue, resembling obsidian, and inscribed with ancient runes that pulsed with the light of thunder, as if narrating tales of ancient power and majesty. Upon its back, a pair of colossal wings unfurled, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens. The membranous expanse was interlaced with violet veins, pulsating with the power of lightning. When these wings flapped, they summoned forth violent storms and crackling thunder, capable of obliterating all that stood in its path. Concurrently, the spirit of thunderous slaughter was enveloped in a formidable aura of electricity, arcs of lightning flickering and leaping around its form, coalescing into an array of dazzling orbs. These spheres unleashed torrents of electrical energy, resembling great purple dragons that danced through the air, emitting a deafening roar. Shen Yi beheld the spirit of thunderous slaughter before him, emanating an aura of supreme majesty, akin to the very origin of the cosmos, mysterious and awe-inspiring. In its presence, all living beings felt an intangible pressure, as if confronted by the might of the universe itself. This aura instilled not only terror but also reverence, as if it were the sovereign of all, compelling everything to submit beneath its dominion. Chapter 122, The Great Battle Against the Spirit of Slaughter. It was no wonder that only 2 lords had traversed this 19th layer. Shen Yi's eyes brimmed with shock and gravity. This guardian was terrifying. A chill coursed through Shen Yi, even among the same tier. There existed an insurmountable chasm between high-ranking deities. The high-ranking deity of this 19th layer resembled a transcendent entity, a stark contrast to others of its kind. As he surveyed the space of the 19th layer, he found it enveloped in a tempest of thunder and flickering lightning, with 1,000 spirits of slaughter radiating a chilling aura. Each of these spirits towered like mountains, surrounded by violent, thunderous energy that distorted the very fabric of space as they moved. Shen Yi understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he withdrew the crystal of eternal laws. This crystal radiated an ancient and enigmatic glow, its runes shimmering as if infused with boundless power. He activated it instantly, and in that moment, a blinding light surged forth, illuminating the entire space. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping Shen Yi and his forces. Crystal of Eternal Laws. Rank, High-ranking deity. Effect 1. All territorial units gain eternal power, enhancing vitality and rule damage by 30-fold, as well as granting 95 immunity to any damage for 1 hour. The eternal power flowed into each unit like a mighty deluge. Shen Yi felt a distinct surge of strength, his body brimming with endless vitality, as if imbued with the capability to obliterate the world. His forces underwent a profound transformation. The already formidable death spirits became even more potent, their pale energy intensifying, each wisp of power bearing the weight of death's decree. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding an insatiable thirst for slaughter. The six-winged holy dragon let out a thunderous roar, reverberating throughout the space. Its scales, augmented by the eternal power, gleamed with a brilliant metallic sheen, resembling an indomitable suit of armor. With a gentle flap of its enormous wings, it conjured a fierce wind that dispersed the surrounding thunderous energy. Boom! The thunder rolled like the prelude to an apocalypse. The thousand spirits of thunderous slaughter moved their colossal forms. Each step they took caused the very space to tremble. They surged forth, accompanied by a storm of thunder. The lightning resembling silver dragons with bared fangs, charging toward Shen Yi and his forces. The cacophony of thunderclaps intertwined with the roars of the spirits of slaughter, creating a terrifying symphony of death. The death spirits initiated the assault, wielding their black scythes that glimmered with a chilling light. As grayish energy surged like tumultuous waves toward the spirits of thunderous slaughter. Wherever this necrotic energy touched, the space seemed to corrode, fracturing with dark fissures. One spirit of thunderous slaughter, struck by the necrotic energy, emitted a pained roar as its thunderous power faltered, the once bright arcs of electricity dimming slightly. Yet, being a formidable entity, it quickly regained its composure. The surrounding thunderous energy erupted once more, dispersing the encroaching necrotic force. In tandem, the six-winged holy dragon unleashed its attack, exhaling a searing dragon flame unlike any ordinary fire, imbued with a mysterious force that ignited the air with a sizzling sound. One spirit of thunderous slaughter, unable to evade, was engulfed by the dragon flame, thrashing madly within the inferno, emitting shrill cries as it struggled against the binding blaze. However, the might of the dragon flame proved insurmountable, and soon, the spirit disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the air. The spirits of thunderous slaughter would not remain passive. They unleashed their thunderous might. Stalwart bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, targeting the death spirits and the six-winged holy dragon. One bolt struck a death spirit, yet, thanks to the enhancement of eternal power, it merely staggered slightly before resuming its assault, its murderous intent intensifying as it charged toward the spirit that had released the lightning, its scythe slicing through the air with an aura of inevitable death. Meanwhile, the six-winged holy dragon adeptly maneuvered through the battlefield, evading the attacks of the spirits of thunderous slaughter. Its massive claws, sharp as blades, slashed at the spirits, each strike generating a powerful gust that disrupted the surrounding thunderous energy. One spirit attempted to ensnare the six-winged holy dragon with its lightning, but the dragon spread its wings, dispersing the lightning with a forceful gust before diving down, its claws rending the spirit apart in an instant. On the battlefield, the death spirits engaged in close combat with the spirits of thunderous slaughter. Empowered by the eternal power, their strength and speed surpassed all previous limits. Their scythes carved deep gashes into the spirits, while the grayish necrotic energy continuously eroded their foes' forms. The spirits of thunderous slaughter, however, were not to be outdone. Their bodies were as hard as iron, with the lightning possessing potent paralyzing and damaging effects. One death spirit, while attacking a spirit of thunderous slaughter, was inadvertently struck by the latter's lightning and became momentarily paralyzed, unable to move. In this critical moment, another death spirit dashed forward, using its scythe to repel the spirit of thunderous slaughter, rescuing its comrade. The six-winged holy dragon circled above the battlefield, occasionally striking downwards, delivering heavy blows to the spirits of thunderous slaughter. Its dragon flames and claws became the most fearsome weapons on the battlefield, toppling spirits wherever they went. Yet, the sheer number of spirits of thunderous slaughter posed a challenge. They coordinated their efforts in attempts to besiege the six-winged holy dragon. Several spirits simultaneously unleashed their thunderous powers, weaving a vast net of lightning to ensnare the dragon. Upon witnessing this, the six-winged holy dragon's eyes flashed with disdain. It exhaled an even more potent dragon flame, incinerating the lightning net instantaneously. Subsequently, it spread its wings and charged toward the encroaching spirits, whipping up a tempest that sent them tumbling. As the battle raged on, the tide gradually turned in favor of Shen Yi's side. With the enhancement of eternal power, the combat prowess of the death spirits and the six-winged holy dragon surged to unprecedented heights. Although the thunder slaughter spirits are formidable, they gradually find themselves in dire straits in the face of such overwhelming power. One by one, the thunder slaughter spirits fall under the relentless assaults of the undead godslayer and the six-winged holy dragon, their lifeless forms strewn across the battlefield. Bearing witness to this fierce clash, Shen Yi stands at the rear, intently observing the fray. Chapter 123, The Eternal Golden List as Champion. In the chaotic and dark expanse of the 19th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower, thick mists swirl like a tangible veil, enveloping the surroundings. The undead godslayer radiates an eerie green ghost fire, flickering and dancing as if narrating endless grievances. Its form, constructed of chilling white bones, is inscribed with mysterious runes that exude a chilling aura when illuminated by the spectral light. The godslaying scythe it wields towers over 2 men in height, glinting with a frigid brilliance, its edge so sharp it seems capable of effortlessly rending the fabric of space. The six-winged holy dragon presents a scene of majestic grandeur. Its colossal body hovers in the air, each scale polished to resemble a precious gem, radiating a sacred glow. With 6 pairs of wings unfurled, spanning dozens of feet, golden runes flow along its feathers, imbued with potent divine power. Each flap of its wings conjures a golden tempest that disperses the surrounding mists. Its eyes, akin to blazing suns, emanate an authoritative light as it surveys the battlefield below. During an hour of intense combat, the entire space becomes saturated with formidable energies. The slaughter spirits flit about, their bodies marred with scars, their ferocious visages intermittently flashing with a bloodthirsty red gleam. They emit piercing shrieks reminiscent of wailing specters, reverberating through the enclosed space, instilling a sense of dread. Like a pack of ravenous wolves, they surge forward relentlessly towards the undead godslayer and the six-winged holy dragon. The undead godslayer swings its scythe, each arc summoning a green blade of light extending dozens of meters. Wherever the blade passes, space seems to tear apart with a sizzling sound. Those slaughter spirits caught near the blade are instantly cleaved in two, dissolving into wisps of black mist. Meanwhile, the six-winged holy dragon continuously unleashes scorching dragon flames, their golden hue searing everything in their path to ash. Its claws, razor-sharp, pulverize several slaughter spirits with each strike. The aftermath of the battle incessantly reverberates through the environment. Gigantic fissures appear on the ground, unfathomably deep, pulsating with eerie light. Distortions sporadically manifest in the space, as if it could collapse at any moment. The mists around them morph continuously under the impact of potent energies, sometimes coalescing into monstrous shapes before dissipating into nothingness. At last, after countless life and death encounters, the undead godslayer and the six-winged holy dragon successfully annihilate all the slaughter spirits. The final slaughter spirit, with a reluctant howl, transforms into a wisp of black smoke and vanishes. In that moment, the entire space seems to exhale a sigh of relief, and the previously chaotic energies gradually subside. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the guardian of the 19th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower. Time taken 1 hour. You have received rewards: 60 shards of Divine Kingdom Origin, 1 equipment for High Lord level troops. Having triumphantly cleared the 19th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower. At the very moment Shen Yi clears the 19th layer, the eternal golden list outside the tower trembles violently, erupting into dazzling golden light. This golden radiance pierces the heavens, illuminating the area surrounding the Divine Tower. The clouds drifting in the sky are tinted gold by this brilliance, resembling a vast ocean of gold. On the ground, various exotic flowers, grasses, and trees shimmer with mysterious light under the golden glow, as if celebrating this monumental occasion. A resounding voice, akin to the ringing of a great bell, resonates through the heavens and earth, reaching beyond the 9 skies and 10 realms. This voice is robust and authoritative, akin to a divine proclamation, shaking the entire world. In a distant realm, divine beasts, resting in their abodes, lift their heads in reverence upon hearing this voice, their eyes filled with awe. In the profound depths of the ocean, mighty sea creatures awaken, their enormous forms stirring the waters, creating waves upon waves. Concurrently, in the far-off eternal plane, a realm accessible only to high lords, the commotion of the eternal golden list reaches here as well. Countless high lords are taken aback, their demeanor shifting in astonishment. Has the first place on the eternal golden list changed hands? Exclaims a high lord clad in a black robe, crowned in gold. Surrounding him are equally formidable subordinates, all wearing expressions of disbelief. After 3,000 years, the eternal golden list can still change its champion? Muses a towering high lord radiating flames, his figure engulfed in blazing fire, as if the flames possess a will of their own, dancing animatedly. This is indeed unexpected, remarks a benevolent-looking female high lord in white robes, clutching a staff that emanates a soft glow, adorned with precious gems. Is it not said that once one enters the eternal plane, they can no longer access the space of the eternal divine tower? Who is this remarkable individual? Questions a slender, sharp-eyed high lord, his back adorned with a colossal battle axe inscribed with runes, exuding formidable energy. It appears the lower realm has produced an unparalleled being, declares a deep-voiced high lord, shrouded in darkness, obscuring his features with a dense aura of shadows. Shen Yi stands within the 19th layer. The system's completion notification and the announcement of his ascension to the top of the eternal golden list ringing in his ears. A slight smile graces his lips as he feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After such a prolonged effort, he has finally secured his place as the foremost individual on the eternal golden list. In this moment, his heart swells with a profound sense of accomplishment. He gazes at the space around him, gradually calming down, reflecting on the battles fought with a myriad of emotions swirling within. After steadying himself, he retrieves the high lord level equipment from the spatial realm. It is a beautifully crafted staff, measuring 5 feet in length, entirely azure. as if sculpted from a single piece of pristine sapphire. The staff's surface is adorned with intricate runes that flicker with a faint blue light, seemingly whispering ancient tales. The lines of the runes are fluid and complex, each one containing immense power. At the top of the staff rests a colossal crystal, within which lies a vast expanse of starry sky, twinkling and mysterious. A spark of excitement flashes in Shen Yi's eyes as he examines the attributes of this equipment. Staff of Celestial Omens, High Lord level. Type, Troop Equipment. Attributes, Vitality 30 trillion, Spirit 30 trillion effect. Increases damage by 2,000 to the loss. Chapter 124, God King level equipment. On this day, destined to be etched in the annals of his adventures as a lord, Shen Yi welcomes an unparalleled treasure. A High Lord level equipment capable of altering the trajectory of everything. As this equipment materializes before him, the very space around seems to tremble. The laws of the entire world subtly realigning in its presence. The appearance of this divine-grade equipment is both enigmatic and resplendent, with its core emanating a profound and shadowy dark golden hue. The surface is adorned with a shimmering light of runes that seem to possess a life of their own, flickering and fading intermittently, as if whispering ancient and mysterious tales. At the edges of the equipment, a circle of black gemstones, exuding a chilling aura, is embedded. Within these gems, a faint glimmer of cold radiance flickers, each flash accompanied by a surge of formidable energy, seemingly proclaiming its extraordinary nature to the world. As Shen Yi's gaze fell upon the attributes of this equipment, he found himself instantly captivated, his breath quickening involuntarily. The attribute enhancements were nothing short of terrifying. This single piece of equipment could enhance one's physique and spirit by a staggering 30 trillion. What implications did this hold? It meant that even the most ordinary of troops could, with this equipment, leap to the status of a higher divine being, transforming from the mundane to the extraordinary, from the feeble to the immensely powerful. Yet, this was not the entirety of the equipment's might. Even more astonishing was its capacity to deliver a 20-fold increase in rule damage. In this world, where mysterious laws govern the outcome of battles, possessing such equipment was akin to wielding an indomitable blade, capable of inflicting catastrophic damage upon adversaries. Such power was, indeed, unparalleled. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi's gaze resolutely shifted towards his Deathbringer Legion. These deathly warriors already harbored immense potential. Now, should they be graced with the blessings of this divine-grade equipment, their prowess would surely soar. Shen Yi decisively commanded the enchantment of the equipment upon his Deathbringers. With his command, the divine-grade equipment seemed to be imbued with life, transforming into a blinding ray of light that surged with incredible speed into the bodies of the Deathbringers. In an instant, a tremendous wave of energy, akin to a surging tsunami, began to rise uncontrollably within them. The Deathbringers trembled slightly, their forms glowing with a strange yet potent radiance, interwoven with strands of dark golden energy, blending with their inherent necromantic power. An astonishing aura of deathly energy enveloped the surroundings, more intense and ferocious than ever before, as if it could consume all in its path. Under the influence of this powerful aura, the very fabric of space began to warp, rocks on the ground shattered, and deep fissures spread outward. During the enchantment process, the attributes of the Deathbringers surged upward like a rocket. Their physical attributes escalated rapidly, and their mental power continued to consolidate and intensify. With each enhancement, a deep and resonant roar echoed, as if they were declaring their newfound strength to the world. As time trickled by in this tense and fervent atmosphere, the enchantment was finally completed. The Deathbringers had successfully acquired a divine-grade equipment. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that they had undergone a transformative change compared to before. Once merely exuding a strong aura, they now resembled formidable demigods, instilling fear in all who beheld them. They had enchanted one piece of lower divine-grade equipment, two pieces of mid-level divine-grade equipment, and one piece of higher divine-grade equipment. These items resonated with one another, creating a formidable aura that surrounded them. Shen Yi focused his thoughts and began to examine the attributes of the newly empowered Deathbringers. Deathbringer. Rank, Higher True God. Physique, 490 trillion. Spirit, 490 trillion. Skills, Light of Annihilation, Reign of Oblivion, Death's Embrace. After the enchantment of 4 pieces of divine-grade equipment, the strength of the Deathbringers' attributes had reached an astonishing level. Although they were merely at the rank of higher true gods, their attributes were no less formidable than those of powerful higher divine units. At this moment, the Deathbringers could contend with the Guardians of the 19th layer even without the enhancement of the Eternal Crystals. Their power had reached a new pinnacle, becoming an incredibly powerful trump card in Shen Yi's arsenal. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his features. A remarkable piece of equipment. Now, let us see what surprises await from the reward for the first place on the Eternal Golden List, he murmured to himself. With that, he slowly extended his hand and retrieved the reward for the first place from his spatial inventory. In the next moment, a resplendent golden treasure chest appeared in his grasp. This chest was uniquely shaped, its surface intricately carved with various mysterious patterns, including ancient runes, soaring divine beasts, and peculiar celestial trajectories. Each design was exquisitely crafted, seemingly imbued with boundless secrets. The edges of the chest were adorned with a circle of dazzling gemstones, radiating a soft, yet brilliant glow, illuminating the entire chest in a dreamlike splendor. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. He grasped the chest firmly, took a deep breath, and decisively opened it. As the chest swung open, a brilliant golden light shot skyward, illuminating the surrounding space as if a new star had suddenly ignited in the heavens. Simultaneously, a clear and melodious system notification resonated in Shen Yi's ears. You have opened the Eternal Treasure, Chest 1. You have obtained the following item: 1 lower Divine King level hero equipment. The chest had yielded a Divine King level equipment. Upon hearing this notification, Shen Yi's pupils constricted, and an expression of profound astonishment crossed his face. Lower Divine King level equipment? This was a rank beyond Divine Grade. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. In his understanding, Divine Grade equipment was already immensely powerful, yet now he had acquired an even higher tier Divine King level equipment, leaving him both elated and incredulous. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he retrieved the so-called Divine King level equipment. It appeared as a luxurious crown of purple gold, palm-sized, radiating an astonishing wave of energy. The main body of the crown was crafted from a mysterious purple golden metal, its surface flickering with a faint lightning glow, seemingly harboring infinite power. Surrounding the edges of the crown were a series of gemstones emanating a purple light, harmoniously reflecting one another to create a mysterious and magnificent aura. At the apex of the crown lay a massive purple crystal, within which reverberated the sound of thunder. Each vibration was accompanied by a powerful energy shock, capable of shaking the very heavens. As Shen Yi's gaze fell upon the crown's attributes, he clearly discerned Thunder God's purple gold crown, lower Divine King level. Type: Hero equipment. Restriction: usable by any hero or lord unit. Effect 1: Physique 100 trillion, Spirit 100 trillion. Effect 2: increases the strength of 3 sources of power. This piece of equipment, named the Thunder God's purple gold crown, belonged to the category of hero equipment. The attribute enhancements were remarkably formidable, boasting an increase of 100 trillion in both physique and spirit. Such an overwhelming augmentation left Shen Yi utterly astounded. His heart brimmed with anticipation as he envisioned the terrifying power he would wield upon enchanting this crown. An increase of 3 in the strength of sources of power? What kind of enhancement was this? Shen Yi's face reflected curiosity as he murmured to himself. Chapter 125, The Source of Power. As Shen Yi's mind brimmed with curiosity, various speculations tangled and intertwined within him like a chaotic mass. The enigmatic Lord system seemed to sense his inner doubts and suddenly emitted a crisp notification sound. This sound resonated in the silent space, instantly capturing Shen Yi's full attention, his gaze darting like lightning towards the manifest notification from the Lord system. According to the conveyed information, the source power was a mysterious force belonging to the divine rank of the godly sovereign. This power radiated with an awe-inspiring brilliance, akin to the resplendent stars high above, representing a higher existence that transcends the power of laws. In Shen Yi's perception, the power of laws was already a formidable and arcane force. However, the source power surpassed it by an entire echelon, leaving him both astonished and intrigued. Elemental power, the power of laws, and now this mysterious source power? Shen Yi murmured softly, his brow slightly furrowing, as a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Within this lordly realm, the most fundamental and the first power that individuals could wield was the diverse elemental forces. The fiery ferocity of fire elements, the gentle fluidity of water elements, the ethereal lightness of wind elements, and the solid stability of earth elements. These elemental forces constituted the very foundation of the power system in this world. As the prowess of the lords continually ascended, reaching levels in the millions, they could then touch upon the arcane power of laws, which governs the order and regulations of the world, each law imbued with endless mysteries. Yet, mastery over the higher-tier source power bore no direct correlation to attribute strength. Take for instance the immensely powerful 6-winged holy dragons. Their attribute strength had reached an astonishing 10 trillion and beyond, placing them at the pinnacle of power within this realm. Nevertheless, even they remained incapable of harnessing the enigmatic source power of the undead. Only by enchanting this piece of equipment can I command the source power? Shen Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a ray of hope had pierced through the darkness. The expression that had been tinged with curiosity and uncertainty was now replaced by sheer delight. For someone who had relentlessly pursued the enhancement of power, this was undoubtedly monumental news. Without a shred of hesitation, he hastened to enchant the equipment. The purple golden crown transformed, akin to a brilliant star, into a sphere of thunderous light. Within this sphere, arcs of electricity flickered, emitting crackling sounds, before it soared into the air like an eagle breaking free from its constraints, propelled towards Shen Yi's very being with unstoppable momentum. Boom. A resounding clap of thunder echoed, reverberating like the might of the heavens, resounding all around. This sound seemed to be the earth and sky roaring in anticipation of the formidable power that Shen Yi was about to acquire. In that moment, he felt as though he were enveloped in a chaotic realm, an unparalleled surge of energy rising within him like tumultuous ocean waves. Instantly, an endless stream of undead law power erupted forth, as if a dam had been breached. This power, imbued with the essence of death, coursed through Shen Yi's veins. Not only that, but he could distinctly perceive the escalating quality of this undead law power. Although initially potent, it bore some flaws and inadequacies in his perception. Yet now, it seemed as if these forces were undergoing a divine baptism, continually becoming purer and more formidable. As time passed, the elevation of the undead law power reached a pinnacle. And in that fleeting moment, it felt as though a mysterious gate had swung open, allowing these forces to transcend into a realm of unparalleled supremacy. The grayish-white power of the undead, upon its elevation, became hazy, resembling a delicate veil of mist. This mist, seemingly gentle, harbored boundless mysteries. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a multitude of twinkling stars, each one seemingly containing an independent microcosm, akin to an infinity of celestial bodies. This ethereal sight ensnared Shen Yi, immersing him in its captivating allure. Time flowed slowly in this wondrous process, and soon, the enchanting was complete. Shen Yi's body underwent a transformation of cataclysmic proportions under the baptism of this formidable power. His attribute strength experienced a comprehensive enhancement. The already formidable physique became even more unyielding. He gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, as he felt the terrifying power within him, causing a swell of emotions. This power imparted upon him a sense of dominion over the heavens and the earth, as if with a mere thought. He could alter the very fabric of reality. With a thought, his attribute panel instantly materialized. Shen Yi, Lord level, 9 stars. Class, Necromancer. Physique, 11 trillion. Mentality, 11 trillion. Now, Shen Yi had enchanted a total of 4 pieces of equipment. Among them was 1 piece of lower-tier demigod equipment. Although relatively low in rank, it provided a solid foundation for Shen Yi's power enhancement. The mysterious force it contained synergized with Shen Yi's own strength, allowing him to wield the power of other equipment more effectively. 2 pieces of mid-tier demigod equipment served as powerful allies, greatly supporting Shen Yi's ascent in strength. Their inherent law power resonated with Shen Yi's undead law power, amplifying his might further. The godly sovereign level piece was of utmost importance. It was this very equipment that granted Shen Yi the ability to command source power. Through the combined effects of these 4 pieces, his attribute strength soared to an astonishing 11 trillion. Shen Yi slowly raised his right hand and gestured in the air. In the next moment, a wisp of hazy gray-white flame quietly manifested. This flame, though seemingly weak, contained boundless strength. As it appeared, the surrounding space suddenly felt heavy, as if the world itself could not bear the manifestation of this flame. The fabric of space began to warp, emitting creaking sounds, as if it were on the verge of shattering. So this is source power? Truly exceptional. Shen Yi gazed at the gray-white flame in his hand, murmuring to himself. The overwhelming sensation of strength it bestowed filled him with awe. He felt that with this power, even if his attributes did not rival those of the 6-winged holy dragons, he could still stand against them. His eyes gleamed with confidence, a reflection of his newfound strength. The mastery of source power bore no relation to attributes. Thus, Shen Yi's ability to wield the undead source power was likely due to the godly sovereign level equipment. Shen Yi shook his head slightly, temporarily setting aside his doubts, and refrained from pondering further. Now, both his own strength and that of his troops had experienced a tremendous surge, presenting an exceptional opportunity. A surge of ambition welled up within him, now that his power had been enhanced. It was time to attempt to conquer the 20th layer of the Eternal Divine Tower in one fell swoop. Chapter 126, The Pinnacle Layer. In the endless river of time and space, the Eternal Divine Tower stood as an insurmountable and majestic monument, towering in a realm of unfathomable mystery. This tower comprised 20 layers, each imbued with unique and potent law powers, akin to a series of trials meticulously arranged by the supreme deities. Throughout history, countless powerful lords, driven by their ambitions to conquer the world, have entered this enigmatic space, yet few have managed to ascend to the tower's pinnacle. Even the mightiest of lords have merely traversed the 19th level, which has since become an unattainable pinnacle for countless individuals. The 20th level, more elusive than a dream, remains a realm no lord has ever successfully conquered. In truth, only 2 lords have had the fortune to ascend to this 20th level, those being the unparalleled titans who once occupied the 1st and 2nd positions on the Eternal Golden List. These 2 formidable lords were already renowned throughout the world before stepping into the 20th level, their power inspiring awe among many. Yet, despite their immense strength, they ultimately returned empty-handed from the challenges of the 20th level, leaving behind a legacy of unfulfilled ambition. Now, the young yet extraordinarily powerful lord, Shen Yi, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, has emerged as the third legendary figure to reach the second 20th level of the Eternal Tower. His arrival seems to usher in a new variable into this mysterious and silent domain. The 20th level of the Eternal Tower resembles a world shrouded in darkness and oppression. The moment Shen Yi entered this realm, accompanied by the necromancer and the six-winged holy dragon, he was immediately enveloped by an intangible pressure. This somber space was thick with an atmosphere of suffocating tension, as if invisible hands sought to crush one's very soul. In the sky, dark thunder rumbled like slumbering dragons, rolling ominously and occasionally erupting in a deafening roar, reminiscent of a divine being in the distant heavens unleashing its fury. Each rumble reverberated painfully against the eardrums, sending tremors through the soul. It was evident that this world was dominated by the attributes of thunder, where the laws of lightning held absolute sway. Shen Yi stood silently in this space, closing his eyes to attune himself to the governing forces of the world. He could distinctly sense that this 20th level possessed a resilience far greater than the preceding realms. The power of the laws here resembled an intricately woven net, where each strand pulsed with formidable energy. A mere misstep could provoke a backlash from these laws, serving as both a test of strength and a crucible for willpower. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder erupted, as if 1,000 cannons had simultaneously discharged, shaking the very fabric of this space. The sound threatened to shatter the world, sending powerful sound waves crashing against everything around. Moments later, the guardians of this level materialized before Shen Yi. He swiftly opened his eyes, gazing upward to behold a multitude of towering figures materializing slowly. These beings were wreathed in black lightning, which danced upon their forms like a living entity, crackling with energy. Their imposing stature was reminiscent of ancient mountains, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure merely by their presence. Shen Yi's eyes glimmered with determination as he unhesitatingly employed his detection technique to scrutinize the attributes of the monstrous entities before him. Thunder Sacred Horned Beast. Rank: High Lord God. Physique: 70 trillion. Mentality: 70 trillion. Skills: these formidable creatures, known as the Sacred Horned Beasts, are classified as High Lord God beings with a thunder attribute. Their attributes were terrifyingly formidable, with both physique and mentality reaching an astonishing 70 trillion. Upon observing these statistics, Shen Yi felt a tremor of apprehension within him. Such overwhelming attributes were enough to leave any powerful warrior in awe. A total of 1,000 Thunder Sacred Horned Beasts appeared, advancing toward Shen Yi and his troops with heavy, deliberate steps. Each footfall caused the earth to tremble, as if the entire world bowed beneath their might. The Thunder Sacred Horned Beasts loomed large, resembling moving mountains. The black lightning enveloping them surged like dark flames, exuding a chilling aura. Their massive heads bore an air of majesty, akin to colossal obsidian boulders, instilling a sense of invincibility. Two blood-red eyes glowed like burning suns, radiating a menacing brilliance. This fierce glare seemed to possess a tangible power, capable of scorching the very soul and instilling dread upon mere eye contact. Their broad nostrils expelled plumes of dark air with each breath, intertwining with the surrounding lightning to form a formidable tempest. This storm twisted the space around it, as if an invisible hand were mercilessly kneading reality. Their antlers jutted forth from their heads like two black blades capable of cleaving the heavens and earth. The surface of these horns shimmered with strange lightning patterns, pulsating with an eerie glow that spoke of ancient and malevolent powers. These antlers served not only as weapons of attack, but also as symbols of their might, encapsulating the essence of the thunderous laws. Their robust limbs resembled towering pillars, firmly anchored to the ground. The soles of their feet were adorned with sharp spines, each glistening with a cold gleam. With each step, they could effortlessly crush boulders, leaving deep impressions upon the earth. Their bodies resembled moving mountain ranges, their muscles bulging like rolling hills, each fiber brimming with cataclysmic power, poised to erupt and reduce everything around them to rubble. The scales along their backs were layered like overlapping plates, each the size of a millstone. These scales gleamed with a cold metallic luster, while dark lightning coursed between their crevices, crackling ominously. These scales not only served as their protective armor, but also as containers for their thunderous power. When attacked, the scales could unleash devastating lightning retaliations, catching adversaries off guard. Their powerful tails resembled those of black thunder dragons, capable of rending the air and creating fissures in the very fabric of space with casual swishes. The surrounding lightning grew increasingly ferocious, as if rallying in support of this tail's might. This tail was akin to a lethal weapon, capable of delivering a fatal blow to foes in an instant. With such terrifying creatures numbering 1,000, it was no wonder that the previous two lords failed to conquer this trial. They must have exerted their utmost against such formidable adversaries, only to succumb in defeat. However, for Shen Yi, this presented no insurmountable challenge. He extended his hand, and the eternal law crystal materialized within his grasp. The crystal emanated a mysterious radiance, as if it encompassed the very essence of the world's laws. In the next moment, the eternal law crystal burst forth with blinding brilliance, releasing a dazzling divine light. This divine illumination enveloped Shen Yi, the necromancer, and the six-winged holy dragons in a radiant embrace. In an instant, a surge of formidable power coursed through them. Shen Yi and his troops experienced a dramatic elevation in their combat prowess, exuding an aura of strength that felt like a rebirth. A confident glimmer shone in Shen Yi's eyes. He was acutely aware that the impending battle would be intensely fierce. Yet, he held unwavering faith in his ability to lead his troops to triumph over the formidable foes before him, successfully conquering the 20th level of the Eternal Tower and crafting his own legendary saga. Chapter 127, Complete Victory. In that vast, mysterious, and unknowable void, the Eternal Tower stood proudly, radiating an ancient and timeless aura, as if narrating tales from countless ages. The tower soared into the clouds, with each level resembling an independent microcosm, concealing endless mysteries and dangers. At this moment, Shen Yi and his companions had arrived at the final level of the Eternal Tower, on the brink of a breathtaking battle. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, akin to the chaotic sounds of creation at the dawn of time, shattering the tranquility that once reigned. The power of the thunderous laws surged forth like a tumultuous tide, crashing down with the force of an avalanche. The lightning no longer appeared merely as a vibrant purple. Instead, it manifested in a profound and obsidian hue, reminiscent of the cataclysmic forces that emerge from an unfathomable abyss. Each bolt of lightning was thick as an arm, intertwining and coiling around one another, emitting a series of heart-stopping roars that seemed to proclaim their absolute dominion over the world. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped by this overwhelming darkness of thunder, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Standing beneath this terrifying tempest, Shen Yi remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any panic or fear. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as though he could see through the very fabric of the lightning itself. With a mere flick of his hand, he commanded, "Rise." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing like a great bell in the ears of all present. In the next moment, the deathly godslayers and the six-winged holy dragons seemed to receive a divine command, soaring skyward in an instant. The godslayers moved with an ethereal grace, shrouded in a mist of gray and white, each action imbued with an eerie and mysterious aura. The six-winged holy dragons unfurled their vast wings, each spanning dozens of meters, shimmering with a golden radiance, like colossal titans in the heavens. The scales of their dragons reflected a dazzling brilliance, akin to impenetrable armor. An abyss-like gray and white necromantic power materialized, exuding an endless aura of death and decay, as if it were a tide of demons surging forth from the depths of hell. This necromantic force, with overwhelming momentum, crashed against the expanse of thunder like a mighty tsunami. In an instant, the very fabric of space seemed to be torn asunder by these two terrifying powers, producing a cacophony of piercing howls. A thunderous rumble echoed as these colossal forces collided in midair, unleashing earth-shattering waves of energy. The tremors radiated outward from the point of impact, distorting and shredding the surrounding space as if gripped by an unseen hand. The air was abruptly compressed, forming massive whirlwinds that howled with a deafening roar. The ground quaked violently under this immense power, as the entire realm trembled on the brink of collapse. A cataclysmic battle was about to erupt. The godslayers and six-winged holy dragons clashed fiercely with the holy horned beasts. The horned beasts, immense in size, each comparable to a small mountain, were clad in a layer of hard scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Their sharp horns gleamed with a chilling light, as if capable of piercing through anything with ease. The godslayers, utilizing their uncanny agility and formidable necromantic power, thrived in the chaos of battle. Their weapons glimmered with a grayish-white light, each swing sending ripples of necromantic energy that corroded the bodies of the horned beasts, eliciting anguished roars of pain. The six-winged holy dragons circled and soared through the air, their massive wings stirring up fierce winds. They unleashed torrents of sacred flames, intertwining with the necromantic forces, illuminating the battlefield in a radiant glow. Soon, the godslayers and six-winged holy dragons gained the upper hand. Though the horned beasts were formidable, their attacks, capable of shaking the earth, proved inadequate against Shen Yi's necromantic legions. Their strikes were deftly evaded by the godslayers or repelled by the overwhelming might of the six-winged holy dragons. "Let me see the might of the primordial power," Shen Yi murmured to himself, standing at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. In the next moment, he slowly raised one hand, and a wisp of grayish-white ethereal flame quietly emerged from his palm. This flame appeared insubstantial, like a rootless reed, gently swaying in the breeze. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint glimmers of starlight within, imbued with the vastness of the cosmos, as if containing the secrets of the universe. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, the misty gray-white flame, as if imbued with life, began to glide towards one of the horned beasts. The flame seemed to drift languidly, but in the blink of an eye, it zipped forward, arriving at the horned beast's side, as if it had traversed great distances instantaneously. With a swift motion, the flame slipped into the beast's body. In the next moment, an explosive sound erupted, unleashing a wave of energy that felt as if it were reshaping the very world itself. Then, a terrifying surge of necromantic energy erupted. This force was unparalleled, sweeping through the horned beast's life force like an overwhelming tide. The creature's body began to wither rapidly. Its once mighty scales dulled and fell away. The fierce glint that had once shone in its eyes was replaced by an abyss of fear and despair. It struggled against this terrifying force, attempting to break free, only to find itself ensnared by invisible shackles, rendered immobile. In the blink of an eye, a powerful horned beast succumbed entirely to the onslaught of necromantic energy, collapsing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Observing this scene, Shen Yi's face bore a satisfied expression as he murmured, "Is this the primordial power? Truly formidable. I wonder what level my necromantic primordial power holds." Without further contemplation, having made his move, Shen Yi refrained from further action. The god's layers and six-winged holy dragons were more than capable of dispatching the remaining horned beasts with ease. As he anticipated, in the ensuing battle, the god's layers and six-winged holy dragons, with their formidable strength, effortlessly defeated the horned beasts one by one. Time flowed inexorably forward, and the tide of battle gradually turned overwhelmingly in favor of Shen Yi's forces. The number of horned beasts dwindled, while the god's layers and six-winged holy dragons remained vibrant and unscathed. An hour later, the last horned beast found itself cornered by the god's layers. It was battered and bruised, its body riddled with wounds, blood flowing freely and staining the ground a deep crimson. With a simultaneous flourish, several god's layers brandished their weapons, channeling gray-white necromantic energy into a colossal beam that hurtled toward the horned beast. The creature let out a desperate roar, attempting to withstand the onslaught, but to no avail. With a resounding crash, the energy beam struck, instantly shredding its body into fragments. Thus, the battle concluded, and all the horned beasts of the 20th layer of the eternal divine tower lay slain. Silence enveloped the battlefield, interrupted only by the gentle breeze stirring the dust upon the ground. The once mighty power of the thunderous laws had vanished, replaced by an even stronger dominion of necromantic energy. This layer of space was now firmly under the sway of necromantic power. Chapter 128, Additional Rewards. Shen Yi stood at the heart of the battlefield on the 20th layer, surrounded by the fallen guardians. As the last guardian crashed to the ground, the entire space seemed to tremble, and then the system's clear and exhilarating notification rang out. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the guardians of the 20th layer of the eternal divine tower. Time taken, 10 minutes. You have earned the reward, 60 fragments of the divine nation's essence. 1 piece of equipment for upper-tier demigod units. Congratulations. You are the first lord to conquer the 20th layer of the eternal divine tower. You have received an additional reward, 1 eternal divine cannon. 1 piece of equipment for lower-tier God King heroes. Shen Yi slightly tilted his head, absorbing the exhilarating series of system notifications, a surge of indescribable accomplishment swelling within him. Within this eternal divine tower, the challenges presented on each level were undeniably formidable, yet through his exceptional prowess, remarkable intellect, and indomitable courage, he successfully overcame the trials of the 20th level, emerging as the inaugural conqueror. The rewards for this achievement were extraordinarily generous. First and foremost were the 60 shards of divine realm essence, emanating a mysterious glimmer. Each shard contained potent and ancient power, as if they were enigmatic gifts from a primordial divine kingdom, destined to play a substantial role in Shen Yi's future endeavors. Moreover, a piece of high-tier divine weaponry awaited him, igniting Shen Yi's eager anticipation. In addition, he was granted 2 supplementary surprise rewards, a divine king-level hero equipment and a mysterious tome entitled Eternal Divine Cannon. With a swift flicker of thought, Shen Yi instinctively directed his focus toward the Eternal Divine Cannon. As he concentrated, a hefty tome materialized in his grasp. The book radiated a unique aura of eternal power, seemingly tethered to infinite time and space, exuding an irresistible mystique. The cover of the tome was a profound black, akin to the boundless void of the cosmos. Shrouded in mystery, its edges were adorned with delicate golden filigree, reminiscent of flowing starlight, intricately woven to form what appeared to be a cryptic incantation. Each line seemed to narrate ancient and arcane tales, as if these symbols had existed since the dawn of the universe, infused with boundless secrets. A spark ignited in Shen Yi's eyes, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. He promptly employed his probing technique, seeking to unveil the enigma that cloaked this extraordinary reward. As the probing technique unfolded, detailed information unfurled before his eyes. Eternal Divine Cannon, fragmented. Tier. Effect 1. All territorial units gain eternal power, enhancing vitality by 36 times and rule damage by 36 times, while providing immunity to 95 of any damage taken. Effect 2. To be unlocked. Effect 3. To be unlocked. Note: Collect a certain number of eternal stars to unlock new effects. Is it truly a fragmented item? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. In his original conception, an item bestowed as such a unique reward from the Eternal Divine Tower would undoubtedly be a flawless artifact, endowed with unparalleled power. According to his understanding, this item should grant territorial units a permanent enhancement of eternal power, enabling a qualitative leap in strength. Moreover, merely from the existing effects, the power of eternal energy contained within this item surpassed that of the Eternal Law Crystal he had previously possessed by several magnitudes. It could augment the vitality of territorial units by 36 times, signifying that in battle, they would possess a tenacious resilience akin to an indomitable fortress forged of steel. Simultaneously, the 36-fold increase in rule damage would allow territorial units to unleash cataclysmic power during assaults, rendering them a fearsome presence on the battlefield. Even more astonishing was its ability to grant territorial units immunity to 95 of any damage sustained, bestowing upon them a nearly invincible defensive capability in combat. Such formidable effects unequivocally attest to the superior quality of this item. Furthermore, it harbored additional powerful effects awaiting revelation. Although the unlocking condition involved collecting the so-called eternal stars, Shen Yi felt no discontent. On the contrary, this only intensified his zeal and desire for exploration. To him, challenges and opportunities were always intertwined, as long as one persevered. The full mysteries of this extraordinary item would ultimately be unveiled. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi decisively activated the item. In an instant, a blinding radiance illuminated the space, casting a brilliant glow throughout. The hefty black tome began to emit a hazy and enigmatic light, gradually levitating into the air. Then, like a nimble bird in flight, it soared toward Shen Yi with great speed. As it neared him, the ethereal luminescence seamlessly merged with his being. Almost immediately, Shen Yi felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a force reminiscent of the enhancement he had experienced with the Eternal Law Crystal, yet far more potent and vibrant. Indeed, it was the coveted eternal power. This energy flowed within him like a relentless river, invigorating every cell with boundless vitality. With the permanent enhancement, he no longer needed to worry about depleting the Eternal Law Crystal. Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes, excitement and satisfaction shimmering within them. He savored the overwhelming infusion of eternal power, nodding in contentment. This enduring augmentation of eternal power undoubtedly provided a robust foundation for the development of his territory and future battles. Having resolved matters concerning the eternal divine canon, Shen Yi's gaze shifted to the other reward. He extended his hand, and with a mere thought, the high-tier divine weaponry materialized in his grasp. This marked his second acquisition of high-tier divine equipment, and in his hands, it radiated a resplendent glow, akin to a shining star. It was a necklace, vibrant and iridescent, imbued with the essence of the eternal divine tower. This essence seemed infused with the accumulated wisdom of countless ages and the indomitable will of myriad strong warriors. The central part of the necklace was crafted from a mysterious metal, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, each hue resonating with immense energy. At its heart lay a colossal gemstone, deep blue and reminiscent of an unfathomable ocean, within which countless stars appeared to flicker. Heart of the Sacred Spring, high-tier divine level. Type, weaponry equipment. Attributes, Constitution 50 trillion, Spirit 50 trillion. Effect, increases rule damage by 2500. The Heart of the Sacred Spring, from its attribute enhancements alone, was already astonishingly formidable. With Constitution and Spirit attributes soaring to 50 trillion, this necklace would significantly bolster the physical and mental prowess of the units adorned with it. In combat, they would possess greater strength and heightened perceptual acuity. Most crucially, this equipment boasted a remarkable 25-fold increase in rule damage. This effect undoubtedly transformed the units equipped with this necklace into terrifying purveyors of rule damage on the battlefield, each strike infused with cataclysmic force, enough to instill dread in their adversaries. Holding the Heart of the Sacred Spring, Shen Yi was filled with elation. Chapter 129, Enhancement of the Source Power of the Undead. In that mysterious and grand expanse, Shen Yi stood silently, his profound gaze flickering with contemplation. The air around him seemed to still in response to his deep thoughts, and time appeared to slow its pace in that moment. After a brief period of reflection, he ultimately made a decision. He resolved to bestow this second piece of high-tier divine weaponry upon the six-winged Holy Dragon, thereby designating it as the inaugural equipment for the enchanting of the six-winged Holy Dragon units. In this era, the prowess of the undead godslayer has ascended to levels comparable to that of the most formidable upper deities. Within the entire hierarchy of power in the territory, the undead godslayer has undeniably secured a position of paramount importance, its formidable strength capable of altering the tide of numerous battles. In contrast, the enhancement of the six-winged Holy Dragon S might stand as the foremost choice at present. As Shen Yi's thoughts stirred, it resembled a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a remarkable chain reaction within this space. In the next moment, the heart of the sacred spring's radiance, levitated into the air. This equipment, classified as upper deity level, shone with a divine luminescence akin to a heart radiating sacred light, its surface adorned with flowing brilliance reminiscent of a sacred spring. The hues shifting between the gentle warmth of morning sunlight and the profound depth of a mysterious starry sky. Soon, the enchantment process with the six-winged holy dragon commenced. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelmingly vast wave of energy erupted, akin to a miniature cosmic singularity exploding in an instant. This energy surge, centered around the heart of the sacred spring's radiance, spread furiously outward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. An astonishing aura surged from each of the six-winged holy dragons. This aura roared like an ancient behemoth, imbued with boundless majesty and strength. While the original presence of the six-winged holy dragons was formidable, it underwent a qualitative transformation under the influence of this equipment. Their bodies quivered slightly, each scale glimmering with resplendent light that intertwined to form mysterious runes. As these runes flowed, the aura of the six-winged holy dragons became increasingly awe-inspiring. The surrounding grayish-white necromantic energy surged like an ancient volcano poised to erupt. This necromantic power, already teeming with formidable strength, became even more ferocious under the stimulus of the equipment's enchantment. It surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly crashing against the surrounding space, filling the air with a chilling atmosphere. The 6 pairs of wings of the six-winged holy dragons unfurled slowly, each pair signifying a potent elemental force. The wings of fire blazed with an intensifying heat, their flames capable of reducing all existence to ash. The wings of frost crystallized with biting cold, freezing the very air into icy shards. The wings of the tempest stirred gently, capable of conjuring winds powerful enough to obliterate mountains. The wings of thunder flickered with violet lightning, each bolt embodying apocalyptic power. The wings of darkness exuded a mysterious aura, seemingly capable of devouring all light. The wings of space trembled slightly, creating fine fissures in the surrounding space, as if on the verge of being torn apart. As the enchantment proceeded, the attributes of the six-winged holy dragons surged dramatically. Their bodies expanded, muscles becoming denser, each fiber imbued with boundless strength. Their once gem-like eyes deepened, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things. Their dragon horns grew increasingly robust, the intricate patterns upon them seeming to inscribe the secrets of ancient power. Before long, the enchantment was complete. The six-winged holy dragons had fully received the enhancements of upper deity-level equipment. A glimmer flickered in Shen Yi's eyes as he employed a divination spell to examine the attributes of the six-winged holy dragons. Undead six-winged holy dragon. Rank, lower deity. Physique, 30 trillion. Mentality, 35 trillion. Skills, wings of fire, wings of frost, wings of the tempest, wings of thunder, wings of darkness, wings of space. Following the enhancement from an upper deity-level equipment, the attributes of the six-winged holy dragons experienced a significant elevation. Their already formidable physique and mental attributes became even more terrifying. More importantly, this equipment augmented their damage in accordance with the laws of power, propelling their damage output to unprecedented heights. Shen Yi was immensely satisfied, nodding slightly, a hint of gratification gracing his visage. Subsequently, he retrieved the final reward, a piece of lower deity-level hero equipment, marking his second piece of deity-level gear. Having witnessed the might of deity-level equipment, Shen Yi harbored great anticipation at this moment. In the next moment, the equipment materialized in his hand, a milky white ring adorned with intricately carved dragon scales and phoenix feathers, exquisitely crafted. The dragon scales were rendered with such lifelike precision that one could almost feel the dragon's majesty emanating from each piece. The phoenix feathers appeared delicate and soft, swaying gracefully as if caught by the wind. The surface of the ring was further embellished with gems radiating a soft glow, their interplay enhancing the ring's mysterious and noble aura. Eternal Radiance Magic Ring, lower deity level. Type, hero equipment. Restrictions, usable by any hero or lord unit. Effect 1, Physique 12 trillion, Mentality 12 trillion. Effect 2, increases the strength of 3 sources of power. This deity-level equipment, named the Radiance Magic Ring, boasted attribute enhancements surpassing those of his first deity-level item by an additional 20,000, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. The mere augmentation of physique and mentality attributes promised Shen Yi a monumental leap in strength. Simultaneously, it provided an increase of 3 in source power. This brought him considerable satisfaction, for he had already tested the might of source power, a force potent enough to instill fear even in entities of divine caliber. Source power represents one of the purest and most potent forces in existence. Possessing it feels akin to wielding the key to unlock the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Soon after, Shen Yi initiated the enchantment of this deity-level equipment upon himself. Whoosh! The equipment radiated a brilliant light, the milky white glow becoming dazzlingly bright, as if a new sun were rising in his hand. The fusion with Shen Yi commenced swiftly. In the next instant, he felt an exalted power coursing through his body. akin to a surging torrent, relentlessly impacting his body and soul. His physique and mentality ascended continuously. He could distinctly perceive his muscles reshaping, growing more resilient and powerful. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His mental capacity expanded like an endless ocean. The boundaries of his thoughts shattered under the onslaught of this force. In a mere few seconds, his power surged dramatically. Shen Yi's gaze sharpened, as if he could see through all illusions. An extraordinary aura began to emanate from him, a fusion of the majesty of deity-level equipment with his own formidable will. Before long, the enchantment reached completion. Shen Yi radiated an energy wave akin to an abyssal sea, embodying the supreme authority of the cosmos. The surrounding space warped under the pressure of his aura, manifesting ripples as if the entire world lay within his grasp. He raised his hand slightly, clenching his fist, and felt the boundless power surging within, as if ready to unleash a force capable of obliterating stars. The successful enchantment of the second piece of deity-level equipment filled Shen Yi with an overwhelming sensation, as if a tidal wave of power were continually flooding into his being. In that instant, his strength experienced a remarkable enhancement, akin to ascending from a towering peak to an even loftier summit. The immense power rampaging within him, causing every cell to rejoice in exuberance. At this moment, Shen Yi's attribute values shone like resplendent stars, gleaming brilliantly on his attribute panel. Shen Yi, Lord level, 9 stars. Occupation, Necromancer. Physique, 23 trillion. Spirit, 23 trillion. Source power of necromancy, 6. These figures signify not merely the manifestation of his personal prowess, but also the rich fruits of his arduous journey, marked by countless trials and tribulations. At this moment, his attributes have ascended to the astonishing height of 23 trillion, a value that appears to be an insurmountable chasm, distinctly separating him from ordinary powerful beings. Is this new information? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Shen Yi's eyes as he murmured to himself. A brand new piece of information quietly emerged on his attribute panel, revealing the intensity of the source power he commanded. With a slight mental shift, it felt as though he engaged in a silent dialogue with the mysterious and formidable force within him. In the next instant, he successfully summoned the source power of necromancy. 2 wisps of gray-white ethereal flames materialized in his palm like phantoms. These flames appeared fragile, as if they could be extinguished by the gentlest breeze, evoking a sense of illusion and transience. However, Shen Yi understood that beneath this seemingly delicate exterior lay an unfathomable energy of the highest order. This energy possessed the capacity to unleash cataclysmic power in an instant, effortlessly obliterating higher-tier demigod entities. They resembled sealed, unparalleled beasts of destruction, once unleashed. They could unleash a tempest of blood and carnage upon the world. The Lord of Blue Star Civilization, the continent abandoned by the gods. Shen Yi concluded his lengthy and perilous journey within the Eternal God Tower, finally returning to his own dominion. This time, through his unwavering determination, extraordinary wisdom, and immense strength, he had successfully cleared all levels of the Eternal God Tower. The moment he stepped out of the tower, a complex array of emotions surged within him, embodying the essence of a life well lived, now culminating in fulfillment. He knew he could finally return without any lingering concerns. What lay ahead was merely the anticipation of the impending multitude battlefield. Shen Yi slightly raised his gaze, his eyes fixed on the boundless sky, lost in silent contemplation. He wondered whether opportunities for ascending to the rank of a divine lord awaited in the multitude battlefield. Although he now possessed power surpassing that of a demigod, standing at the pinnacle of strength among any lord civilization, his lordly rank still lingered at the extraordinary tier. This situation pricked at him like a thorn, causing him considerable distress. It meant that the substantial fragments of divine kingdom source he had acquired from the Eternal God Tower remained sealed treasures, unable to fulfill their potential, resting quietly in his storage space without contributing to his ascension in power. Meanwhile, in the unknown dimension of the Eternal Plane, where the Supreme Lords reside, with news of Shen Yi successfully clearing the 20th level of the Eternal God Tower, the once serene and imposing lordly dimension erupted in chaos. The lords capable of ascending to the Eternal Plane were all exceptional individuals who had distinguished themselves among many. Each had endured trials and tribulations within the tower, ultimately becoming formidable beings through their strength and wisdom. Hence, when the shocking news of someone clearing all levels of the Eternal God Tower emerged, it resonated like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of astonishment and disbelief among all. Complete clearance? This is utterly inconceivable. A tall figure, radiating a formidable aura, gaped in disbelief, murmuring to himself. His voice echoed through the space, imbued with a sense of unspoken shock and reverence. It was rumored that clearing the 20th level of the Eternal God Tower could yield equipment for higher-tier demigod units. A glimmer of greed flickered in another lord's eyes as he exclaimed with excitement. For these powerful beings, formidable unit equipment was undoubtedly the key to enhancing their own might. Moreover, it was said that there would be additional rewards, involving divine king-level bonuses. A rather enigmatic lord narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked softly, "Which civilization does this lord belong to, and how did he achieve this?" Countless powerful demigod lords echoed such inquiries, their hearts brimming with curiosity and doubt. In their eyes, the difficulty of clearing the eternal god tower was insurmountable, and the fact that someone could achieve complete clearance surpassed their comprehension. At that moment, even though Shen Yi had yet to step into the eternal plane, his name soared through the vast expanse, echoing far and wide. Countless powerful beings, upon hearing his name, were engulfed by a myriad of complex emotions: curiosity, envy, jealousy, and profound apprehension regarding his might. Chapter 131. The Multitude Battlefield opens. In the ensuing time, Shen Yi remained quietly within his domain, patiently awaiting the opening of the Multitude Battlefield. During this period, he chose not to squander his time idly. Instead, he made the most of every moment. He dispatched his heroes and units to scour the continent abandoned by the gods with fervor. Although the continent, after countless explorations and conflicts, had yielded few treasures capable of directly enhancing his domain's combat strength, Shen Yi understood the principle of accumulating small gains into substantial advantages. The various gains obtained from the continent abandoned by the gods, even those seemingly insignificant, could be transformed into divine source through proper exchange. At present, what Shen Yi's domain lacked the most was precisely the divine source required for summoning units. He recognized that in the upcoming multitude battlefield, powerful units would serve as his invaluable allies, pivotal for his survival in that brutal arena. Thus, he must seize every opportunity to amass as much divine source as possible in preparation for the challenges ahead. Within his domain, Shen Yi occasionally fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on his journey thus far. From his initial weakness to now possessing power beyond the demigod level, a mere 6 months had passed. Even uttering this would elicit disbelief from others, as it was an astonishing feat beyond imagination. Meanwhile, discussions regarding Shen Yi in the eternal plane continued fervently. Certain lords began to seek detailed information about Shen Yi, attempting to uncover clues from his growth story that might elucidate his clearance of the eternal god tower. Others began to plot in secret, whether out of concern that Shen Yi's rise might threaten their positions or a desire to establish a cooperative relationship with him for greater benefits in the future. The entire eternal plane, due to Shen Yi's emergence, was no longer tranquil. It felt as though a storm was on the horizon. To them, the successful clearance of the eternal god tower indicated that Shen Yi was at least a higher-tier, true god lord. His domain's rank must have reached the pinnacle of true god tier. After clearing the eternal god tower, Shen Yi was certain to ascend swiftly to the eternal plane. Yet, none anticipated that at this moment, Shen Yi was merely a 9-star extraordinary lord. Thus, time flowed like an invisible river, silently surging forward. In this vast continent abandoned by the gods, everything continued to operate methodically, day after day, as if it would never cease. Amidst the seemingly mundane passage of time, a subtle yet profound sense of tension and anticipation enveloped Shen Yi's heart, as if he were awaiting the arrival of a tempest capable of altering the very fabric of existence. Soon, the day of the grand battlefield for myriad races dawned. For the lords of Blue Star, this day appeared at first glance to be no different from any other. The sun continued to cast its gentle warmth upon the earth, and a soft breeze caressed the landscape, imparting a sense of tranquility. On the continent of the Forsaken, high-ranking extraordinary lords diligently nurtured their domains, commanding their heroes and troops to engage in the daily conquest of indigenous territories and the exploration of high-tier secret realms. Meanwhile, the fledgling lords, having recently ascended to their positions, were still grappling with the intricacies of power development, navigating their paths through confusion and exploration. Suddenly, without warning, an announcement to all lords materialized, a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, instantly appearing in the vision of every lord on Blue Star. World announcement: attention! The battlefield for myriad races is about to commence. In 1 hour, all lords will enter the battlefield space together. Civilization task: successfully collect 1 million battlefield divine stones in the battlefield for myriad races. World announcement: attention! The battlefield for myriad races is about to commence. In 1 hour, all lords will enter the battlefield space together. Civilization task: a cascade of messages surged forth like relentless waves, presenting themselves clearly before the eyes of all Blue Star lords. Whether they were the seasoned high-ranking extraordinary lords, who had weathered countless storms and amassed profound foundations, or the novice lords, fresh to the realm and filled with curiosity and bewilderment, all were equally struck by this awe-inspiring announcement. This information struck like a deep water bomb dropped into a placid lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves within the world of Blue Star lords. The entire realm seemed to have been momentarily paused, only to restart with a frenzied rhythm. The astonished exclamations and discussions of the lords rose and fell like boiling water, resonating in every corner. A civilization task? A battlefield for myriad races? What on earth is this? A young novice lord widened his eyes in astonishment and confusion. The golden-grade equipment he had been toying with slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. The announcement referred to all lords. Did that include those from intermediate worlds? And what exactly is a civilization task? Such a phenomenon has never occurred before. An experienced lord furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with uncertainty and concern. He understood well that in this realm of lords, rife with unknowns and dangers, any sudden change could yield unpredictable consequences. Fear not. This is undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Perhaps it is the very chance for our entire lordly civilization to ascend. A boisterous 9-star lord suddenly threw his head back in laughter, his voice brimming with excitement and hope, as if he could already envision the splendid future of Blue Star's lordly civilization soaring to new heights amidst this battlefield for myriad races. I have been stuck at 9 stars for decades. May this battlefield grant me the hope of advancing to the divine tier. An aged 9-star lord, silver-haired and wise, lifted his gaze to the distant, boundless sky, his eyes shimmering with longing and determination. Throughout the long years, he had devoted countless efforts and sweat in pursuit of a higher realm. Now, the emergence of the battlefield for myriad races might just be his final glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. All the lords of Blue Star fell into fervent discussions, their voices intertwining to form a symphony filled with tension, excitement, and anticipation. After all, it had been a century since such a significant and mysterious event had transpired. In the past 100 years, while the world of Blue Star lords had faced many trials and tribulations, never had there been such an abrupt and momentous occurrence that affected all lords. Chapter 132, The Divine Stones of War. The Purple Grassland. Shen Yi stood quietly within his domain, his gaze steady as he regarded the information that had appeared before him. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, infusing the air with a lively essence. A faint smile graced his lips, exuding a confidence tinged with deeper meaning. At last, it begins, the battlefield for myriad races. The very place where I once fell. Shen Yi murmured softly, his voice imbued with a hint of reminiscence and sentiment. In that brutal and challenging battlefield, he had encountered unprecedented setbacks and failures, ultimately losing his life. Yet now, reborn, he had transformed into a being of unparalleled strength, surpassing his former self. This time, I shall return and overturn fate. A resolute gleam sparkled in Shen Yi's eyes, akin to 2 blazing flames. He understood that this upcoming battlefield for myriad races was not merely a challenge, but a chance to reshape destiny. At this moment, through the relentless efforts of his heroes and troops, Shen Yi's domain had undergone a remarkable transformation. They had traversed the continent of the Forsaken, tirelessly scavenging every potential resource. Utilizing the vast array of items they had gathered, Shen Yi engaged in a series of trades with other lords through the Celestial Altars trading channel, successfully exchanging for an abundance of divine source. These precious divine sources, akin to the wellspring of life, were unhesitatingly utilized by Shen Yi to summon powerful 6-winged holy dragons. One by one, majestic 6-winged holy dragons manifested within his domain, their grand and agile forms gradually materializing. Each dragon, with 6 pairs of wings glistening in the sunlight, radiated a dazzling brilliance, and every scale seemed to embody boundless power. Presently, Shen Yi's domain boasted a total of 1,000 6-winged holy dragons, a number that filled him with immense satisfaction. After all, summoning a single 6-winged holy dragon required a staggering 3 million divine sources. Such a colossal expenditure was a daunting figure even for upper-tier, true god-level lords. As the hour elapsed, filled with the tension and anticipation of the lords, it slipped away like a fleeting shadow, regardless of the reluctance displayed by other Blue Star lords. This civilization task, affecting all, was officially set into motion. With a flash, a brilliant radiance erupted, akin to the sun suddenly gracing the earth, instantly enveloping the entire world in a resplendent glow. In the next moment, Shen Yi's entire domain was shrouded in this mysterious and potent light. Moreover, the domains of other lords experienced the same phenomenon. At that instant, all domains seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, detaching from their original temporal paths and entering a peculiar state of temporal suspension. They appeared to transcend the continuum of time, adrift beyond the realms of heaven and earth. Following this, the lords within their domains gradually faded, as if being gently erased by an unseen hand, disappearing from their places. The entire process was imbued with an air of mystery and enchantment, evoking a sense of wonder at the marvels and uncertainties of this world. The battlefield for myriad races. It was an unimaginably vast and boundless expanse, akin to an infinite universe, capable of accommodating countless lordly civilizations. For eons, this ancient and enigmatic space had lain dormant in the annals of time, patiently awaiting the moment of its awakening. Now, with the reopening of the battlefield for myriad races, lords from diverse civilizations emerged like stars in the night sky, randomly appearing in this space filled with unknowns and challenges. Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though the scene before him had burst forth into clarity. He found himself standing upon an expansive grassland that stretched infinitely in all directions. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a refreshing yet slightly damp scent. The sky stretched high in azure, with fluffy white clouds drifting like cotton candy, seemingly within reach. The grass beneath one's feet was a vibrant green, glistening with dew, swaying gently in the breeze as if performing a graceful dance. The warm sunlight cascaded down, filtering through layers of clouds, tenderly caressing the earth, infusing the meadow with vitality and vigor. Shen Yi turned around. Not far behind him stood a 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide diamond-shaped milky white crystal, silently waiting. The crystal emanated a faint and gentle glow, imparting a sense of connection to life. As a former lord who had once entered the battlefield of myriad races, Shen Yi instinctively recognized its significance. This was the crystal of his domain. Through this crystal, he could summon troops and heroes from his territory. However, he could summon no more than 100,000 units to the battlefield of myriad races at a time. Shen Yi stepped forward steadily, his mind stirring as he instantly established a connection with the domain crystal. In an instant, an invisible stream of information surged into his consciousness like a mighty tide. The system's cold yet clear prompts materialized in the void before him. Name, Shen Yi. Civilization, Blue Star. Current number of summoned troops, 0, 1 million. Phase 1 task, War Godstones. Please collect 1 million War Godstones within the 10-day countdown to unlock the next phase of the task. Please note, civilizations that fail to collect enough War Godstones within the countdown will be eliminated. Number of War Godstones, 0. Countdown, 10 days. Shen Yi's gaze fixated intently on the lines of prompts, a faint smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips as he softly murmured, as expected. It mirrors the circumstances of my previous life to the slightest detail. What does this elimination of civilizations truly signify? Is it a return to the original world, where everything reverts to the starting point, or something more brutal, where all lords confront the specter of death directly? As these thoughts lingered, a complex expression flickered in his eyes, his mind racing. The painful experiences of his previous life hung over him like a shadow at that time. He had just stepped onto the battlefield of myriad races and had not yet adapted, only to be unfortunate enough to be eliminated by other lords within 10 days. Never having the chance to endure until the countdown of the first phase task concluded. Now, confronted with the same predicament, Shen Yi furrowed his brow tightly. Given the current strength of the Blue Star civilization, gathering 1 million War Godstones within a mere 10 days was undeniably a fool's errand. Shen Yi understood that. Based on the experiences he amassed in his previous life, to collect War Godstones, one must possess formidable strength capable of dealing with lower-level true God-class monsters. Yet the harsh reality was that the other lords of the Blue Star civilization evidently lacked such power. It appeared that the situation had been precariously unfavorable from the very beginning. Perhaps, I must rely on myself to resolve this. Shen Yi murmured to himself. Chapter 133, Phase 2. Shen Yi did not ponder further. He proceeded to summon his undead army. Descend, my legion of the undead. As the words fell, the sky was torn asunder by countless beams of light. 1,000 six-winged holy dragons burst forth, unfurling their wings that flowed with molten lava, each scale inscribed with god-slaying runes. 99,000 undead god-slaying warriors emerged from the whirlpool of the underworld, these humanoid weapons clad in starry skeletal armor, their eye sockets flickering with an eerie dark golden flame. The entire plain trembled under the weight of the legion's presence as Shen Yi raised his hand, tracing 10 blood-red commands in the void. The undead legion instantaneously completed their formation, each 10,000-strong square array led by 100 holy dragons. The soul cores of the god-slaying warriors synchronously igniting, constructing a neural network that enveloped the entire battlefield. Go! He snapped his fingers lightly. 9 blood-red commands transforming into shooting stars descending towards various directions. Let this battlefield remember the breath of the undead calamity. The final command merged into the ground, causing the undead crystal to suddenly erupt with a ghostly blue column of light. 3,000 god-slaying warriors knelt on one knee. Their weapons plunged into the earth to construct a barrier. The 6-winged holy dragons circled atop the light column, their breath weaving a vigilance net spanning 1,000 miles amidst the clouds. The power of the undead surged forth, revealing a massive skeletal throne. Shen Yi reclined against the throne. Before him floated 99 mirrors of the underworld. The first mirror reflected a scene of the farthest north, the god-slaying warriors' formation traversing the eternally frozen glaciers, the ice beneath their feet blooming with black mandalas. Even the howling blizzards tinged with the scent of death. Suddenly, all the mirrors rippled simultaneously. Detecting fluctuations of the godstones, coordinates confirmed. The mechanical whispers of the undead echoed in his ears. 7,000 kilometers to the southeast, in the shattered canyon, the 3rd legion of god-slaying warriors came to a halt. Before them stood a towering altar, its stone columns entwined with vines, yet still recognizable were the god-slaying reliefs eroded by time. Atop the altar hovered a matrix composed of star core fragments, each piece flowing with amber energy, the original form of the War Godstones. Clear the obstacles. Shen Yi lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. 3,000 god-slaying warriors simultaneously raised their right arms, preparing to collect the war god stones. However, before the energy could condense, the air around the altar suddenly distorted, and 3,000 centaur warriors materialized from thin air, clad in heavy starry armor. Their spears entwined with chains of order. Mid-level true god-class guards? Shen Yi scoffed softly, crush them. The battle erupted in a fraction of a second. The soul fires in the eyes of the god-slaying warriors flickered, unleashing earth-shattering energy of the undead. As the first wave of undead energy swept across the battlefield, the centaur warriors' proud chains of order dissipated like mist in the sunlight. The breath expelled by the six-winged holy dragons was not fire, but thousands of spheres of death energy, shattering the spatial structure of the entire canyon. 3 seconds later, the images in the mirror of the underworld revealed only floating dust. The god-slaying warriors ascended the altar, stepping onto quantum leap rings, their hands precisely piercing the star core fragments. When the 100th war godstone fell into the container, the entire altar suddenly emitted a mournful wail, dissolving into particles of light in the void. Similar scenes unfolded synchronously across different battle zones. In the northwest sea of lava, the 7th Legion encountered the remnants of the Titans. These elemental beings, towering 100 meters, had just raised their Thor's hammer when they were disassembled into fundamental particles by the cutting blades of the god-slaying warriors. In the eastern Emerald Forest, the 5th Legion's holy dragon swarm shattered the defenses of the Elven Royal Court the moment the dragon claws tore through the world tree. 30,000 elven archers and their moonlight arrow towers were reduced to powder. Shen Yi toyed with the ever-increasing number of godstone containers, suddenly catching sight of an anomaly in one of the mirrors of the underworld. A violent energy fluctuation emanated from the southwestern battle zone. In the scene, the 9th Legion of god-slaying warriors was engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with a mechanical army. Those Titan mechs, powered by star cores, were surprisingly lower-tier, main god-class units. Interesting. He raised his hand to lightly tap the mirror. 3 six-winged holy dragons abruptly changed direction. As they pierced through the atmosphere and dove downward, the plasma flow generated by their wings melted the entire mechanical formation into molten steel. In an instant, the mechanical army was annihilated under the slightly serious demeanor of the Undead Legion. The holy dragons seized the core processor of the Titan's mainframe and, like a sacrificial offering, cast it into the energy vortex of the undead crystal. 72 hours passed amidst the flames of war. When the final mirror of the underworld fell silent, countless mounds of god stones had piled up before Shen Yi. Each war god stone shimmered with the glow of the galaxy, the million stones converging to form a miniature nebula atop the fortress. In just 3 days, he had successfully collected 1 million war god stones through sheer effort. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly leave any Lord civilization utterly astounded. Ding! You have submitted 1 million war god stones. The current quantity of war god stones collected by your civilization stands at 1,000,000. You have received a reward, 1 upper true god-level treasure chest. You have successfully completed the first phase of the task. Do you wish to proceed to the next phase? Please note that your civilization has completed the first phase task and may choose to exit the battlefield of myriad races. Others have not managed to collect a single war godstone in these 3 days. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. Yet, it is understandable. The other lords of the Blue Star civilization are at most 9 stars. They lack even the strength of a lower true god, making their progress in the battlefield of myriad races exceedingly arduous, let alone the collection of war god stones. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He opened the reward chest, acquiring several upper true god-level equipment and items. Subsequently, Shen Yi opted to advance to the next phase. As the lord who amassed 1,000,000 war god stones, he could directly determine the choices of the Blue Star civilization. Ding! You have initiated the next phase of the task. The second phase task is Civilization War. Your opponent is being randomly matched. Please wait. A civilization war? So this is the second phase of the battlefield of myriad races. Shen Yi pondered, settling in to await the system's match of opponents. Meanwhile, other lords of the Blue Star civilization received corresponding notifications. Instantly, the lords, who had previously been engulfed in despair, were left bewildered. What is happening? How have we progressed to the next phase? Goodness! Someone has actually collected 1,000,000 war godstones. Which formidable individual is this? Our civilization has such a powerhouse. We are essentially coasting to victory. I received a lower true god-level treasure chest reward. It yielded lower true god-level troops. Me too. It seems that after completing the first phase, all lords of our civilization have received rewards. This is simply delightful. Why did the next phase task begin so abruptly? I am not prepared. No worries. With that mysterious powerhouse around, we can just relax. Indeed. Chapter 134, The Eternal Plane. The second phase of the battlefield of myriad races is the Civilization War. As the name suggests, it is the conflict between 2 lord civilizations. Winning 3 rounds of the civilization war will unlock the 3rd phase of the battlefield of myriad races, which is also the final phase. Matching your opponent. Match successful. Your opponent is the Dark Star Civilization. The civilization war is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. After 3 days of matching, the system finally paired the Blue Star Civilization with its first opponent. There was no alternative. The Blue Star Civilization had entered the 2nd phase too early. With no other civilizations available for matching at the outset, the rules of the civilization war are straightforward. Both lords enter a special closed continent simultaneously. Each possesses a colossal base. The objective is to destroy the opponent's base to achieve victory. With a flash of brilliance, the lords of the 2 civilizations vanished from the battlefield of myriad races, entering the mysterious continent. Upon entering, a map materialized in Shen Yi's mind. The map was divided in 2. One half was blue, while the other was red. The blue area represented the territory of the Blue Star Civilization, with a massive city at its center designated as the base. The opposing civilization's area was similarly marked, with its own grand base at the center. So, capturing the opponent's base will secure victory? This seems rather simple. Shen Yi realized. He left behind a spectral army and led the other 9 armies directly toward the opposing base. Less than an hour later, the war concluded. Shen Yi, with the spectral troops, successfully seized the enemy's base. A notification from the system echoed in the ears of the Blue Star Lords. Congratulations. You have successfully won a round of the civilization war. You have received a reward. 1 intermediate true God-level treasure chest. Winning a round of the civilization war. All Blue Star Lords received rewards once again. Goodness, is that it? I haven't even grasped the situation yet. This is astounding. Our civilization's mysterious powerhouse is indeed invincible. With 2 more rounds to go, it seems we only need to relax. Another divine-level treasure chest reward. This is absolutely delightful. The Lords of the Blue Star were ecstatic. Conversely, the Lords of the Dark Star Civilization were left utterly bewildered. What is happening? How do we lose so swiftly? Where are the defenders? Weren't 5 of our 10 divine lords dispatched immediately to guard the city? There's nothing to be done. The opponent is too formidable. Possessing at least the strength of a true god, we simply cannot withstand it. The first battle ended in a resounding victory. The subsequent 2nd and 3rd rounds followed suit. Having experienced the Eternal Divine Tower, Shen Yi wielded a devastating advantage in the battlefield of myriad races. Other lord civilizations were no match for him. The 2nd phase of the battlefield of myriad races was successfully completed. The final phase commenced, the 3rd phase of the battlefield of myriad races. Termed the Tide of the Abyss. Successfully repelling the Tide of the Abyss will complete the 3rd phase. Civilizations that finish this phase can ascend directly to the Eternal Plane. The Eternal Plane is a high-level realm accessible only to those who have attained the status of true god-level lords. However, by merely completing the 3rd phase of the battlefield of myriad races, all lords of the civilization can enter. Soon, the 3rd phase began. Once again, the Blue Star Lords remained at ease. Shen Yi's spectral army effortlessly eradicated the monstrous tide from the abyss. Even though these abyssal creatures were of the highest upper true god caliber, and even included a true god-level boss later on, they were all dispatched with ease by the spectral legions. Amidst the cheers of the Blue Star Lords, the entire Blue Star civilization ascended to the Eternal Plane. Eternal Plane. Shen Yi's territory transformed into a small world, successfully ascending into a mysterious and resplendent starry expanse. Welcome to the Eternal Plane. You are currently located in the constellation of Pegasus. You have received a protection period of 100 years. During this time, your territory will remain in a hidden state, preventing outsiders from entering. Please strive to enhance your strength. The task channel has been activated. Be sure to check it. Shen Yi regarded the system prompt before quietly accessing the newly activated task channel. Completing these tasks yields various rewards. Let me try one. With a thought, Shen Yi randomly selected a task to complete. Whoosh. In the next moment, his form flickered and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a dense forest. Shen Yi carried no troops, venturing alone to accomplish the task. With his current strength, the utility of his troops was indeed minimal. Even when faced with a divine king-level adversary, he could easily extricate himself. Your task is to venture to the Silverleaf Forest, locate the Arcane Envoy, and retrieve the Arcane Staff from his possession. Reward: 1 upper true god-level treasure chest. A single task can reward an upper true god-level treasure chest. This truly befits the Eternal Plane. Shen Yi's heart brimmed with anticipation. Without delay, he promptly delved deeper into the forest in search of the so-called Arcane Envoy. The forest sprawled extensively, covering over 1,000,000 square kilometers, inhabited by numerous formidable beings, the least of which were lower true god-level entities. An hour later, Shen Yi encountered a powerful creature. Earth Arcane Demon. Rank: upper true god. Physique: 8 trillion. Spirit: 90 trillion. Skills. At this moment, amidst the jungle shrouded in an aura of mystery and peril, a towering 5-meter-tall arcane golem stood imposingly not far from Shen Yi. Its form resembled a colossal, mobile statue. Majestic and grand. The entire structure was supported by a skeletal framework of a peculiar metal that emanated an ethereal blue glow. These bones were not merely rigid like steel. They were adorned with flowing, enigmatic patterns, as if they contained arcane runes sealed within, subtly radiating waves of arcane energy. The intricate designs would occasionally flicker with silvery blue light, reminiscent of distant stars pulsating in the cosmos. Its muscular composition appeared to be comprised of flowing energy, enveloping the skeletal structure. This musculature was not of tangible flesh. Rather, it was a semi-translucent, gel-like substance embedded with countless tiny crystals. With the slightest movement, these crystals would refract a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to rainbows imprisoned within, shimmering and flowing in rhythm with its motions. Its visage was fearsome, with hollow eye sockets alight with violet ghostly flames that danced, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and malevolent desires. Its upper limbs were robust and powerful, each arm composed of several segments, with each joint adorned by a sphere radiating a soft blue light. This served as an energy conduit, channeling the arcane power within its body to its palms. The hands were astonishingly large, with fingers as thick as small tree trunks, their tips glowing with a blinding white light, akin to miniature stars, capable of effortlessly tearing through space and breaching defenses. Its legs resembled two enormous stone columns, supporting such a colossal frame. The surface of its legs was covered in deep green scales, each scale intricately patterned, resembling ancient continental maps or mysterious magical designs. Wherever its feet touched down, ripples of arcane energy would emanate outward, much like stones cast into a tranquil lake. The aura it exuded was overwhelmingly formidable, surpassing any deity-level monstrosity Shen Yi had encountered in the Eternal God Tower. Chapter 135, Fragments. In the vast, unfathomable expanse of the Eternal Plane, rules and power intertwined to create a bizarre spectacle of chaos and order. Above, immense landmasses floated in the boundless sky, resembling mysterious islands adrift in the cosmos, interconnected by shimmering energy bonds. Occasionally, radiant streams of light would streak across the horizon, manifesting the peculiar energy fluctuations of the plane. Below, an expansive forest stretched to the horizon, ancient giants reaching for the clouds, their robust trunks requiring several individuals to encircle. Dense foliage intertwined to form a verdant sea that obscured the sun. Yet, within this seemingly tranquil forest, a breathtaking battle was on the brink of eruption. In this realm teeming with powerful beings, the arcane golem was but a conventional entity, yet it possessed enough strength to instill awe in countless creatures. At this moment, the gargantuan golem stood amidst the forest, surrounded by an eerie arcane energy that flickered like burning violet flames, illuminating the area. The golem bore a fearsome countenance, its colossal head crowned with twisted horns, and its crimson eyes seemed capable of perceiving all, radiating endless brutality and murderous intent. Roar! The arcane golem unleashed a deafening roar, its voice resonating like rolling thunder, sending ripples of sound through the air, causing nearby trees to tremble and their leaves to cascade down. It cast a disdainful glance toward Shen Yi, who stood at a distance, viewing him with the contempt reserved for insignificant insects. From its lofty perspective, Shen Yi was merely an extraordinary tier being. In the face of the overwhelming pressure of a deity-level entity, extraordinary beings appeared as feeble and minuscule as ants, seemingly capable of being crushed to powder with the slightest effort. Boom. In the next instant, the golem's massive hand clenched into a fist, its powerful arm muscles taut, as if containing the strength to annihilate the heavens and the earth. It ruthlessly hurled its fist toward Shen Yi, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Much like a calm lake disturbed by a heavy stone, a staggering force radiated from the fist, sweeping outward like a raging tsunami, compressing the air in its wake with a sharp whistling sound. The trees in the vicinity were instantly reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Shen Yi stood his ground, his expression calm and composed, devoid of any panic or fear. At the moment the arcane golem launched its assault, he swiftly retreated like a wraith, leaving deep footprints in the earth. Simultaneously, he raised one hand slowly, and within his palm, a vast amount of necromantic energy began to coalesce. This energy manifested in a profound black hue, akin to an endless abyss, roiling and surging as if waves were emerging from the depths of hell. The necromantic energy rapidly converged, forming a powerful force that surged to meet the oncoming wave of energy. Boom, boom. The violent clash erupted instantaneously, as two formidable forces collided in midair, akin to two celestial bodies crashing into one another, unleashing unparalleled brilliance and might. The collision of energies produced a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from the point of impact. The surrounding space appeared to distort under the strain of this tremendous power, warping and bending as cracks of darkness emerged, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. Yet, this was the eternal plane, upheld by the highest laws of existence. The ancient and mysterious force of these laws acted like an invisible hand, firmly restraining the space, preventing it from collapsing entirely due to the impact. Nevertheless, The residual waves of energy obliterated the forest for several kilometers around, transforming the once lush greenery into a desolate wasteland. Massive craters formed one after another, the ground upheaved, permeated with the acrid scent of charred earth. Shen Yi's form flickered like a bolt of black lightning, appearing several kilometers away. He stood firmly upon a scorched expanse, his gaze calm and resolute as he surveyed the devastation before him. The energy mobilized by the deity-level entities in the eternal plane was indeed markedly different. Shen Yi mused inwardly. In the recent skirmish, he keenly discerned that the deity-level energy summoned by his opponent was distinctly superior to what he had encountered previously. While not significantly stronger in attributes, the intensity of the energy unleashed was evidently far greater. Shen Yi speculated that under similar conditions, this arcane golem from the eternal plane could easily overpower the deity-level entities he had faced during the trials in the God Tower. It seemed he could not afford to underestimate this challenge. Shen Yi sighed softly. However, his visage betrayed little concern. After all, he was now clad in God King level armor, which exuded a mysterious and formidable aura, as if it were a gift from ancient deities. With this armor, his attributes surpassed 200,000, and more importantly, he possessed a profound and powerful source of power. With these advantages, he could contend even with genuine God King level entities, let alone the arcane golem before him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air, akin to a blade cleaving the sky. The arcane golem pursued him with blinding speed, a tempestuous wind swirling around it, sweeping dust and debris into the air. At this juncture, Shen Yi had achieved his purpose of testing, and he had no intention of wasting further time engaging with the arcane golem. His gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him in an instant, enveloping the surroundings with a formidable sense of oppression. With a sudden, powerful punch, the essence of death surged from his fist, as if it were the very embodiment of mortality, extinguishing vitality wherever it reached. In a fleeting moment, an energy far surpassing that of a demigod exploded forth, akin to a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, radiating an inexorable force. This energy effortlessly breached the defenses of the arcane automaton, which crumbled under the impact like fragile parchment. The automaton scarcely had time to emit a cry of despair before its massive form perished instantaneously. Its body erupted mid-air, disintegrating into countless shards, accompanied by the dissipating purple arcane energy. Where the automaton had vanished, a myriad of tiny lights coalesced, swiftly forming a colossal crystalline fragment. Shen Yi stepped forward to retrieve this enigmatic shard. Chapter 136, The Arcane Emissary. In the next moment, the information regarding the mysterious shard appeared in Shen Yi's mind. Eternal Origin Fragment. Description: a special energy fragment capable of enhancing the level of life. The content was succinct, yet it resonated within Shen Yi's heart like a thunderclap. Enhance the level of life? Such an effect truly existed? Shen Yi murmured to himself, his breath quickening, his pupils constricted in astonishment. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Shen Yi resolved to attempt the fusion of this eternal origin fragment. He took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged, and cradled the shard in his palms. Suddenly, the air around him began to tremble violently, as countless tiny arcane runes emerged from the void, swirling slowly around him. Shen Yi focused his mind, mobilizing the necromantic essence within him, carefully guiding the energy from the shard. With a flash, the crystalline fragment in his hands melted away like the remnants of winter snow under the warm sun, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that surged into his body through his palms. In an instant, Shen Yi felt as if countless searing currents were surging through his veins, akin to being submerged in a warm fountain of life. This vitality resonated harmoniously with the frigid necromantic essence within him, colliding and intertwining within his body, quietly enhancing his physical strength at the cellular level. As time passed, the once volatile energy gradually became docile, methodically reshaping his physique. His bones emitted subtle cracking sounds, as if they were regrowing, muscle fibers restructured, unleashing greater strength. Even his soul solidified under this energy's nurturing. After several seconds, tranquility returned. Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. With a mere thought, he checked his attribute panel. Shen Yi, rank, Lesser True God. Class, Necromancer. Physique, 23 trillion. Mentality, 23 trillion. Necromantic Essence, 6. The attribute panel revealed little change. The previous Lord rank had vanished, replaced by a singular tier. His former extraordinary 9 stars had transmuted into that of a Lesser True God. So this was what it meant to ascend in the level of life. Shen Yi's eyes brimmed with joy as he clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within. Though the direct enhancement in strength was not monumental, the transcendence in life level granted him a broader scope for development. He understood that he had long possessed the power of a Lesser True God, yet had remained restrained at the extraordinary tier, akin to a tiger confined within a cramped cage. Now, having officially ascended to the Lesser True God, his lifespan had increased 100-fold. signifying not only a longer life, but also a solid staircase towards higher realms. Thus, it became clear that my next objective would be to gather eternal origin fragments. Shen Yi's resolve crystallized in an instant. Since he could not elevate his life level through upgrading his territory, seeking alternative pathways for ascension was indeed a prudent strategy. As long as his life level improved, a leap in power would be imminent. Shen Yi continued his journey through the ancient forest, which seemed to pulse with life. Its robust trunks etched with the marks of time, vines entwined like serpents, occasionally echoing the growls of strange creatures. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, adding a sense of mystery and danger to the woodland. Fortune smiled upon him, for after 2 hours, he found his target, the legendary arcane emissary. Shen Yi paused, standing quietly atop a massive tree. His necromancer's staff lightly brushed against the trunk, sending a chill through the bark, instantly tinting the surrounding leaves a ghostly green, providing him with a natural camouflage. Just then, the heavens shifted dramatically. The previously calm sky was suddenly obscured by rolling dark clouds. These clouds were thick as ink, seemingly surging forth from the depths of hell, swirling chaotically across the sky. An oppressive and ancient aura permeated the air, and every gentle breeze carried the weight of time and enigmatic power. Shen Yi keenly sensed the surrounding magical elements begin to stir wildly. Fire elements leapt in the void, forming tiny flames. Water elements coalesced into droplets, suspended in midair. Wind elements howled past, rustling the leaves, while earth elements trembled beneath him, as if paying homage to the imminent presence. A blinding light suddenly burst forth from the depths of the clouds, akin to a newborn star exploding in the sky. Within the radiance, a figure gradually materialized. The arcane emissary had arrived. Shen Yi held his breath, fully concentrating on observing this formidable entity. The arcane emissary stood tall, towering twice the height of an ordinary person, yet exuding an ethereal grace rather than clumsiness. His form was enveloped in a flowing aura of arcane light, which seemed alive, at times coalescing into mysterious runes, at times transforming into fluid lines, weaving and shimmering, radiating a dazzling brilliance that appeared to narrate the secrets of the universe's inception. Amidst the flickering runes, Shen Yi discerned some ancient characters he had never seen before, each imbued with immense power, as if they could rend space and reshape existence. The emissary's visage resembled a finely crafted sculpture, with sharp contours, exuding an air of cold authority. His skin bore an unusual silver hue, glistening with a faint metallic sheen under the arcane light. His eyes resembled deep, dark pools, swirling with mysterious forces, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things, discerning the past and future. When his gaze swept across the surroundings, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. Trees and rocks appeared diminutive and fragile beneath his scrutiny, as if they could be crushed by his mere glance. His long hair flowed like flames of silver, dancing wildly, each strand emitting a faint glow that harmonized with the surrounding arcane brilliance, creating a dreamlike spectacle. With each movement, his hair traced elegant arcs in the air, leaving trails of shimmering lights like a cascade of stars. He wore a crown adorned with countless radiant gemstones, which flickered with an otherworldly luminescence. These lights converged to form mysterious halos that encircled his head, enhancing his sanctity and majesty. The gemstones seemed to embody various laws of power. Some exuded the searing heat of flames, others flowed with the chilling essence of frost, and yet others sparkled with the brilliance of lightning. The arcane envoy was clad in a robe fashioned from an extraordinary material, intricately embroidered with elaborate and resplendent arcane patterns. These designs were not static. They flowed gracefully across the fabric as though imbued with life, shifting and transforming in a mesmerizing display. The robe billowed in the wind, creating ripples upon ripples, leaving trails of arcane energy in its wake that danced through the air, ethereal and breathtaking. Upon careful observation, Shen Yi discerned that these patterns seemed to narrate the origins and evolution of the universe, from the primordial chaos to the birth of stars, from the emergence of life to the rise and fall of civilizations, each tableau encapsulating profound mysteries. He wielded a staff, crystalline and translucent, seemingly carved from a single piece of purest crystal. At its apex was enshrined a colossal arcane core, pulsating with boundless power, its radiance surging like a tidal wave to illuminate the entire horizon. The staff was inscribed with ancient runes, each imbued with formidable magic, interconnected to form a mysterious web that whispered of a long-forgotten legend. As the arcane envoy gracefully waved his staff, the runes began to shimmer, and the energy within the core erupted forth like a deluge, conjuring an array of fantastical magical phenomena in the air. With the envoy's arrival, the surrounding space quaked violently, visible arcane ripples radiating outward from his very being. The earth trembled, mountains roared, trees toppled, and rocks were reduced to dust. All of creation bowed before his might. Even the dark clouds above were torn asunder, leaving gaping chasms in their wake. Every motion he made resonated with the elements of the world. Fire elements blazed fiercely, erupting into towering columns. Water elements coalesced into a torrent that surged and roared, engulfing all. Wind elements transformed into a fierce tempest, sweeping everything in their path. While earth elements solidified into impenetrable barriers, standing resolute beside him. The arcane envoy spoke slowly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, imbued with infinite authority and strength, echoing through the cosmos. I am the arcane envoy, the master of arcane power. Today, I descend, and all that exists shall heed my will. His voice struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present, evoking awe and reverence. Shen Yi felt an invisible pressure wash over him. Arcane envoy. Rank, high divine. Physique, 200 trillion. Spirit, 200 trillion. The attributes of the arcane envoy were astonishingly formidable, reaching a staggering 200 trillion. Yet, he remained a high divine entity. Shen Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze contemplative. He surmised that the envoy must have enchanted his equipment, for it was unlikely that a high divine entity could possess such strength without enhancement. Chapter 137. Mission accomplished. Above the heavens, clouds churned like boiling molten iron. A dark crimson aura seeping from deep within, staining the entire expanse like a battlefield of demons. Shen Yi's hair danced wildly, his dark robe billowing and snapping in the oppressive atmosphere, standing tall like a solitary peak amidst the turmoil. He gazed at the arcane envoy suspended in midair, surrounded by a resplendent blue-gold glow, as if a deity had descended. The weight of the envoy's 200 trillion base attributes pressing heavily upon Shen Yi's heart. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of the envoy's lips as he raised his hand, ripples shimmering through the void, countless mysterious runes swirling in his palm. You dare to contend with me? The power of the eternal plane is beyond the comprehension of a mere insect like you. No sooner had he spoken than his energy surged dramatically, warping the fabric of space itself, a potent wave of energy surging toward Shen Yi like a hurricane. Shen Yi deftly propelled himself backward in the void, narrowly avoiding the energy that grazed his cloak, scorching a dark mark into the space behind him. He understood that relying solely on conventional strength would not allow him to escape unscathed today. The arcane envoy not only possessed astonishing base attributes, but could also harness the unique high-level energies of the eternal plane. Each assault imbued with the very principles of the universe. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi's gaze sharpened with resolve, the power within him beginning to surge with fervor. It was time to unleash his primal force. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically, his previously gentle essence morphing into a tempestuous aura of slaughter. His robe billowed without wind, swelling like a sail, as the necromantic energy within him erupted like a volcano. From the ground, countless bones erupted from the earth, intertwining in the air to form a colossal skeletal structure, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened. The sky darkened further, ominous green lightning cleaving through the heavens, enveloping the world in a shroud of deathly energy. Soon after, a sphere of grayish-white flame emerged slowly from Shen Yi's palm. This flame appeared insubstantial, yet radiated a heart-stopping pressure, causing the very space around it to fracture and reveal gaping voids of darkness. Within the flames, countless twisted faces of the undead could be glimpsed, howling in anguish as they recounted endless suffering and resentment. With the emergence of the flames, all life within 100 miles was instantly suppressed. Plants withered at an alarming pace, and animals emitted terrified cries as they fled in panic. The arcane envoy sensed this power, his eyes narrowing in disbelief, the disdain evaporating from his visage, replaced by gravity and shock. This is primal force. You are indeed a being of divine monarch caliber? His voice carried a hint of incredulity, laced with newfound caution. Yet Shen Yi remained unperturbed, his gaze as cold as frost, as the necromantic energy and primal fire around him continued to intertwine, coalescing into an even more terrifying force. With a sudden motion, Shen Yi raised his hand, the grayish-white primal fire erupting like a colossal beast breaking free from its confines. The flames transformed into a cataclysmic storm of undead fire, sweeping toward the arcane envoy with earth-shattering ferocity. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space twisted and deformed, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. The arcane envoy, refusing to underestimate his adversary, summoned forth a radiant surge of blue-gold light, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals as he intoned incantations. Countless mysterious runes erupted from his being, coalescing into a massive barrier in the air, radiating brilliance as it sought to thwart the onslaught of the undead firestorm. The collision between the storm of undead fire and the blue-gold barrier erupted in a cataclysmic roar. Violent energy waves emanated from the point of impact, radiating outward in visible ripples. The earth trembled violently, mountains crumbled, rivers reversed their courses, and the entire world teetered on the brink of collapse amidst this terrifying clash of energies. Shen Yi continuously shifted his hand seals, his voice rising in a chant, intensifying the storm of undead fire, the wails of the undead echoing ever more chillingly. The arcane envoy gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, pouring every ounce of his strength into maintaining the barrier as beads of sweat rolled down his brow. Yet, Under the overwhelming pressure of primal force, cracks began to mar his barrier, the blue-gold light dimming with each passing moment. Impossible. I am the arcane envoy, destined to ascend to godhood. How could I possibly lose to you? The envoy shouted in fury, his energy surging once more as he resolved to unleash his final attack. He raised both hands high, summoning a colossal blue vortex in the void, gathering immense energy into a sphere that radiated a terrifying aura. Die! The arcane envoy hurled the energy sphere toward Shen Yi with all his might. Shen Yi's eyes sharpened, his hands swiftly forming seals as he bellowed, "Break!" The storm of undead fire suddenly splintered into countless fiery serpents, surging toward the energy sphere. The fiery serpent collided with the energy sphere, erupting once more into a violent explosion. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Shen Yi darted through the smoke billowing from the blast, appearing before the arcane envoy in the blink of an eye. The primal fire in his palm coalesced into a sharp, flaming longsword, which he thrust fiercely towards the arcane envoy. The envoy, taken aback, attempted to evade but found it was already too late. In a hurried bid, he conjured a shield, hoping to withstand Shen Yi's onslaught. Yet, under the assault of the primal force, the shield crumbled like mere parchment, pierced instantaneously. The flaming longsword penetrated the envoy's chest, and the grayish-white flames surged forth, enveloping his form. Despair and reluctance flickered in the envoy's eyes. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his body erupted in flames, disintegrating into countless motes of light that drifted away into the air. As the smoke began to clear, fragments of blue and gold light, remnants of the arcane envoy's demise, floated above the battlefield like a tragic display of fireworks fading into the night. Shen Yi stood amidst the void, his silver hair gently swaying in the energy-laden breeze that lingered from the battlefield. He slowly withdrew the long sword, its grayish-white glow flickering softly, emitting a delicate crackling sound, as if recounting the ferocity of the recent battle. His gaze fell upon the spot where the arcane envoy had perished, where 3 fragments of eternal primal essence, exuding a gentle radiance, hovered serenely. The surface of these fragments was adorned with mysterious patterns, reminiscent of ancient scripts or perhaps designs imbued with the secrets of the cosmos. In an instant, Shen Yi flashed forward, grasping each fragment in turn. Upon contact, the fragments radiated a warm sensation, and a faint pulse of energy surged through his fingertips, coursing into his body before dissipating, as though paying homage to their new master. Almost simultaneously, a familiar system notification chimed in Shen Yi's mind, crisp and melodic, bearing an indescribable joy. "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the task. You have received the reward, 1 high-level god-tier treasure chest." A subtle smile graced Shen Yi's lips as anticipation sparkled in his eyes. With a mere thought, a resplendent golden chest materialized before him. Its surface was intricately engraved with exquisite patterns, and gemstones radiating a mysterious glow adorned its corners, emanating a powerful and enigmatic aura that seemed to beckon him to open it without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, Shen Yi placed his hand upon the chest. As a dazzling light flashed, the chest slowly opened, and the system notification resounded once more. "You have opened the high-level god-tier treasure chest 1. You have obtained the following items: 5 eternal primal essence fragments, 1 high-level god-tier equipment." 5 eternal primal essence fragments floated out, merging with the previously acquired ones, their brilliance intensifying and illuminating Shen Yi's face. The high-level god-tier equipment gradually revealed itself amidst the radiance, taking the form of an ancient longsword. A glimmer of expectation flickered in Shen Yi's eyes as he reached for the sword to inspect its attributes. However, moments later, a frown crossed his brow, revealing a hint of disappointment. Although the sword's attributes were exceptional among ordinary equipment, they were rather lackluster for him at this stage. With a soft sigh, he carelessly tossed the sword into his spatial storage, choosing to disregard it. His attention returned to the 8 eternal primal essence fragments, his gaze ablaze with fervor. These fragments were the true treasures, the key to enhancing his strength. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi gradually settled into a meditative posture, cradling the fragments in his hands and closing his eyes to enter a state of meditation. He channeled the necromantic energy within him, carefully infusing it into the fragments. In an instant, the fragments blazed with light. A powerful and mysterious force surged through Shen Yi's hands and into his being, rushing towards his consciousness. He felt a violent tremor in his mind, as if shackles were being shattered. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated fully on directing this power, allowing it to flow through him, transforming every cell and vein within. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, as Shen Yi immersed himself in the exhilarating sensation of empowerment. He lost track of time, and when the last vestige of energy was absorbed, he slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with brilliance. He could distinctly feel a monumental shift in his life force, a robust and profound power surging within him. Shen Yi, rank, lower-level god. Profession, necromancer. Physique, 40 trillion. Spirit, 40 trillion. Necromantic primal power, 6. Feeling the power within him that had multiplied several-fold, Shen Yi attempted to harness the necromantic energy. Instantly, grayish-white flames erupted in his palm, their temperature and pressure surpassing anything he had previously experienced. Is this the unique law of the eternal plane? Shen Yi murmured, excitement flickering in his eyes. The intensity of the necromantic energy had indeed increased by at least 20%. This was not merely an augmentation of power. It marked a significant stride along his path to becoming a formidable entity, bringing him closer to his aspirations. Moreover, it was crucial to note that as his life force level ascended, his attributes also elevated, and the hundredfold attribute amplification remained effective. Otherwise, the enhancement from merely rising from a lower true god to a lower high god would not yield such significant attribute gains. This realization filled Shen Yi with immense delight. As long as the effect of the hundredfold attribute amplification could still be triggered, he would maintain a significant advantage over others, even in the eternal plane. Chapter 138, Rapid Ascension. As the twilight bathed the Lord's estate in an amber hue for the third time, Shen Yi finally opened his eyes, which had been closed for 3 days. A dark golden flame flickered within his pupils, akin to an ancient beast awakening from a millennia-long slumber, causing the very air around him to ripple. His fingertips lightly tapped the tabletop, a seemingly casual gesture that instantaneously reduced the entire marble table to powder, with fine particles suspended in the air, refracting like starlight. Perfect mastery, he murmured as he rose, his robes sweeping across the ground, causing the scattered stones beneath to align neatly into intricate formations as if drawn by invisible threads. These 3 days of seclusion were not merely an adaptation to newfound strength. They were a complete integration of the recently acquired eternal primal power into his bloodline. In this moment, every movement of his exuded a heart-stopping pressure. The task panel unfolded in the void, the pale blue light screen flickering with an abundance of task information. Shen Yi's gaze skimmed over the entries marked with rewards for lower-level gods, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. When the words high-level god-tier treasure chest caught his eye, he pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. Radiant runes swirling at his fingertips before transforming into a stream of light that vanished into the void. The arid winds whipped up grains of sand, akin to countless tiny blades scraping against Shen Yi's skin. In the distance, the dark red sky blended with the earthen sands at the horizon, forming a bizarre line of blood. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt sulfur, occasionally punctuated by ghostly blue flames rising from the dunes, flickering momentarily before vanishing. This region, known as the Death's Abyss, was one that even high gods were reluctant to tread, yet it had become Shen Yi's crucible for elevating his life force. Following the task's guidance, Shen Yi ventured deeper into the desert. The sand beneath his feet appeared soft but concealed hidden dangers. Each step sent subtle vibrations from the ground, as if the desert were breathing in its sleep. Suddenly, a violent disturbance rippled through his mental perception, akin to a pebble dropped into a serene lake, sending ripples of alarm spreading outward. A creature of unfathomable strength appeared without warning. The once smooth surface of the sand began to churn violently, resembling boiling mud. Emerging from the earth like colossal stone pillars, 6 immense claws crashed down with a resounding thud, sending dust and sand swirling into the air, obscuring half the sky. As the dust settled, a monstrous figure materialized before Shen Yi, its towering form reaching a staggering height of 100 meters, even more majestic than the surrounding sand dunes. The creature's rocky exterior was scarred by the ravages of time, each crevice resembling ancient script, chronicling the vicissitudes of this desolate landscape. Beneath the layer of sand and dust that cloaked its surface, faint dark crimson patterns could be discerned, pulsating with a dim golden light that seeped through like lifeblood coursing through veins with every breath it took. Its 6 heads slowly lifted, the roar of the lion's head reverberating painfully against Shen Yi's eardrums, as if the very air were being torn asunder by the sound waves, causing distant sand dunes to collapse in an instant. The gaze of the eagle's head scorched the sand beneath, leaving charred traces as searing flames erupted from its beak, tracing a scarlet arc through the air. Sand ruins 6 nightmares. Rank, upper-tier deity. Physique, 30 trillion. Spirit, 30 trillion. Shen Yi's pupils constricted, and his mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping his body in a faint golden protective shield. The moment the flames collided with the shield, a blinding light erupted, warping the surrounding air into strange ripples. He could distinctly feel the surging power within the creature, its base attributes far surpassing those of the arcane messenger he had previously encountered, magnitude stronger at 30 trillion. The sand ruins 6 nightmares evidently sensed the threat posed by Shen Yi, all 6 heads unleashing a simultaneous roar, the shockwaves cascading towards him. The creature's body began to tremble violently, the runes etched into its rocky exterior glowing fiercely, causing the entire desert to quiver beneath its oppressive presence. In a swift motion, Shen Yi darted aside, leaving behind an afterimage to evade the assault, a dark golden longsword materializing in his grasp, its blade adorned with mysterious runes. A weapon forged from the essence of eternal origins. Just in time. Shen Yi's voice was cold and resolute as the sword light cleaved through the void, aiming for the creature's neck. The Sand Ruin's 6 nightmares reacted with astonishing speed. The sound waves emitted from the lion's head and the flames from the eagle's head converging upon Shen Yi, while its robust limbs stomped fiercely upon the sand, inciting a violent sandstorm. In an instant, dust swirled chaotically, fire and sound intertwining, plunging the entire battlefield into disarray. Shen Yi weaved through the chaos, his sword light flashing like lightning, each swing igniting a cascade of sparks. He keenly observed the creature's weaknesses, noting that the areas where the runes flickered appeared to be the core of its power. However, the defenses of the Sand Ruin's 6 nightmares exceeded his expectations. The longsword struck its rocky shell, leaving only a shallow mark, which only provoked the creature's ferocity further. The 6 heads flailed wildly, the attacks of sound and flame forming an increasingly dense net of destruction. Shen Yi's protective shield began to crack under the relentless assault, and he realized he could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all of his eternal origin power, the dark golden glow around him swelling as he transformed into a miniature sun. Break! With a fierce shout, Shen Yi's sword light morphed into a golden rainbow, piercing towards the creature's most vulnerable neck joint. The Sand Ruin's 6 nightmares seemingly recognized the lethal threat, all heads emitting terrified howls as its body twisted frantically, attempting to evade the strike. Yet, Shen Yi's attack was unerringly precise, the sword light penetrating layers of rock, driving straight into the creature's vital point. The wail of the Sand Ruin's 6 nightmares rent the air, echoing like the mournful cry of an ancient behemoth, shaking the very desert. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that billowed like a yellow tidal wave, sweeping outward with tremendous force. Shen Yi's hair danced wildly in the swirling sands, his black robe fluttering like a flag. He stood resolute like an unyielding statue, his deep-set eyes reflecting the fading form of the creature, a fleeting look of satisfaction crossing his visage. In the space where the monster had dissipated, 6 crystals radiating a hazy glow began to rise slowly, their soft halo intertwining, appearing like 6 mysterious stars amid the swirling dust. These were fragments of the eternal origin, each containing a formidable power capable of altering destinies. Shen Yi approached, his bony hand gently grasping the crystal, the cold touch sending a shiver through his fingertips, as if he could sense the vast energy within stirring restlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, a dense black mist swirling around him, the distinctive aura of a necromancer enveloping him. He placed the 6 fragments of eternal origin before him, murmuring incantations, the arcane words reverberating through the desert. As the incantation resonated, the crystals began to rotate slowly, their brilliance intensifying, gradually merging with Shen Yi's being. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and when the last glimmer of light faded, Shen Yi underwent a qualitative leap in his life level, successfully ascending to the realm of mid-tier deity. A panel of attributes manifested in his mind. Shen Yi, rank, mid-tier deity. Occupation, necromancer. Physique, 60 trillion. Spirit, 60 trillion. Necromantic origin power, 6. With the elevation of his life level, Shen Yi could distinctly feel the surging power within him, his base attributes skyrocketing to an astounding 60 trillion. He continued to sit cross-legged, immersing himself in the familiarity of his newfound strength. The rapid enhancement of his power brought forth both immense joy and the challenge of mastering it swiftly. Once Shen Yi fully grasped the power within him, he rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on the depths of the desert, where his mission awaited completion. After several hours of traversing the sands, a colossal ancient tower came into view. The tower stood silently amidst the desert, its height soaring into the clouds, the ancient stone bricks etched with the marks of time. Mysterious runes flickering in and out of sight, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur. Shen Yi inhaled deeply and gradually stepped into the ancient tower. The moment he crossed the threshold, an ancient and mysterious power enveloped him, and he soon realized that this was a trial tower, crafted by powers beyond the gods. It bore the wisdom and strength of a supreme civilization, making it a veritable treasure trove for Shen Yi. The trials consisted of 5 levels. In the first level's trial space, a creature of upper-tier deity caliber slowly materialized. This creature was predominantly gray-black, with a massive and fearsome tiger head, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, and its copper bell-like eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Its long phoenix tail was adorned with sharp, bony spikes, producing a sound of slicing air with every gentle sway, exuding an aura of menace. Its body towered 10 zhang high, each step sending tremors through the ground. Shen Yi's expression remained impassive, a flick of his black robe summoning forth countless skeletal beings composed of death energy from the ground, armed with bone knives and shields, surging towards the creature like a relentless tide. The creature roared in fury, swiping its tiger claws to unleash a blade of black energy that sliced through the air, instantly shredding dozens of skeletal beings into fragments. Nevertheless, the skeletal horde was endless, pressing forward in an unyielding assault against the beast. Shen Yi formed hand seals, intoning necromantic curse. A beam of ghostly green light shot towards the creature, causing its movements to slow considerably. Immediately after, Shen Yi summoned forth a massive bone dragon, its gigantic bony maw unleashing a chilling breath of frost. Under the onslaught of the dragon's breath, the creature's scales began to shed, ultimately succumbing to the combined assault of the skeletal warriors and the bone dragon, powerless to resist. The battle concluded. Shen Yi proceeded to the second level. Here, the creature was even more formidable, its attributes reaching 40 trillion. It was a gigantic python, adorned with vivid purple patterns, stretching 100 meters long, its scales shimmering with a bewitching purple glow. It flicked its crimson tongue, its serpentine eyes filled with coldness and avarice. The colossal python suddenly lashed its tail, unleashing a wave of violet energy that carved a deep chasm into the ground. Shen Yi raised his hand, conjuring a black barrier that interposed itself before him, successfully withstanding the impact of the energy wave. In the following moment, he summoned a legion of undead knights, mounted upon skeletal steeds and wielding bone spears. Charging forth towards the great serpent, the python opened its gaping maw, attempting to devour the undead knights whole. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yi unleashed the binding of the undead, as countless black chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the serpent's massive form. The undead knights took advantage of the moment, driving their bone spears deep into the python's flesh, which writhed in agony for a few moments before it breathed its last. The battle concluded effortlessly. Shen Yi swiftly ascended to the third level. In the third level, he encountered a creature with attributes reaching an astonishing 50 trillion, a three-headed demonic wolf engulfed in black flames. Each wolf head possessed distinct abilities. The left head exhaled a noxious mist capable of corroding anything. The central head unleashed powerful sonic waves, while the right head spewed devastating black fireballs. As the three-headed wolf materialized, it launched simultaneous attacks, creating a deadly zone where poison, sound waves, and fireballs coalesced. Shen Yi's expression turned grave as he rapidly summoned his undead legion, simultaneously casting the undead shield to protect himself and a portion of his undead soldiers. He commanded his bone dragon to engage the wolf in aerial combat, while directing his undead army to assault from the ground. In the thick of battle, Shen Yi seized the moment to unleash the plague of the undead, as the black pestilence swiftly spread over the three-headed wolf, which howled in torment before being utterly vanquished. After a brief respite, Shen Yi advanced to the fourth level. The fourth level's creature matched Shen Yi's attributes, both standing at 60 trillion. It was a humanoid monster clad in black armor, wielding a colossal battle axe, its armor etched with mysterious runes that emanated a formidable aura. Upon its arrival, the creature swung its axe towards Shen Yi, the gale produced by the swing cleaving the ground apart. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi invoked the essence of the undead, a dark fog swelling around him as his power surged. He summoned his undead doppelganger to confront the monster alongside him. Both Shen Yis launched their attacks simultaneously, showering the creature with a deluge of necromantic magic. The monster wielded its battle axe in desperate defense, yet under the empowerment of the undead essence. Shen Yi's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, ultimately leading to the creature's demise. The essence of the undead proved terrifyingly potent, allowing Shen Yi to effortlessly dispatch an adversary of equal attributes. After a short rest, he proceeded to the fifth level. Finally reaching the fifth level, the last trial awaited him. A terrifying creature with attributes soaring to 80 trillion emerged, a colossal demon god with 6 arms, each grasping a different weapon, a massive sword, a gigantic axe, a spear, chains, a great hammer, and a curved dagger, all exuding a disquieting aura. The demon god's head bore 3 eyes, the central eye, golden, could emit a powerful penetrating laser. The left eye, red, unleashed searing flames, while the right eye, blue, exhaled a chilling frost. Shen Yi's countenance grew gravely serious. Fully aware that this would be a fierce battle, he maximized the essence of the undead, summoning his mightiest undead legion, including bone dragons, undead knights, and powerful liches. The demon god roared in fury, its 6 arms thrashing simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of varied attacks. Shen Yi directed his undead legion to scatter and evade while he continually cast necromantic spells in retaliation. The bone dragon charged at the demon god, attempting a breath attack, only to be cleaved away by the creature's massive sword. The undead knights galloped forth on their steeds, yet were ensnared by the demon god's chains and torn to shreds in an instant. Clenching his jaw, Shen Yi initiated the sacrifice of the undead, offering a portion of his undead creatures to gain greater power. His strength surged once more as he commanded the dark mist to morph into countless sharp bone spikes, which shot towards the demon god. The spikes pierced through the demon's armor, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. However, the demon god's counterattack was even more ferocious. The golden laser struck a lich, instantly piercing through it, while the red flames engulfed a multitude of undead beings, turning them to ash. The battle escalated into a fever pitch, with the demon god sustaining numerous wounds. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Shen Yi unleashed his ultimate technique, the finality of the undead. As a vast black vortex manifested above the demon god's head, its powerful pull gradually drawing the creature toward its center. The demon god struggled desperately, its 6 arms flailing wildly, but against such overwhelming force, all was in vain. With a thunderous roar, the demon god was consumed by the vortex, vanishing without a trace. At last, Shen Yi succeeded in vanquishing the creature of the 5th level, completing the trial. Chapter 139. Acquiring the Divine King Equipment Again. The 5th level's monster crashed to the ground, crimson blood steaming upon the cracked sandy earth, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke in the sweltering air. Suddenly, the sky of this trial space fractured into a web-like pattern, and brilliant golden light cascaded down, enveloping Shen Yi. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the trial. A resonant voice echoed throughout the space like a mighty bell, each word seemingly imbued with ancient resonance that reverberated within Shen Yi's very soul. You have received an ancient divine demon treasure chest. As the proclamation concluded, a dazzling radiance flickered, and an ancient, mysterious chest materialized before Shen Yi. The chest's surface was adorned with twisted runes and ghastly demonic visages, the runes glowing with an ethereal blue light, as though recounting the passage of time. The corners of the chest were embellished with pitch-black chains, upon which dark purple energy crystals coalesced, tiny arcs of electricity occasionally leaping between them. Shen Yi inhaled deeply, stepping forward to grasp the chest, feeling its cold, rough texture, akin to holding a meteorite shaped by eons. With a determined effort, he pried open the lid. Accompanied by the crisp sound of snapping chains, the chest slowly revealed its contents, releasing a rich wave of energy that created rippling distortions in the air. You have opened the ancient divine demon treasure chest 1. You have obtained the following item: Lower Divine King Level Hero Equipment 1. Within the chest lay an item emanating a gentle glow. It was a bracelet, crafted from 9 translucent feathers woven together, each feather shimmering with a rainbow aura, as if encapsulating a spectrum of colors. Sprinkled among the feathers were tiny fragments of stardust, which swirled gracefully with Shen Yi's movements, as though he were truly immersed in the vast cosmos. At the center of the bracelet was a diamond-shaped gemstone the size of a walnut, its surface adorned with intricate patterns resembling a complex map, within which silver luminescence danced restlessly. Could it truly be divine king-level equipment? A flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Yi's eyes. He had never anticipated that this serendipitous trial would yield such a precious reward. With a mere thought, he retrieved the bracelet, and the attributes of the equipment instantly materialized in his mind. Feathers of Illusion, Lower Divine King Level. Type: Hero Equipment. Restrictions: usable by hero or lord units. Effect 1. Constitution 150 trillion, Spirit 150 trillion. Effect 2. Increases 3 essence strength. Beholding these astonishing attributes, Shen Yi's heart raced with excitement. The foundational attribute enhancement of 150 trillion far exceeded the 2 pieces of Divine King equipment he had previously acquired, and the effect of increasing 3 essence strength promised a qualitative leap in his power. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, placing the bracelet before him, hands forming seals as he began to chant incantations. A surge of dark, ethereal energy emanated from within him, entwining itself around the bracelet and merging with the radiance it exuded. As the energy surged forth, the runes and fragments of starlight upon the bracelet shimmered with increasing brilliance, while the silver luminescence within the diamond gem became more animated. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until a crisp hum resonated, and the bracelet transformed into a streak of light, seamlessly integrating into Shen Yi's wrist. A powerful wave of energy erupted around him, causing the ground to tremble violently, fissures radiating outward from his very being. As the energy subsided, Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes, confidence glimmering within them. Shen Yi. Rank: Mid-tier deity. Class: Necromancer. Physique: 75 trillion. Spirit: 75 trillion. Source of necromantic power: 9. With a monumental enhancement of strength, Shen Yi rose, feeling the tumultuous power coursing through him. He gently waved his arm, and a black energy blade sliced through the void, etching a bottomless gash into the distant rock face. Familiarizing himself with his newfound strength, he embarked once more on his journey, delving deeper into the vast expanse of the desert, progressing towards his mission objective. 2 days later, Shen Yi found himself deep within the desert. The air felt as if it had been scorched by flames, searingly hot and arid. Each breath was akin to inhaling fire. The swirling yellow sands, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, rolled violently in the howling winds, obscuring the sky and casting the world into a sepulchral hue. As far as the eye could see, for hundreds of kilometers, not a trace of vegetation existed. Only endless dunes and bare rocks, a realm of desolation, resembling a forbidden zone of life. In the heart of this desolation stood a towering tree, distinct from any ordinary tree. It was composed of condensed yellow sand, its trunk 100 meters thick, adorned with spiral patterns, as if the annals of time had etched their marks upon it. Its branches stretched outward like colossal arms, each limb bearing skulls, the hollow eye sockets of which glimmered with an eerie green light, occasionally emitting bone-chilling whispers. The crown of the tree formed a vast vortex, swirling yellow sands rapidly, creating a massive funnel, as if intent on devouring the very sky. Upon entering this area, Shen Yi was immediately struck by a formidable and malevolent aura. His gaze sharpened, locking onto his target. Soul-devouring drought demon. Rank, high-tier deity. Physique, 50 trillion. Spirit, 50 trillion. The soul-devouring drought demon sensed Shen Yi's presence, its entire form convulsing violently, the skulls hanging from its branches rattling wildly, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. A massive fissure split open its trunk, revealing a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, exhaling a noxious black mist that permeated the air. Its branches elongated suddenly, akin to gigantic serpents, lunging towards Shen Yi with a fierce rush. Shen Yi scoffed, his figure flickering and vanishing instantaneously. The next moment, he appeared above the soul-devouring drought demon, surrounded by an intense aura of necromantic energy, as if enveloped in a swirling black vortex. Die, he bellowed, sweeping his hands downward, unleashing a torrent of terrifying necromantic energy, accompanied by countless anguished wails, cascading down upon the demon. The soul-devouring drought demon let out a thunderous roar, the vortex of yellow sand in its crown suddenly accelerating, drawing in vast amounts of sand, coalescing into golden blades of light that shot toward the necromantic energy. Simultaneously, the skulls upon its branches opened their mouths, spewing forth streams of eerie green flames, colliding with the necromantic energy to create a dazzling explosion of light and a deafening cacophony. The swirling sands, animated by the clash of these two powerful forces, surged chaotically, forming walls of sand in an attempt to thwart the necromantic assault. However, before Shen Yi's overwhelming necromantic energy, these sand walls crumbled as if made of paper, disintegrating in an instant. The necromantic energy surged forth, directly striking the soul-devouring drought demon. The demon's body quaked violently under the onslaught, fissures appearing along its trunk. It thrashed desperately, its branches flailing in a futile attempt to retaliate. Yet, Shen Yi's barrage was relentless, more necromantic energy pouring forth from his hands, completely engulfing the demon. Aya! The soul-devouring drought demon emitted a final, mournful wail, its form beginning to disintegrate, yellow sands cascading down. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it vanished entirely, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. With the demise of the soul-devouring drought demon, a radiant light illuminated the spot of its disappearance. A high-tier, deity-level treasure chest slowly materialized, its surface adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, 10 shards of eternal essence, shimmering with golden light, emerged from the void, suspended in the air like 10 resplendent stars. Shen Yi approached, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He collected the treasure chest and the eternal essence shards, his haul far exceeding his expectations. Chapter 140, The City of Death. The blood-red remnants of the sun hung like a torn sky, viscous light cascading down the sharply defined contours of Shen Yi's profile, leaving dark red imprints upon the crushed gravel beneath his ironclad boots. He gazed down at the eternal essence shard in his palm, no larger than a fingernail, with azure veins coursing beneath his skin like a living entity. A searing sensation racing through his veins, as if the scorching heat of the barren wasteland had been absorbed into this diminutive vessel of mysterious power. The gale, laden with grit, struck his boots like arrows, the metallic clinks echoing a peculiar rhythm across the desolate plains. Shen Yi's pupils narrowed slightly, his gaze penetrating the rising heat waves, settling upon the obsidian ramparts that loomed 20 miles away, barely discernible. The fortifications, seemingly forged from the blood and tears of a million slaves, now glowed with an eerie purple light, resembling a slumbering ancient beast, emanating an aura of awe in the twilight. As the first line of defense for his territory, it not only safeguarded the tranquility within, but also signified Shen Yi's standing in this brutal world. The moment he stepped into the territory, the ground trembled, the ancient defensive formations awakening like a slumbering serpent, countless silver runes surfacing from the earth, intertwining to form a resplendent shield of light. These runes shimmered with an enigmatic glow, as though recounting ancient legends and immense power. The luminescent shield gently enveloped his form, as if welcoming a returning sovereign, confirming his identity. As he passed through the towering bronze gates, 10 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, Shen Yi felt a heavy historical aura wash over him. The gates were adorned with fearsome beasts and mysterious totems, every line painstakingly crafted, coming to life with vivid detail. The moonstone-paved corridor stretched beneath his feet, its warm glow reflecting off his billowing dark robe, the dark golden runes embroidered at the hem flickering in and out of view with each step, emblematic of his identity and power. The silhouette of the Lord's mansion gradually emerged from the night, this edifice, constructed from ancient ice rock, glimmering with a chilling sheen under the moonlight. Shen Yi reached out to push open the intricately carved wooden door, fine wood shavings cascading down, stirring tiny motes of dust in the candlelight. The interior was steeped in a musty atmosphere, mingled with a faint scent of sandalwood, evoking a sense of mystery and antiquity. The flickering candlelight cast his shadow upon the cracked walls, the interplay of light and shadow giving rise to countless ethereal figures in a spectral dance. The ornate sandalwood table gleamed with a strange light in the candle glow as Shen Yi retrieved the treasure chest. The mysterious runes etched upon its surface flickered in the shadows, seemingly whispering long-buried secrets. Shen Yi inhaled deeply, his fingertips gliding over the serpentine patterns adorning the chest's lid. The moment his body temperature made contact with the runes, the entire treasure chest erupted with a resonant hum. The runes ignited like flames, swirling with fervor, as a hazy aura gradually coalesced into substance, weaving a magnificent tapestry of light within the room. With a crisp snap, the chest slowly creaked open, and a gentle radiance poured forth like a tidal wave, instantaneously dispelling the darkness that enveloped the space. Shen Yi instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Yet the brilliance that leaked through his fingers caused his pupils to constrict sharply. A resplendent beam of light shot upwards, illuminating the entire chamber and casting a glow upon his taut visage. In that brilliance, he perceived an emblem of hope and power. You have unlocked a Tier 1 High God treasure chest. You have obtained the following items: 10 Eternal Origin Fragments, 1 Tier 1 God King Equipment. The system's notification reverberated in his mind, and for an instant, Shen Yi felt as though his heart had ceased its rhythmic beating. He fixated on the crystalline equipment within the chest, adorned with flowing golden runes, as memories surged back from his previous encounter with a treasure of the same caliber, which had merely yielded a piece of Tier 1 High God equipment. The emergence of these two items now clearly signified fate's favor. Could it be that he had unearthed yet another piece of God King equipment? His voice quivered with excitement as his fingertips hovered above the equipment. The runes on its surface seemed to encapsulate the very laws of the universe, with each intricate line appearing to be a key to an unknown power. The 10 Eternal Origin Fragments beside it emitted an ethereal blue glow, harmonizing with the golden luminescence of the equipment, creating a breathtaking tableau. Shen Yi gingerly extracted the fragments and the equipment, and the moment he seated himself upon the ground, the very essence of the surrounding world convulsed violently. Distant mountains reverberated with booming echoes, while the sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning. Countless beams of gold and blue light converged from all directions, forming a colossal vortex above him. The fragments floated before him, slowly spinning, their blue radiance intertwining with the aura he emanated, crafting a mysterious barrier. Time appeared to stand still in that moment, as Shen Yi immersed himself in a wondrous realm of power fusion. His consciousness felt detached from his corporeal form, witnessing the vastness and enigma of the cosmos, experiencing the boundless and profound nature of strength. It was impossible to discern how long he lingered in that state, but eventually, brilliant rays of light erupted from within him, illuminating the entire room and casting a glow upon his determined and confident countenance. As the process of refinement concluded, Shen Yi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of golden light shimmering within them, reminiscent of twinkling stars. He exhaled a breath of stagnant air, and as his consciousness sank back into his body, the moment he perused his attribute panel, an overwhelming wave of joy surged within him. Shen Yi, Tier, High God. Physique, 100 trillion. Spirit, 100 trillion. Necromantic origin power, 9. At last, he had ascended to the rank of High God. He murmured softly, his voice imbued with nostalgia. The surging power within him coursed through his veins, each cell brimming with vitality, as if an inexhaustible energy yearned to be unleashed. This elevation of power signified not merely an enhancement of strength, but also his capital for survival and ascendance in this harsh world. Yet, the path of cultivation within the eternal plane was an unending journey. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this time, Shen Yi's footprints traversed every corner of the eternal plane. He navigated through the dim and profound ancient secret realms, shrouded in eerie mists that obscured visibility. Powerful guardian beasts occasionally roared from the depths of the fog, their colossal forms reminiscent of mountain ranges, their eyes betraying a murderous intent toward intruders. Shen Yi, armed with keen intuition and exceptional combat skills, repeatedly turned peril into safety, extracting precious resources and battle experience from these formidable guardians. He ventured into the treacherous abyssal gorge, where bubbling magma surged beneath him, and scorching heat waves assailed his senses, suffocating him. Above loomed ancient ferocious beasts, their wings blotting out the sun, their roars deafening. Shen Yi trudged through the gorge, engaging in breathtaking battles with these primordial monstrosities. Each confrontation was a test of life and death, yet it continuously enhanced his prowess. He also dared to challenge the enigmatic ancient ruins, fraught with intricate traps that could obliterate him in an instant. Through wisdom and courage, he deciphered one mechanism after another, clashing fiercely with the guardians concealed within. These guardians wielded formidable powers and unique skills, and in combat with them, Shen Yi learned and grew, amassing a wealth of combat experience. Every exploration was accompanied by life and death trials, yet it yielded abundant rewards, allowing him to gather a substantial trove of resources and combat experience. However, despite his relentless pursuit and self-improvement, he remained unable to ascend to the rank of God King. In the vast expanse of the Eternal Plane, where the strong were numerous, those of the God King tier were exceedingly rare, their total number never exceeding 1,000. These God Kings were the pinnacle of existence, forged over millions of years, each possessing earth-shattering power. Shen Yi understood that the path to ascend to God King was fraught with challenges. Ordinary eternal origin fragments could no longer propel him forward. Only the legendary eternal origin essence held the key to his ascension. Yet, the eternal origin essence was exceedingly rare, often birthed in the most perilous and mysterious locales of the Eternal Plane, guarded by powerful factions or terrifying guardian beasts. Such places were rife with unknown dangers and challenges, and even the strongest high gods hesitated to tread there. Acquiring the eternal origin essence was akin to scaling the heavens, a chance that could be encountered but never sought. Nevertheless, Shen Yi did not waver. He stood atop a towering peak, gazing at the vast expanse of land before him, his eyes brimming with determination and tenacity. He recognized that the path ahead was fraught with adversity, yet he firmly believed that with perseverance, he would one day realize his ambition and become a pinnacle force within the Eternal Plane. On this day, the sun lazily cast its warmth upon every corner of the Lord's estate, where the garden burst forth with vibrant blooms and birds chirped merrily in the branches. Yet, the tranquility shattered in an instant when Shen Yi received a particular message. While meditating within the estate, immersed in the world of cultivation and striving to break through his current limits, he sat cross-legged in a tranquil chamber, a faint halo enveloping him, his consciousness flowing gently through his meridians. Suddenly, a flash of light imbued with special energy flickered before him, followed by a message appearing before his eyes. It was a message concerning an opportunity for ascension to God King. Shen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, and the once tranquil lake of his heart was suddenly stirred by tumultuous waves. God King, the pinnacle of existence on the cultivation path, was a realm coveted by countless powerful beings. The opportunity to ascend to God King was as precious and rare as a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Shen Yi eagerly perused the details of the message, learning that a long-sealed ruin was about to emerge. This ruin concealed endless secrets and immense power. It was a pearl waiting to be uncovered by the fated. The top-tier experts from various factions, upon catching wind of this, hastened toward the direction of the ruin. And Shen Yi was no exception. He understood that this might be the only opportunity to ascend to God King in nearly 10,000 years. How could he let it slip away? Thus, he decisively bid farewell to the Lord's estate and embarked on his journey. After a lengthy flight, Shen Yi arrived at the Death Plateau, a vast region exceeding millions of square kilometers. Standing at the precipice of the plateau, one is immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of death, as if an invisible weight were pressing upon the heart. A multitude of deceased beings congregate in this desolate expanse, their forms diverse, some resembling fearsome demons, while others appear as decaying zombies, emitting bone-chilling howls. The Death Plateau is alive with activity at this moment. Powerful figures from various factions have converged from all directions, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. It was the emergence of a task notification on the mission channel that drew their attention. This was a temporary task, straightforward in its objective: to journey to the Death Plateau, locate the ruins of the City of the Dead, and retrieve the Death Goddess scepter. The announcement of this task was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up a tempest of waves that caught the attention of all high-ranking deities. Generally, such spontaneously appearing top-tier tasks are likely to reward the eternal essence of origin. The eternal essence of origin is a coveted treasure for cultivators, significantly enhancing their strength and propelling them further along their path of cultivation. There is even the possibility of receiving God King level equipment as a reward, a supreme treasure that would render them nearly invincible in combat against adversaries. Who would have expected this task to be so bountiful? Exclaimed one high-ranking deity. Indeed, one cannot afford to hesitate in pursuit of the eternal essence of origin and God King level equipment. Another deity concurred. Thus, the powerful from various factions sprang into action. A fierce competition was about to unfold. According to whispers, even true God Kings were rumored to be taking action. A shiver ran down Shen Yi's spine. He was acutely aware that he was about to face an unprecedented challenge. Yet, the allure of ascending to God King status spurred him on, and he clenched his fists, determination radiating from his gaze as he strode deeper into the Death Plateau. Chapter 141, The Death Dragon God. Several hours later, Shen Yi arrived alone at the Death Plateau. He immediately ventured inside and began his exploration. After a brief period, he stumbled upon a lair of the death beings. Amidst the pervasive aura of death and energy that enveloped the plateau, an unimaginably colossal dragon descended slowly. Its massive form resembled a serpentine mountain, cloaked in scales that shimmered with a dark red light akin to molten lava. each scale brimming with boundless power, as if narrating the vicissitudes and mysteries of time. Most mesmerizing and awe-inspiring were its 5 heads, each distinct yet exuding an unparalleled majesty. The central head, the largest of them all, towered like a magnificent peak, its contours sharp and austere, adorned with a resplendent purple gem that radiated a profound glow, seemingly capable of unraveling all the mysteries and fears of the world. This head housed the core of the dragon's wisdom and might. It lifted slightly, its eyes shimmering with an intertwining brilliance of gold and silver, as if transcending the bounds of time and space to perceive all changes in the universe. The first head on the left was slightly smaller than the central head, yet bore a unique and grotesque visage. Its eyes blazed like burning flames, spewing forth boundless fury, showcasing its volatile and ferocious nature. A mane of black hair, as hard as steel, cascaded from its crown, swaying in the wind like countless roaring black dragons. The mouth of this head revealed sharp fangs arranged like serrated blades, each exuding a chilling aura capable of effortlessly rending apart any foe daring enough to approach. In stark contrast, the first head on the right emanated an air of mystery and elegance. Its skin glimmered like silver frost under moonlight, exuding a soft and cool radiance. Its eyes resembled deep, tranquil waters, unperturbed yet brimming with endless wisdom and contemplation. A crystalline blue ice flower blossomed upon its brow, releasing a faint chill with each breath, as if capable of freezing time and space itself. The second head on the left radiated a wild and untamed essence. Its body was cloaked in rough, gray scales, reminiscent of a boulder in the wilderness. Madness flickered in its eyes, as if an unbridled primal force surged within. From its mouth, black smoke billowed forth, within which terrifying runes flickered, emanating a disquieting aura of malevolence. Conversely, the second head on the right exhibited unparalleled dignity and nobility. Its head was grand and solemn, akin to an ancient temple. Its skin shimmered like golden silk, radiating a sacred and noble presence. 2 massive golden horns sprouted from its crown, piercing the heavens like swords. The gaze of this head conveyed an undeniable dominion, as if it were the sovereign of all existence, with everything under its control. The dragon, with its 5 heads, unleashed a tempest with each breath, accompanied by the howling of winds and the rumble of thunder. It traversed the clouds, leaving a trail of roiling storm clouds and flashes of lightning in its wake. Its emergence seemed to herald either the apocalypse or the birth of a new order, causing the entire plateau to tremble in its presence. Death Dragon God. Rank, high-ranking deity. Physique, 80 trillion. Spirit, 80 trillion. As Shen Yi's consciousness swept across this array of attributes, his brows involuntarily lifted slightly. 80 trillion in foundational attributes? His voice was low, tinged with an unmistakable astonishment. This was the pinnacle of high-ranking deities. In the realm of the eternal dimension, a world teeming with formidable beings. The significance of 80 trillion foundational attributes was abundantly clear to Shen Yi. It represented boundless strength, formidable defense, and an almost terrifying mental pressure. Such an existence could induce violent fluctuations in space with every movement and breath. The true form of the Death Dragon God gradually materialized, its 5 massive heads appearing grotesque, each scale glinting with a cold metallic sheen, as if forged from the hardest dark matter. 10 blood-red, large, and malevolent vertical pupils locked onto Shen Yi like torches ignited with the fires of hell, exuding malice and murderous intent that seemed to solidify the surrounding air. In an instant, an unparalleled sense of oppression surged forth like an overwhelming tide. This power appeared to emanate from the depths of the cosmos, laden with boundless darkness and destruction. The deathly aura and energy surrounding them seemed to come alive, twisting and swirling like the claws of malevolent spirits, brimming with hostility towards Shen Yi. He felt as though he were but a solitary boat adrift in an expansive sea, encircled by endless darkness and malice, with a world hostile to him in every direction. The atmosphere was indeed terrifying, yet Shen Yi's gaze remained indifferent, as though the tumult around him could not sway his resolute heart. His tranquility was but a quiet accumulation of strength, awaiting the moment to unleash its fury. In the next heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. Shen Yi moved, his figure darting like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from his original position. With a resounding boom, a terrifying surge of deathly energy erupted from within him. This energy surged forth like a tidal wave of darkness, emanating from Shen Yi's core and sweeping across the heavens and the earth in an instant. The once tranquil space shattered under the impact of this force, splintering like broken glass, revealing countless jagged cracks. The death energy within a radius of several hundred kilometers was instantly expelled by the power unleashed by Shen Yi, like cattle and sheep driven away, releasing anguished cries. As this energy collided and twisted during the expulsion, it formed swirling black vortices, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. In this moment, the entire universe seemed to transform into Shen Yi's dominion, as he became the sovereign of death within this realm. Without a hint of hesitation, following a surge of energy, Shen Yi unleashed his attack with fervor. His hand sliced through the void, unleashing streams of black runes from his fingertips, akin to serpents in motion, darting towards the death dragon god. These runes were imbued with boundless dark power, each capable of effortlessly rending space itself asunder. With a thunderous roar, the death dragon god expelled 5 streams of black flames from its 5 heads, their scorching heat warping the very fabric of reality around them. Shen Yi deftly maneuvered his hands to conjure a black barrier, effectively blocking the onslaught of flames. The collision between the flames and the barrier erupted in blinding light and deafening explosions. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yi's figure flickered, instantaneously appearing before one of the dragon's heads. His fingers, sharp as a dagger, thrust towards the center of its brow. Sensing the imminent threat, the dragon's head twisted away, narrowly evading Shen Yi's strike. Simultaneously, another head opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of black energy towards Shen Yi. Leaning back like a bowstring drawn taut, he effortlessly evaded the oncoming deluge. In that fleeting moment, he propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, charging towards the death dragon god. With swift motions, he clapped his palms together, forming a colossal black hand in the void that soared towards the dragon. Feeling the encroaching danger, the dragon's 5 heads unleashed their might, releasing 5 columns of black energy that collided with Shen Yi's formidable hand. The tremendous force of impact warped the surrounding space, collapsing it into a monumental vortex of energy. At the heart of this maelstrom, Shen Yi and the death dragon god clashed repeatedly. Shen Yi moved with an ethereal grace, effortlessly navigating the dragon's attacks. Each of his strikes was precise and lethal, rendering the death dragon god helpless against his onslaught. Despite its massive size, the dragon exhibited remarkable agility, every dodge and counterattack imbued with formidable strength. As the battle raged on, the specter of death loomed over the battlefield. Both combatants unleashed their full prowess, each move laced with inexorable intent to kill. Shen Yi remained at ease, refraining from utilizing the power of death's essence, instead relying solely on the strength derived from his attributes in the clash against the death dragon god. He could sense the dragon's power waning, while his own strength burgeoned with each exchange. Finally, after a fierce confrontation, Shen Yi discerned a flaw in the dragon's defenses. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his power into his hands. Radiance emanated from his palms, coalescing into a pair of enormous black wings. With a vigorous flap, he hurtled towards the death dragon god like a shooting star. As he neared, he clasped his hands together, then abruptly spread them wide. A colossal beam of black light erupted from his palms, enveloping the entire form of the death dragon god like a black sun. Instantaneously, the dragon emitted a blood-curdling scream, a sound reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of the underworld, sending ripples across the vast void. Ensnared in the black light, its body appeared to be mercilessly squeezed by an invisible hand, quaking and writhing in agony. Each scale seemed to be seared by intense flames or pierced by chilling ice, curling and shedding with every tremor. Its 5 heads raised high, unleashing desperate wails, their once vibrant crimson eyes now dulled, revealing a manifestation of utter despair. As the black light gradually dissipated, akin to a candle flickering out in the night, the death dragon god's body lay ravaged, riddled with deep fissures, its black blood oozing from the wounds, congealing into dark streams in the void. Its once impenetrable wings now sagged, feathers scattered like leaves torn by a tempest. Its limbs quivered weakly, as if they might fracture at any moment. The essence of life within it waned, akin to a candle nearing its end, flickering with the last vestiges of strength. Each breath it took was a feeble gasp. The overwhelming pressure it once exuded now completely vanished. Its head lowered slowly, the once mighty posture now reduced to a pitiful display of humiliation and despair. Ultimately, its colossal form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, akin to a mountain crumbling, sending tremors throughout the earth, as if lamenting the loss of this former overlord. As the death dragon breathed its last, its massive body began to dissolve, transforming into luminous specks. These lights danced in the void like fireflies on a summer night, gradually dispersing outward like a brilliant river of stars, illuminating the battlefield. They slowly merged into the ether, as if they had never existed. When the light faded, 50 resplendent shards of eternal essence materialized in their place, each one akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, emanating a mysterious glow. Each shard contained boundless energy, pulsating with enigmatic forces. Some shards glimmered softly, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, evoking feelings of comfort and peace. Others shone with sharp intensity, like drawn swords radiating lethal intent, while others appeared deep and profound, resembling infinite black holes, concealing the secrets of the universe. Such were the shards of eternal essence, each unique, yet embodying the supreme laws of the eternal plane. Shen Yi approached the shards, his eyes sparkling with excitement and delight. He carefully gathered each fragment as though collecting rare treasures. As each shard fell into his hands, he felt a powerful force surge within him, as if engaging in a mysterious communion. although these shards of eternal essence had little impact on his current level of existence. Given that he had achieved an exalted state through prolonged cultivation, their value remained considerable. Furthermore, in certain pivotal situations, these shards could serve a crucial purpose. Having vanquished the Death Dragon God, Shen Yi sensed a significant enhancement in his mastery over power. Each movement he made allowed for greater precision in controlling the magnitude and direction of his strength, as if he had become one with it. A mere flick of his wrist could instigate a minor tempest of energy. Indeed, practical combat was the true catalyst for refining one's control over power, Shen Yi mused. With renewed determination, Shen Yi continued deeper into the Death Plateau. His silhouette left trails of black afterimages in the void, moving with astonishing speed. He yearned to be the first to uncover the relics of the City of Death. The City of Death was said to be the former abode of a supreme deity, the god of death, containing countless treasures and secrets within its confines. It harbored powerful equipment and artifacts capable of rapidly augmenting one's strength, and perhaps even concealed the legacies left behind by the god of death, bestowing unparalleled power upon its inheritor. He feared that if he delayed, the benefits might be seized by others. After all, the elite who had gathered were all top-tier powerhouses, including those of divine rank. These formidable beings could shift the very fabric of the eternal plane with but a stomp, and they would undoubtedly spare no effort in their pursuit of the treasures hidden within the City of Death. Thus, it is indeed plausible that someone might seize the opportunity ahead of others. Chapter 142, The Ruler of the Undead. 2 days later, the wheel of time silently turned, and the gears of fate began to engage. Perhaps it was due to Shen Yi's unique identity as a death mage. This extraordinary power endowed him with an enigmatic connection to death. Under the mysterious and intricate laws of time and space, this connection yielded unforeseen results, allowing him to become the first to discover the City of the Dead. What appeared to be mere coincidence was, in fact, laden with the profound arrangements of destiny. As if an invisible hand were orchestrating every event from the shadows. Standing upon the cold and desolate plain, the biting wind sliced across his visage like a blade, stirring up fine particles of dust. In the distant horizon, dark clouds loomed ominously, resembling a heavy curtain that obscured the light that ought to shine brightly. Amidst this endless desolation, a portal of space hovered in midair, emanating a chill and mystical glow. The light flickered like a colossal eye, coldly scrutinizing the unfamiliar intruder. Drawing a deep breath, Shen Yi was instantaneously enveloped by a thick shield of death energy, a tangible black barrier that isolated him from the external cold and peril. With resolute strides, he advanced towards the portal, each step sinking into the soft earth and stirring up a small cloud of dust. The moment his foot crossed the threshold of the portal, a powerful surge of energy enveloped him, causing his body to quiver slightly. Yet he quickly regained his composure and vanished beyond the mysterious door. As the scene shifted, Shen Yi found himself awakening in a realm of enigma. Before him lay a forsaken city, an air of ancient stillness permeating the atmosphere, as though he stood amidst an expanse of silent graves. Ruined walls and remnants of grandeur were scattered about, the once magnificent structures now in a state of disrepair, their surfaces entwined with dark green vines that resembled ghastly scars, telling tales of time's relentless passage. From the remnants, it was evident that this city had once flourished, boasting towering walls, magnificent palaces, and bustling streets, where countless stories had unfolded. Now, only silence remained, as if time had frozen in that moment. The scythe of death, referenced in the task, must be hidden within this ruin, Shen Yi murmured to himself, his brow furrowed and determination glimmering in his gaze. As a necromancer, his pursuit of death and the arcane had never waned, and this mission presented an unparalleled opportunity. I must be the first to enter the ruins. I should seize this moment to search. Shen Yi quickly resolved, acutely aware that in the perilous ruins, every second was of utmost importance. He promptly set to work, swiftly forming intricate hand seals while muttering incantations under his breath. A formidable wave of death energy surged from within him, lifting his body into the air. His figure transformed into a streak of light, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the depths of the abandoned city. As he delved deeper, the atmosphere within the ruins grew increasingly sinister. The walls occasionally flickered with an eerie green luminescence, as though countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. He treaded cautiously, remaining vigilant to the shifting surroundings. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a massive stone fell from the ceiling above. Shen Yi reacted with remarkable agility, deftly evading the falling debris and continuing onward. Before long, near the entrance of the ruined city, the space quaked, sending ripples through the air as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, shattering its serenity. Following this disturbance, several formidable figures emerged. Each one donned distinct attire, yet they all exuded an overwhelming aura that commanded respect. Clearly, others had discovered the entrance to the City of the Dead and entered the spatial realm. Split up and search, commanded an elder among the powerful individuals. His voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with an invisible force that compelled obedience. Understood. The others responded respectfully, swiftly dispersing in various directions. It was evident that this elder was the leader among them, his stature tall and imposing, his countenance stern, and though his aura was restrained, discerning eyes would recognize him as at least a top-tier supreme god. His gaze betrayed a hint of greed and urgency, as if he harbored an intense desire for the power concealed within these ruins. I hope to obtain this final authority, otherwise the impending darkness and turmoil will spell doom for us all, the elder murmured, his expression shadowed by anxiety. His words resonated with a profound sense of foreboding, suggesting that the encroaching darkness was imminent, and he must secure the pivotal power hidden within these ruins to safeguard himself against the approaching crisis. With that, he surged into action, darting toward the heart of the city, distancing himself from the others. An increasing number of individuals infiltrated the city of the dead, transforming the once quiet ruins into a bustling hive of activity, albeit one rife with peril and treachery. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, having entered first, had already reached the core of the city of the dead. The environment here starkly contrasted with the outside world, shrouded in a dense fog that concealed twisted silhouettes, as if specters were wandering amidst the mists. Cautiously, Shen Yi advanced, his mind sharpened and alert to every fluctuation in his surroundings. Abruptly, a beam of light appeared ahead, illuminating a colossal stone tablet. Approaching it, he scrutinized the inscriptions carved upon its surface. Upon deciphering the contents, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The tablet bore a secret regarding the city of the dead, revealing that its master was an exalted sovereign. This sovereign, long ago, wielded dominion over the cycles of life and death, governing the fates of all beings. The scythe of death he left behind contained the essence of sovereign-level power, capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Could this sovereign legacy elevate me to such a life echelon? Shen Yi felt a surge of anticipation within him. As a necromancer, he had long yearned to transcend his current state of existence and attain a loftier realm. The scythe of death might just be the key to realizing his ambitions. If I truly acquire sovereign power, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of all realms, becoming an unparalleled being. Excitement flickered across Shen Yi's visage, yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that obtaining this sovereign legacy would entail navigating a formidable trial. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself and began analyzing the information inscribed on the tablet, seeking a method to access the trial. After considerable effort, he finally identified a concealed rune. The moment he touched it, a surge of potent energy enveloped him. His body involuntarily began to spin, and the scene before him blurred into obscurity. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself within a mysterious space. An overwhelming pressure pervading the atmosphere, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him. Struggling to his feet, he beheld a vast portal before him, behind which lay an abyss of darkness, interspersed with flickering enigmatic lights. Hesitating momentarily, Shen Yi ultimately approached the portal with caution. As he crossed the threshold, an immense force engulfed him, plunging his consciousness into darkness. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Shen Yi gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in a vast arena of trials. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and an array of peculiar weapons and runes adorned the surroundings. A frigid, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. If you wish to acquire the Staff of Death, you must endure this trial. Only those possessing sufficient strength and wisdom may inherit the legacy of the Grim Reaper. Shen Yi nodded firmly, aware that this trial was of paramount importance to him. No matter how arduous the path ahead, he was determined to give his all. The trial commenced, and formidable adversaries surged forth from all directions. Some were endowed with immense power, while others wielded bizarre abilities. Shen Yi unleashed his necromantic magic, summoning a myriad of undead creatures to engage in fierce combat with his foes. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated by flashes of light, and the cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air. He clashed violently with his enemies, each movement imbued with strength and finesse. Throughout the skirmish, he continuously adjusted his tactics, skillfully leveraging the unique advantages of a necromancer to outmaneuver his opponents. After an intense confrontation, Shen Yi triumphed over the initial wave of enemies. Yet, just as he thought he could take a breath, even more formidable foes emerged. These adversaries possessed extraordinary power and uncanny abilities, plunging Shen Yi into a grueling struggle. He relentlessly unleashed powerful spells, tearing through his enemies with devastating force. Focusing his mind, he concentrated all his death energy into his hands. In the next moment, a colossal beam of black light erupted from his palms, striking his enemies with blinding speed. Enveloped in the dark radiance, they emitted agonizing wails before collapsing into clouds of black smoke. With the last enemy vanquished, the trial came to a close. Shen Yi, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, yet a victorious smile graced his lips. This was a battle fought with every ounce of his being. Prior to this, Shen Yi's encounters had been mere strolls in the park. This was his first wager of life and death. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. He had successfully completed the Grim Reaper's trial. A radiant light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. In that instant, He felt a surge of immense power coursing through his being, his death energy reaching an unparalleled zenith. Before him materialized a staff radiating with mysterious brilliance, the Staff of Death. Shen Yi extended his hand, grasping the staff. The moment his fingers made contact, a powerful force surged throughout his entire body. He sensed an even deeper connection to death, and his strength ascended to unprecedented heights. He had successfully obtained the Staff of Death, becoming the heir to this illustrious legacy. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, people continued to clash in a frenzy over the Dominion-level inheritance. Yet, within the ruins, Shen Yi remained, quietly refining and mastering the supreme powers of death. Time passed, and eventually, Shen Yi fully grasped the ultimate principles of death. At that moment, he officially ascended to the rank of a Dominator. Shen Yi, rank, Dominator. Title, Sovereign of the Undead. Physique, 999 trillion. Spirit, 999 trillion. Source of necromantic power, 100. Upon his promotion to Dominator, Shen Yi's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. His foundational stats soared to a staggering 999 trillion. The source of his necromantic power reached an impressive 100. This signified his flawless mastery over the principles of death, establishing him as the supreme Lord of Mortality. Gaining this without exertion, Shen Yi bore a smile. At this moment, he stood triumphantly at the pinnacle of all realms. Next, with a mere thought, a portal of space materialized before him. Stepping through the portal, he departed from the City of Death's ruins and emerged beyond the Death Plateau. Upon entering the outside world, Shen Yi, now a Dominator-level being, immediately sensed an overwhelming malevolence emanating from the depths of the cosmos. This malicious presence was unmistakable. Shen Yi extended his consciousness toward the source of this malevolence, and soon understood its nature. The root of the dark turmoil? Having spent many years in the eternal plane, he was well aware of the dark turmoil. In this realm, it manifested every million years, unleashing a flood of terrifying entities tainted by evil and corruption, which would ravage the entire plane. Thus, the dark turmoil was also known as the end of eras. Each occurrence signified the restart of an epoch. This time, I shall put an end to this cycle. Shen Yi spoke softly, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. With a swift motion, he advanced toward the source of malevolence, traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Soon, he arrived at the origin of the dark turmoil. Before him loomed an immensely vast chasm in the dark cosmos, resembling a black hole that threatened to consume all realms. An overwhelming tide of malevolence surged forth, unreservedly locking onto Shen Yi. Humph! Shen Yi snorted coldly, summoning the Staff of Death into his hands. In the next heartbeat, a cataclysmic force erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth as the boundless power of death radiated outward, enveloping a sphere of 10,000 kilometers. This place was transformed into the dominion of death. With all his might, Shen Yi unleashed a torrent of horrifying death energy toward the black hole. Even a being of divine king caliber would struggle to budge this accursed void, yet now it crumbled under the weight of Dominator-level death energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire black hole was obliterated. The dark turmoil, which had persisted for over 1 billion years, was decisively quelled on this day. As the dark turmoil was vanquished, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated throughout the eternal plane. In an instant, every inhabitant of the plane received the news. Simultaneously, the title of Shen Yi as the Sovereign of the Undead spread across the entire realm.